There we go.
It's trademarked.
YSS. We're getting all kinds of intro stuff.
I was actually looking at in the NEX. We stopped there right before we came over in order to pick up flavored nicotine pouches.
Oh, did you find those ones?
I was going to see it, but we were on our way out. But I was going to grab it and then just turn them all that way in the fucking case.
Right? Yeah. So for those of you guys listening, we got the Bulkhead energy drinks with we got like 250,000 cans out in the AFEs all over the country, maybe the world now, and on the bottom left of it's got our little Liberty Risk logo on there with a QR
that's sick.
code.
I feel bad now. I grabbed a fucking Bang over here.
Traitors.
I am. I feel terrible.
No, it's good. Have you seen the CEO of Bang? That guy's a whole vibe, bro.
Is he?
Okay, well, no, you heard what happened to Bang, right?
No.
Oh, bro. So the short version of this story is this guy comes out with Bang. He's from Miami. His like face
He
is
looks like Miami.
He looks awful. But within, I don't know, so many years, it happens he looks terrible. But he owned a supplement company, and then they came out with Bang, and it just took off. And their entire marketing scheme was just like hot girls in Miami, tits smashed together, right? And it was crushing. And Monster saw what they were doing, and they started taking over the market really quickly. Well, what they did was on the rim of their can. I hope I don't totally butcher this.
Putting cocaine.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, not quite cocaine. Super creatine. Turns out there's no such fucking thing as super creatine. So I believe it was Pepsi owns Monster, right?
I think so, probably.
They distribute. Well, no, Pepsi used to distribute Rockstar.
Whoever owns Monster, I think I hope I don't screw this up. Anyways, Bang gets sued because they're like, hey, false advertisement. There's no such thing as super creatine. They lose. Bang loses in court, and they have to pay, I believe it was Monster, some $250 million.
Wow.
Which they don't have. And so Monster just does a hostile takeover and says, hey, give us Bang, and we'll buy it from you for what you owe us. So they just acquired, it was just a hostile takeover.
Monster Beverage Company is primarily owned by the Coca-Cola Company.
Yeah, so it's Coca-Cola. There we go.
19.6% stake.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you guys haven't seen the CEO, or maybe the former CEO of Bang.
Yeah.
Does he look like George Hamilton? Like super dark, leathery skin? Like he's been in the sun forever?
A version of that.
Yeah.
A version of that. Yeah. He got like bad hair plugs, like plasticky, like looks like Miami. He looks like he belongs on like a semi yacht. It's all you think it was. Yeah.
What's a semi yacht?
Like not really a biggie one. Not really a big one, but like a one that.
It's the ferry to Epstein Island.
Yeah, it's like a 60-footer, but he tells people
he's
it's
in a tugboat.
Kind of All right, we're starting off with a side quest.
Yeah.
Like, welcome to my yacht.
Yeah.
Like,
all right, Nick,
tugboat?
you want to do the intro for our guest here?
Yeah, we have Zach Masek. Zach was former Green Beret, Army. Finally not a team dude on the fucking podcast. Cool.
So tell us about the Q course.
Yeah, how many times have you heard that?
Went over to GRS for a while, turned real estate agent, turned entrepreneur, and
Don't forget nurse, man.
Oh, nurse.
And,
Oh, wow.
and cop. Not
Whoa,
really.
okay.
I think
Actually,
it's man nurse.
Man
not
nurse.
nurse man.
Nurse man.
nursing.
Nursing.
It's Merce, man.
It's ma'am.
Yeah.
And Zach's in town. We actually met via Instagram, as all cool people
Slide
do.
into those DMs. Huh?
Yeah. And kind of started working together, linked up at SHOT Show, kind of feeling each other out. And,
We're up.
yeah, we're headed to
docking.
Tokyo tomorrow morning.
Not gay whatsoever, feeling each other out. Yeah.
Tokyo tomorrow morning. That's
Yeah, we're going to Tokyo tomorrow morning, and we'll be there for a while. And then we're going to Rome, going to be there for a while, and running amok and doing a bunch of product photography and eating our faces off.
Nice.
And so it's going to be a good run.
Dude, that sounds
It's
awesome.
just you two?
Yeah.
It's going to be super,
Spit all over myself.
super romantic.
Very
Your mouth's getting watery.
Them
Just
all.
thinking about it.
Let's get excited about the trip.
Dude, that's gonna be fucking fire, dude. Tokyo. I was just talking to the family. They were gonna come out to New York while I was out there, but now I'm back, and so now we were like, well, shit, let's go vacation somewhere. And of course, my daughter was like, let's go to London. Let's go. I'm like, fuck, I don't want to fly anywhere to Europe from the West Coast.
Yeah.
I'm like, let's go to Tokyo. I'm like, let's go to Japan or something. And of course, Gavin and Gabby was like, she's very indifferent about everything. But Gavin was like, oh, that'd be dope. Like, go hit up Tokyo.
I think my little brother lives in Japan.
You think?
I haven't talked to him in 15 years, so I don't know.
Jesus.
Oh, shit.
That's so funny.
He's not a bad guy. We just don't really like each other.
Well, my nephew Seth, he lived out there for like 5 years because he was on the USS Reagan.
Oh, yeah.
That's when he's got fucking blasted in the fucking face with that pipe. He's got a big fucking scar on his fucking face.
Is that what that's from?
I told him, dude. People ask him all the time how he got the scar. I'm like, dude, you got to tell people you got it from eating pussy.
Or it's an old orgy injury.
She forgot to cut her toenails.
Well, he tells the story now all the time, and he's just like, oh, yeah, we were at this bar, and like a big fight broke out, and I was trying to, and then next thing you know, crack.
This was in Japan?
Yeah.
Holy shit. Did he lose his eye or is it just a scar?
But, dude, of course, Navy dudes being fucking Navy dudes, like, they run from the cops, they fucking get away, they get back to base, and he's like holding this fucking thing on his fucking face, and they were staying out in town, or not out in town, but they were in barracks, so they didn't have to go back to the ship. But then he didn't
seek medical attention.
He didn't go to the doctor, so the scar is probably way worse than it probably could have been.
Yeah.
Like they basically like tried to super glue his face back together and like putting all these like steri strips on it and like
It's a dope scar, though. I mean,
Yeah.
I've been hit in the
I'd be
face a
fine
bunch
with
of
it.
times. I've got scars on my face, so none of them look cool.
yeah.
Dumbest scar story I've ever heard was my senior 18 Bravo. Someone lost nods. They wouldn't let them go home, so they were stuck. This is when 7th group was still at Bragg. And they all got fucking rip-roaring
Where
drunk.
are they at now? Florida?
Florida, yeah. Eglin Air Force Base. You know those like if you can't get a guy with an IV, you do interosseous, the IO, where you take this huge fucking drill.
Shin bone, right?
Yeah, you drill it in right in here. Well, if you can't get there,
Is that the one here too?
Another one is here.
Yeah.
Is that the one with that big ass fucking like alien looking thing?
Yeah,
Circle.
yeah. And you take a 10cc syringe and you just jam it with normal saline to open it all up so you can get like a drip. Well, 18 Bravo, they're stuck there. They won't let them go home because of the lost nods. They lay him down on a Talon litter, and the fucking 18 Delta does an IO in his sternum.
Ugh.
And he fucked it up. And so forever and ever, the memory of that, like what that happened, what they did is he has this like nasty scar on the top of his sternum.
At least it's not
and
like
it's
in
not
his
cool.
neck.
Like it's not like he like took around and was like,
trach or
"Ugh."
something.
Like, it's my understanding, because we were in fucking Cutter or something like that, and we had some downtime. So the guys were, one of the Air Force PJs was having our corpsman like demonstrated on himself, basically. Mm-hmm. The Air Force guys are rad. And so my corpsman guy is like fucking shoving it into his chest. He's like, yeah, now insert it until you hear a pop or something.
Yep.
And then the needles come out, but then it's got this little threaded hole in it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, if you fuck that up and you like strip the threads, I'm like, good luck getting this fucking thing out of your chest bone.
Yeah, you got to secure it down and all this other shit. It's been a long time since I've done that.
Our
stuff.
medic volunteered to do that my last deployment.
I have a video of it, actually.
Yeah, it's all on video, dude. And apparently, just like when you do the saline flush, because it's so cold, or just not 98.6 degrees, like it just fucking. That's when he started screaming. It wasn't even like the pop in his sternum.
Freaking jackhammering.
Yeah.
Ooh, no thanks. Yeah.
So Zach, let's we always do this. Let's go into kind of a brief outline of growing up. Where, when, what was the family life like?
Interesting. Yeah. So born in Houston, Texas. We were there till I was about 6. Absolutely loved it. Loved growing up in Texas. Moved to Minnesota.
Minnesota, eh?
Yeah, we were in this place called Chanhassen, which I think is like, I don't know, like an hour outside of Minneapolis, St. Paul. I can't remember. I was only in 4th grade. Minnesota was awesome. And then we moved to Connecticut for middle school, high school, which of all the places I lived, I probably disliked the most. But it was great. It was affluent. Like I grew up in a white collar community. I was super lucky. Pretty, I would say, normal childhood, like nothing real special. Nobody joined the military.
What prompted these moves?
So my father was a commodities trader, and he worked in the oil industry. So obviously Houston, right? And my grandfather was a big oil guy. That's a whole other fascinating story. So my grandfather basically dug in the dirt his entire life, like made a decent living, and then in the 70s he went and started working for himself, and just everything took off for him. Made millions and millions and millions of dollars.
He's like Landman.
Yeah, it's literally what it was, like some version of Landman. And then, but the weird part was, like, by the time I was born, like my earliest memories of my grandfather, He was living in a double wide trailer in Zapata, Texas on the border.
Whoa.
And he had lost every fucking dime.
Damn. So it is like Landman.
And so we basically, my dad, fascinatingly, he grew up in a world where by the time he was in college, like he was getting picked up on a private jet to go hang out with my mom at their beach house in Florida. But then by the time he actually like started his career, he was like completely on his own.
Wow.
So I grew up in like very sort of humble beginnings in Houston. And then as I got older, his career started to take off a little bit and life became pretty comfortable. And we were in Wilton, Connecticut. I don't know if you guys know anything about Connecticut. It's like one of the most affluent places you grew up. But this is a big but. And this kind of leads to how I got to where I got to. 9/11 happens. And we're not in New York City, but we're right there. And a lot of kids from my school, their parents worked in the city and worked in the towers.
Yeah.
And I was in 7th grade, so I was like young enough where this is kind of embarrassing to say because how fucking retarded I am, or was, I should say. I remember, and like everyone remembers that day and where they were and what they were doing. And I remember I was in 7th grade, and it was kind of weird. No one was telling anybody anything. And all of a sudden, I remember one of the teachers said, like, there's been a terrorist attack. And I didn't know what the difference was between terrorists and tourists. And so I was like, the fuck is a tourist attack? Like, what's going on?
Who the fuck are attacking our tourists?
Yeah. So, and then obviously you get home and we saw the towers come down. And well, one of my best friends at the time, his dad was in the tower. And he was and I distinctly remember, like, he was out of school for a long time, and they were training us how we should essentially like interact with this kid. And for whatever reason, we were friends at that time. And then I don't know, my memory is a little foggy, but I just remember thinking like this poor kid just lost his dad. And I remember him coming to the classroom, like no one really knew how to interact with him. And I just sort of like took it upon myself to like, and him and I became the bestest friends ever.
How old were you about the time?
So I was 7th grade. So I was probably 12, 13, I think, something like that. Yeah. And then, going into high school, I did like every veteran in special operations. I did terrible in school. I was a fucking idiot. I graduated high school with a 2.7 GPA. I got
pretty good.
I got
At least you graduated, bro.
Yeah. I got a 19 on my ACT score, which is like the worst you could get.
I think that's what I got on mine.
Yeah. Bro, I used to do this thing when I was taking standardized testing where I would get so bored that instead of reading the question, I would close my eyes, shake my head, count down from 10, and then wherever I stopped, the first letter that I would see on the wall is the answer I'd put down.
Yeah, so we're creative than CCCCC.
Right, yeah. I don't know. I needed to waste time because I couldn't like walk out early, and so I needed to come up with like a creative way. Anyways, so I didn't want to go to college, and growing up in this, like I said, affluent white community. Everyone went to college, and not just any college. Like kids were going to like Brown, Harvard, North, really good schools.
Yeah.
And I just kind of put it off, and I watched Band of Brothers. And I was talking to a friend of mine who actually, ironically, when I was getting out, he was going in, and he ended up at 7th Group as an 18 Delta. We had on a dive team, exact same job.
Oh, shit.
But we were just like 5 years apart from each other. Wow. But I remember in high school, we had just watched like some, the Invasion episode of Band of Brothers. And we were 14. And that whole conversation, like, where are you going to go? Because kids are starting to look at colleges. And I was like, where are you looking at school? And he's like, oh, bro, I'm going to do ROTC. I'm going to the Army. And it was like Leonardo DiCaprio Inception, like something clicked. And it was this weird moment where I thought to myself, oh, yeah, that's what I'm supposed to do. And from that moment on, I just wouldn't I annoyed the fuck out of it. Like I would not.
That's so funny.
Stop talking about the military. And it bounced around, right? Like I think this is true for anybody who starts thinking about this stuff in high school. Like I remember, this is back in the 2000s. Everyone's like, yo, Marine Corps, like they are elite. They're the best. And so I'd go to the Marine Corps recruiting station, and it sort of changed. Eventually my folks begged and pleaded, and they're like, please go to college. Please just try one semester. And I think my father honestly thought if I could just get this kid into college and he sees like hot college girls,
titties in your face,
titties and kegs, like there's no way he'd be dumb enough. And this is during the CERT. This is like 06, 07, 08.
Yeah.
There's no way this idiotic kid is going to go fucking infantry or whatever as a Marine. He was freaking out because I wanted to be a Marine. He thought I was going to die in like 3 seconds.
Probably would have.
Probably, yeah, might have.
That would just be boot camp, though.
Right. Yeah, exactly. So I go to the only school I got into was University of Montana. So I go to Montana, and I think when I got there, you guys are gonna love this shit. I had picked up Lone Survivor, bro. I was hooked. I wanted to be.
Where's the University of Montana? Like Helena or something?
Missoula.
Missoula.
So there's University of Montana and then Montana University. I was one in Missoula. So
okay.
Yeah. And Red Lone Survivor, and I was fucking. Dude, I'm gonna be a SEAL, bro. Like, fuck yeah. These like 4 SEALs against like an army, like 200 plus fucking insert, which like that's a whole separate conversation whether or not that happened.
Yeah.
But the recruiting, which I believe it was kind of meant for a little bit, it worked. And so I went to the Navy recruiter, and within like a week or two of me getting to school, like I knew I was done. I was like, this is gay. Like I'm gonna go to the military. And met with the Navy recruiter, and him and I were like talking. I want to go to Buds, so I can send you to Buds. And then at some point during the conversation, on like the second time we met, it dawned on me. I was like, what if I don't make it? Like, what happens? And he's like, well, you can go to like the boat teams. I'm like, the fuck are the boat teams? And he like explained it to me. I'm like, that's gay. Like, I don't want to do that. I want to go to like Iraq and like, like fucking kill dudes. And then I went to the Marine Corps. So like in this station where they had everything: Army, Navy, Marines, Air Force. Mm-hmm. So you just go like right next door. So I went to the Marine Corps, and it was just everything you would expect it to be, right? The guy was just like the biggest grifter on earth. And I had asked him one point, like, hey, I want to be infantry. Can you guarantee me infantry?
They're like, shit.
Yeah.
Can I?
No. So he leans in and he goes, every Marine is a rifleman. And I'm like, all right, fuck this.
Like, like okay.
No.
I've seen the brochure.
Yeah. So I go over to the Army recruiting station, and as soon as I walk in, I sort of explain what I want to do. And the guy's like, I can get you a $20,000 bonus. You're going to go to a Ranger Battalion with an airborne contract. And I was like,
okay.
Hell yeah. Like, fuck yeah. Let's go.
Hell yeah. I'll take 20 grand.
Yeah. And
hell yeah. Suck toes.
And they tell you such funny stories. And I don't know if this is true or not, but he was like, bro, like Rangers, you get a beeper. And like when fucking shit pops off, you're in the club, you get beeped like Jason Bourne. Like, you're on a plane with night vision, your weapon, next thing you know, going to fucking like do some special mission. I was like, hell yeah, like that's me. That's
like,
what
what's
I want.
A beeper?
Yeah. This is back when beepers were kind of still a thing.
Dude, we had beepers in my first platoon in Guam. You'd be on the beeper platoon.
Yep.
Remember that shit?
Yep.
So you guys are old as fuck.
Praying it would go off.
Yeah.
Hey, big volleyball game.
Yeah. I don't ever remember being in the beeper platoon, but like once the whole time we're in Guam, and they're just like, don't get shit faced. And you're like, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's for like, is that like you're on a ready standby for shit?
Well, you're in
popping
Guam,
off?
but this is pre 9/11, so nothing had been going on for decades.
Yeah.
Nothing was going on. It just meant you couldn't drink, as obviously.
Yeah. They wanted one platoon.
One
to be
sober
like,
platoon.
Yeah.
They're ready to go platoon.
Mostly sober.
Yeah, mostly sober.
Frogman sober.
Yeah.
You get sober on the way there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So the ride is for.
Literally.
So basic, and then when I was in basic, I was 19, and then about
Where'd you go to basic? Benning.
Yeah. So I was an 11 X-ray with back then it was called I had a RIP contract. Now they call it a RASP contract.
Yeah.
So when you joined in Montana. So you went to MEPS and all that shit up there.
So in Missoula, yeah, exactly. So I was in Missoula, and they'd have to bus us out to Butte, Montana, which was like going back in time. It was fucking super weird. You felt like you were in like the 1950s.
Yeah, like set your clocks back 50 years.
And then when we shipped out, we had to go back to Butte. So my folks were living in Wyoming. So I actually went home for Christmas break. I skied or snowboarded. I snowboarded every day for 40 days straight by myself. And I would just like go to the gym, work out. And I really didn't know what I was doing, but I just knew like I needed to be in shape. Then when I was ready to ship, I had to go back to Butte to ship out.
Yeah.
Went to Butte to Georgia, and 30th AG, all that shit. The one funny thing about that though was I didn't know the difference. I thought there was just like infantrymen, right? Like nothing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was like, do I get to like go be a badass and kick doors and shoot dudes, this, that, and the other thing? They're like, oh, dude, you're going to Ranger Battalion. Like, absolutely. And so they get us to 30th AG where they're doing like the in-processing for Army infantry kids. And they sit
What's
us
30th AG?
It's like our like holding tank. So
What's
it's where
AG stand for?
I don't know.
Adjutant General.
Ass grabbers.
Fuck.
Yeah,
Look at
probably
you.
that.
Yeah.
But like you get all your fucking vaccinations and your head shaved,
okay.
and then like your
It's your
initial issue,
in-process.
It's
Gotcha.
in-processing.
Yeah.
your dog
okay.
tags, all that shit.
Yeah, so they bring us all in this auditorium, and this guy comes on stage, and he's like, hey, guess what, cocksuckers? If you're sitting in this auditorium, you're fucking 11 Charlie.
Oh no.
And I was just like, my dumb brain, I'm like, what's an 11 Charlie? And you could hear guys who knew what that was, and they're like, no!
What is it?
Is
Is
that
that a
the
mortarman?
It's a mortarman.
Oh, that's what we talked about with Tyler from Antihero.
Yeah. He's like, I'm fucked for the rest of my career.
Yeah.
Especially
You
in
are.
Ranger Battalion, it's like you're the awkward stepchild of Ranger Battalion.
You're like the stinky kids with the Kool-Aid mustache.
Yeah.
You're like the boat guys.
Yeah.
Just kidding. We love the boat guys.
So when I was at basic, all I heard was horror stories about being a mortarman in Ranger Battalion and how terrible it was. And then finally at some point, a 4th platoon, their drill sergeant was like this like short, stocky, meaty guy with the long tails, the SF guy. And he pulled me and at the time my best friend, Matt, out of formation, just ran. We were like going to chow. And he was like, do you guys want to go to selection? And I was like, fuck yeah. And then I kind of like hesitated. I was like, I don't know. Like, I'm 19. Like, I just joined the Army yesterday. I have no idea what I'm doing. Like, I don't deserve to be in special.
Wait,
Like, that's
selection for special
for
forces?
SF, yeah.
In boot camp?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
And he explained it to us. He was like, you guys maxed out your PT test and your ASVAB GT scores are good enough. Do you want to go to selection?
Your shit's okay.
Yeah, your shit's
We
fine.
heard you got a 19 on your ACT.
Thank God no one looked at that. And I was like, like drill sergeant, like I'm fucking 19. And he's like, oh, you have to be 20. And then so they gave me a waiver, and I was hemmed and hawed. I don't really know. And he again another like core memory. He said, would you rather go to high school or college? I was like, fucking college, bro.
Look, I don't want to do either.
Yeah.
That's why I joined the Army. What the fuck?
I thought I already made that
Is this a
decision.
trick question?
So I was like, college. And he's like, all right, go SF, bro. And I was like, all right. So and that's how it started. And then I got an 18 X-ray contract when I was there. And then in basic, you do all your physicals and shit in between training or whatever. And then I went to selection, and the rest is history.
So how's basic differ? Like if are you in a company with just a bunch of fucking random MOSs?
No.
Or are you in one like?
It's all infantry.
It's all infantry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So when you are an infantryman, they do your basic and AIT a little differently. So
Okay.
it's back. You stay where you're at. Whereas my understanding for the rest of the Army is you go to basic and then you leave
Go
and
to,
go
like,
do your,
AIT somewhere,
Yeah, exactly.
yeah.
But in infantry, you do like I don't know what it was, like 8 or 9 weeks of basic training, and then. At one point they come out and they're like, "Congratulations, now you're in AIT," but nothing changes.
Oh, okay.
It's like
you're
in
literally
this-
still in the same fucking
same
shit.
platoon,
Wow,
same
okay.
guys. And then if you're a mortarman, again, this is like dated. I don't know what they do now, but back in my day, they would tack on. I think it was like another week or two for all your mortarman shit. The irony, not the irony, the sort of funny part, the silver lining of being in 11 Charlie at that time, though, it was actually really cool because by the time I got to my ODA and they were pulling out mortars, dude, I was a fucking wizard. Like I was like, brrr, like I knew all the shit as well, if not better than our 18 Bravo. Because they just get like a really quick crash course in the 18 Bravo course.
What's an 18 Bravo?
Weapon sergeant.
Oh,
yeah, on the ODA, yeah. It's I don't SEALs and SF. It's funny because you guys have designated medics,
Yeah.
and then you've got. Do you have like engineers?
No.
Breachers?
No.
Yeah,
we do, but it's not like a different MOS or anything.
Yeah, okay.
You just you spend more time
like
on
a
that
collateral
specialty than
duty.
other people.
Okay.
Yeah.
You go to a school, but you don't change.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
So in SF, they have like very specific jobs within the team. So you've got your weapons sergeant, your medics, your engineers, and your comms guys, and then you've got your leadership, and then your intel guy.
Yeah,
And
like we show up to a team and dudes, like it used to be when team guys had different rates.
Yeah.
So like I was a gunner's mate. Like dudes automatically be like, well, you're gonna be the weapons guy, and then you had dudes that were radio men. They were like, well, you're going to comm school.
Yeah.
Shit like that. And you had dudes that were like ISs or OSs, or they're like, well, you're gonna be in charge of intel, or maybe you go to comm school,
Yeah.
and then usually it worked out. you guys losing me on fucking?
No, you're good. That's me fucking with you because it was high.
Oh,
Good.
yeah, it's weird. Like you'll have dudes that once you're in enough years or done a few platoons, like you'll go to like sniper school or breacher school, or or sometimes you'll luck out as a new guy and get to go as a fucking
Lucked out.
Yeah.
What happened with you? What?
Oh, nothing. I got to go to sniper school before I was in a platoon, so I checked into the team, and then
Motherfucker.
2 people got in trouble, and then, so I just
You just tripped on it?
landed in my lap. I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
cool.
That's
Yeah.
awesome.
That's how Mo was too. Mo was just like, all right.
Yeah, I
And then
failed out my first time, and then went back.
I think Mo got kicked out too.
Sounds like Mo. Yeah, but we don't have specialties. But it's more open. So like if somebody has a propensity or like they want to do something,
Yeah.
they can steer their own career trajectory towards that, or like I had a little background in, I don't call it mountaineering, but like rope work and
Sure,
rappelling and stuff.
sure.
So I was able to like be more
Move into
useful
that.
in that a
Yeah.
little bit. Yeah, like Hearst Master and
Lead
everything.
climber and all that bullshit.
Yeah. I don't think I was a lead climber, but I was familiar with it enough that I could be useful.
Do you guys have like we would have like a mountain team? You know, you have your Halo team, you have your dive team, but then you have there's like a truck. There's some like bullshit teams. There's like a truck team, a rucking team,
Truck team.
Yeah, it's like they're like
Get to drive a bunch of trucks.
I guess they're supposed to be like some specialized in vehicle borne operations.
Like off-road
They
recovery
make a
and
movie
shit.
about that
Yeah.
over the top.
I turn my hat around like this. Now, the teams used to be a little more specialized to where on the East Coast, the West Coast. So, like on the West Coast, like Team 5 was the cold weather team.
Okay.
And the East Coast Team 2 was like the cold weather team. And then
Yeah.
you had
Team 1 was south
yeah, like jungle, like Paycom.
Paycom. Yeah.
Yeah. Team 3 was like the desert
Okay.
guys. And then like
But it was more like environmental. It wasn't.
it's like AO
Yeah.
specific.
Yeah, okay.
And then when Admiral Olson, who basically, I don't know if he came up with this, but it was called NSW 21. It was basically like moving into the 21st.
21.
Force 21. They basically they changed the way the teams deployed, because before it would just be piecemeal, like, oh, we're just in a couple platoons from Team 5, or you guys are going to go to Guam, and then you're going to do J sets from there. And then,
But the whole team would always stay in Coronado.
yeah, the whole team would stay there. So, like, if you were a CO of a team, like, you would do 2 platoons, maybe 3 platoons.
Yeah.
And then you would never fucking deploy again. Unless you were specialized enough to go to, like, a unit, or, they had some other specialized things to where you're like, okay, you're going to go work on a staff for some fucking admiral in the Atlantic Fleet or some bullshit. But, yeah, I mean, team guys used to, like, upper echelon team guys, you're like, well, dude, these dudes aren't deploying anymore unless you went to Dam Neck, or unless you went to like JSOC or McDill or some of these other places where you're going to be working specifically for the Army or for
JSOC.
for special SOCOM.
Yeah, right.
And then they changed it to where the whole team would deploy. So no more area of operations. There was just a cycle of places around the world that we had to cover down. So the teams are no longer specializing in like jungle warfare, desert warfare, whatever. Like guys are just ready to go with.
Yeah.
I mean, the theater was like desert warfare, so everybody got proficient in that.
Yeah.
But then the whole team would deploy at one time and then cover down on whatever's going on in the world, and then the whole team would come back. So it really changed our structure quite a bit.
I wish SF would go that way. They're never going to do it though. Like you get. I'm telling you stuff you already know, but like they, 7th group's got South America, 3rd group's got Africa.
That's how the SEAL teams used to be.
That's how it used to be.
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like. And then
we know surprisingly little about the Army side. So
yeah. So I mean, I won't go into it because who gives a fuck. But like, it's just there's a lot of things about SF, in my opinion, for whatever that's worth, that are fairly outdated, because a lot of it was sort of deeply rooted in Cold War era stuff, shall we say, as well as the Vietnam War. And that model just has never, no one's willing to revisit it or even have a conversation about it.
It doesn't seem like the Army likes to change doctrine very often.
No, they don't. I mean, I can only speak for SF, but we don't have to talk about this that much, but like the language stuff, man, in SF is and I'm sure people are going to like light me up in the comments for this. Biggest fucking...
What comments? Nobody watches these.
Biggest fucking waste of time.
Really?
It is absolutely useless unless you're a native speaker to begin with. I've never, there's a bunch of dudes that are in 7th group that are native speakers. And so when they go to South America, they're great.
Yeah.
But like I did a JSET in Bulgaria and like with the Guard when I was in 20th group, like nobody fucking spoke Bulgarian. And guess what? We did fine. We did great.
Yeah.
We did fine.
Oh, it's
like,
fucking Eastern Europe. Like everybody speaks English.
or like
Well,
we had like
sort of.
enough. We had like one guy who was absolutely fluent and like 3 other guys who could understand. Like it was fine.
Yeah.
We figured it out.
Get a
it was
fucking interpreter.
Or you get, dude, like this drives me up a wall. Every organization and agency that has to work overseas within the sort of special operations echelon, guess what they do? They hire a professional that speaks the fucking language. Right?
Yeah.
Just like outsource that.
Yeah.
Like stop putting in, and there's all this sort of second or third order effects of like, instead of doing solid training, you're wasting guys' time. And by the way, money and resources, having them sit down and do a fucking language test.
Dude, they tried that with us. I don't know if this is still how they're doing it, but there was a time where they had like, it was like 3 months, I think, where they tried to teach us Farsi, and it was like 3 to 4 hours a day.
Yeah.
For like 3 months.
Well, dudes are coming
I
out of
remember a fucking
SQT going
thing
to
about
fucking
it.
language schools too.
Yeah. I mean, if you're into it, like Dirty, he loves languages and he's good at it.
Yeah.
So that makes sense for him. I can barely order off Taco Bell menu, bro. I'm just never gonna learn it. You know, I'm just never gonna do it.
Yo, Caro Taco Bell.
And I don't fucking care
I
either.
took Spanish my entire life. I cannot speak Spanish.
¿Qué?
Hola, ¿cómo estás? I remember one time I tried to order. I was like,
Enchiladas with sauce?
Me gustaría taco, por favor. And I got made fun of, and I just was like, all right, I'll never speak in Spanish again. Fuck this.
Yeah.
And that's the
My
easiest language.
whole family speaks Spanish. Like my wife is
Okay.
Mexican descent. All 3 of my kids went to a Spanish immersion school.
Yeah.
They all speak
That's
Spanish
awesome.
fluently.
Good for them.
My mother-in-law doesn't speak a
Word of English.
a bit of fucking English, and I'm
The gringo.
sitting here going, okay, I'm listening for fucking,
Kevin.
yeah. I'm listening for fucking,
Puto.
what's the fucking, cabron or,
How do you say Sasquatch in Spanish?
Can you understand it at all now?
Yeah. And it's funny too because I did some filming down in Colombia.
Yeah.
And it does come back like hearing enough of it. You start obviously you understand a lot, but it's hard to fucking talk. And I think most of it is just you feel self-conscious about saying shit wrong.
Well, because you're thinking about how you talk to yourself in English, and then you have to translate. If you're not absolutely fluent, you start translating what you want to say in English into Spanish, and it just slows you down.
Yeah.
It's a whole thing,
And dude, down there. Fuck, dude.
Fast.
Colombians speak fast, bro, and it's like you're like, what? and the language is just different enough from like Mexican Spanish,
Yeah.
Which you're like I remember a couple of the drivers. I would be like, "Gracias, amigo." And like, oh, we don't say amigo, we say hermano. I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like different. It's like New York versus California.
Yeah.
Different. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what we're kind of jaded down here too, because Nogales is like dirty fucking Spanish.
Yeah.
It's just like very slangy.
yeah, for sure.
So you lucked out. You skipped the whole fucking Charlie thing at battalion, and you went through SFAS. What was that like?
It's a really interesting question. First of all, I should have never been there. Let's just start with that. Like, I go back and forth between whether or not the 18 X-ray program should even exist. And depending on the day, I'll tell you, like, it should be there. And then other days, I'm like, it shouldn't be there. But I was like a fish out of water, man.
Wait, what's an 18 X-ray?
18 X-ray is the contract that allows you to go straight through to SF, to selection.
Okay.
And so got through basic, went to Airborne. Funny Airborne story, actually. Fuck. This is like classic private shit.
So, dude, you must have been how long were you in fucking Benning for? Like 2 years?
So I got there when the fuck did I get there? Because I was in Airborne School in the summer.
Basic 16 weeks.
January. So I was at Benning between January, about 6 months. And then I got to Bragg, I think in September.
Oh. You were only there for like 6 months?
I went through basic, and then it's like, you're like, no. You graduate from basic, and then like everyone kind of disperses, but all the airborne kids go to airborne holdover. It was just kind of like weird because you're still on Sand Hill,
Party town.
but you're like technically not in basic training. Like you're real now.
Yeah.
And so you kind of wait there for a while, and then we went and they bussed us over to the Airborne School. go to the Airborne School, and then I can't remember. I think it's like a 3-week course or 2. I can't remember. It's a 2-week course or something.
Airborne?
Yeah.
These 3.
Yeah, it's like 3.
Trust
So-
me, I had to go twice. It's 3 fucking weeks. Yeah.
Me too. Yeah. So I was doing flutter kicks and got bit by a brown recluse.
Ooh, shit.
And so I missed a day of training, and they're like, "All right, well, you're gonna roll over to the next class because you can't miss. God forbid you miss a single day of falling out of
What
fucking
what
airplane."
fucking week was it? Like Tower Week or some
yeah,
shit?
something like that. Like I don't remember.
Yeah, there's
But-
like Ground Week, Tower Week, and Air Week or some shit,
Yeah.
or Jump Week. And
Yes. Yeah.
it is fucking the
It's so
dumbest shit.
so
You're
dumb.
like, what the fuck is Ground Week? You're like, oh, you're going to do all these PLFs in the sawdust pits.
Yeah.
And you're like,
Yay.
It's all mostly tradition too. Like the Army's, I'm sure the Navy's the same way, but they're obsessed with tradition. They're like, this
Yeah.
is how we have been teaching paratroopers since World War II.
yeah.
Which I don't know if that's
My
true.
dad was fucking floored when he came down there to pin my fucking wings on me, and he found out that there were chicks going through Airborne. He's like, what?
Yeah.
You let women in this? What the fuck? I'm like, yeah, Dad, it doesn't take a lot of fucking sense to fucking fall out of a fucking plane.
We had a hot nutritionist in my class. I was
Yeah.
like, why the fuck is a nutritionist?
A
going to
nutritionist?
yeah. She was like, because I'm going to an airborne unit. You have to be airborne qualified. I'm like,
Yeah, that's
when
the
you
dumbest
when we
shit.
jump into Normandy with a nutritionist, makes no fucking sense.
Don't
Yeah.
forget your snacks.
Everybody
Yeah.
hydrate!
Passing out electrolyte packets.
Yeah.
Here you
So
go.
you got rolled. You got
So
rolled
I got
for
rolled, but I'll never forget. So my first like Army tattoo, you're in basic training. I was like, oh, I'm gonna get this tattoo. I'm gonna get like infantry in Old English and like a barcode. Like
You get dog tags.
yes, yeah, stupid shit. So I got my Spartan fucking tattoo when I was in Airborne School, and so I'm in front of
like
the,
you haven't even graduated yet.
so I graduated basic, and in my defense.
No, but I mean you hadn't graduated Airborne School.
No, so this is So they in the beginning when they in-brief you, they're like, "Hey, like no fucking tattoos while you're here." I was like, "No one will notice." And so I go into Vietnam, get my all like half sleeve fucking tattoo, and I'm getting rolled, and I'm in the fucking Airborne, cadre whatever office, and I'm standing at parade rest, and he kind of looks at my arm, and he's like, "Is that a fresh tattoo?" And I was like, Roger, Sergeant.
No, I just heal slow.
Dude, I was like, I started sweating too because like I was terrified I would lose my 18X.
Where was it at?
It's right here.
Oh.
So it came to like, I thought like my sleeve, and when I was getting the tattoo, I was like, hey man, make sure you don't like come beyond here because I have to hide it. And he's like, yeah, but it would look cool if it was here. And I was like, all right, sure. Like,
Yeah, you're right.
I'm such a little bitch. I was like, yeah, whatever you say, sure. And so he said, did you hear or did you not hear us tell you like no fucking tattoos?
Like they didn't tell us that.
And I was like, oh, I thought that was just sort of like what the fuck did I say? Like not guy. I thought that was like a recommendation. Is what I said. And he looked at me like, shut the fuck up, you idiot. So, anyways, he was like, I'm gonna kick you out of Airborne School. You're done. And immediately I was like, I remember distinctly being like, some version of like, no, you can't. He's like, the fuck, I can't, cocksucker. And so he opens his drawer and pulls out the Airborne manual, like the FM, the field manual and it was I believe at the time it was 104 pages. And he pushes it across the fucking, table, and he says, go in the day room and I want you to read every fucking word of this book, and then I'm going to test you. And I went and sat my ass down in a chair and read for like, I didn't move. I read from cover to cover the entire book.
Jesus Christ! And reading a field manual is like reading a goddamn
Dude,
telephone
I was
book.
like, I wanted that AT. I was so, because if he kicked me out of Airborne School, which is what he said he was going to do, I couldn't go to selection.
And you needs the Army.
It needs the Army. And I was like, holy fuck, here I am. I was supposed to go.
Hope you like working in the motor pool.
Yeah, seriously.
There you go, 101st.
Not
Yeah.
the mortars, dude.
God, yeah, exactly. But not for Ranger Battalion, for like a leg unit, like 3rd ID or some shit, 4th ID, whatever it is. So I read this thing cover to cover. I go back in, I hand it to him, and immediately he just like flips through it. And one of the first questions he asks me was, what are female soldiers allowed, like what bras are they allowed to wear in Airborne School? Because it says it in the FM. And I was like, fuck, I actually remember that. And I was like, it has to be a sports bra, black or white. And he was like, good. And he just flipped through, like asked me 10 questions. It was roughly 10, give or take. And I would say I answered at
How
least,
long is your penis?
Yeah.
I promise it's in here.
and I pulled it out. And I got to the end of it, and I was actually really proud of myself because I had done well. And then he like put it away, and he's like, all right, fuck off. And he didn't say whether or not I was in the next airborne class. And I remember calling my dad, and I was like, "Fuck, Dad! Like, I'm gonna go to a leg unit. Like, I just lost. Whatever." I told him I was freaking out. And sure as shit, we go down, and they're like, "Hey, when you call your name, like, go over to that side of the classroom, and you're gonna roll over." And I'm just sitting there, like, "Please." And they called my name, and I was like, "Oh my God, thank you, fucking God." So airborne, and then as soon as you're done with airborne, you literally graduate. And if you're going to Bragg, they just took us from that onto a bus, go to Bragg. And they drive you out to Bragg, get to the barracks, got there at like midnight or something, and a bunch of like E5s and E6s that had gotten kicked out of the Q course and waiting for orders were there and received us, and immediately just started telling us like horror stories of selection. You got to remember too, I'm an E2.
I wonder if that's on purpose. They have the guys who didn't make it.
Maybe
the people who are coming in.
I don't. They're like out of training.
Like telling you all these fucking horror stories and shit.
Yeah, and that's what it's literally.
Don't chew gum in formation. We're like, what?
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here.
And so I get and
They
like
said don't get tattoos either. Fuck you, buddy. Give me some gum.
so I had this E6 checking me in. You know, like CIB, been in combat, airborne, air assault, and he didn't make it. And I'm an E2. I just got done with basic training in airborne. I'm 19. I probably weigh like $170. Like I was like, I was like a little baby. And and he just said, and he wasn't a dick about it. He was just like, "There's no way you're gonna make it, man." I just got back from selection, and I actually got I've been to Iraq a bunch of times, combat, leadership position, squad leader, team leader, all this, stuff. And he was just, I don't know what he was trying to do, but he was just like, "There's no way you're going to make it, bro."
He was probably telling himself more than you.
Probably. Yeah. And I just sort of had this, I don't know, thing in my head of like, I'm not going to quit. And, if they kick me out, they kick me out. And it is what it is. And that's fine. And I'll go do something else.
Yeah, simple.
Yeah. And
so what would happen? Would you have the opportunity to go back to Ranger or some shit to like fall back on some shit like that?
So like there was I remember a few guys in SUT, they'd gotten in the pipeline, they were in the Q course, didn't make it for whatever reason, and they gave them the opportunity to go to Ranger Battalion. Looking back though, it's not so secret. I kind of wish I would have just gone to Ranger Battalion. Every guy I know and have worked with since that had gone to Ranger Battalion, they're just as squared away as every fucking SF and SEAL guy I ever worked with. They're just like, when you go to Ranger Battalion, at least so far as I can tell, the product that they make when guys come out, even if it's like 4 years, those guys are fucking goofy, but they're professional as fuck. They're squared away, like very, very, very squared away. And whereas like SF guys, it's hit or miss. Like at least when I got on the outside and I was doing other stuff and I was working within the community, but you kind of had a cornucopia of different backgrounds. It was like with SF guys, you'd find like super squared away SF dudes and then like really not squared away SF guys.
Yeah, team guys are the same way.
Team guys are the same way.
Yeah.
And then for some reason, like 9 out of 10 Ranger dudes, like they're always just fucking hard charging.
Because they paid the price in sweat.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and this thing I love about Ranger Battalion too is they have standards, and it doesn't matter if you've been in Ranger Battalion for 6 years. If you don't meet the standard, you're out.
Yeah, I never got to work with Rangers when I was in, but I've learned a lot from the podcast and having your buddy John Wechter a few times. I learned so much about how that shit operates. I'm like, I would never want to go there.
Wait, didn't he get kicked out of Ranger Battalion?
Yeah.
But I'm like, dude, the standards not just the standards that they hold, but like the way that they enforce them through like that peer pressure and just getting fucked over by your peer group all the time.
It's awful.
Like,
it sucks. But like, it's like
but it works, though.
I hate to put it this way, but it's like kind of like creating a fucking diamond in the rough. Like you get beat up by the elements, and the product that you get when you come out is just this fucking. And there's a reason why CAG, like most of the guys that go to CAG, come from Ranger Battalion. And like the thing about it too, when I was in the Q course, if a dude came from Ranger Battalion, even if he wasn't necessarily infantry, you knew he was gonna make. Like he was just like he could sleep through the whole fucking Q course. It was a breeze. Wow. He's just like, oh, I've like been there, done that. Like this is like fucking business as usual for me. So, anyways, that's a whole separate story.
Do you think going through as an X-ray, going literally right in as an E2, you think it was easier than maybe if you waited? Because before you had to be like an E5 before you could even go to the Q course, right?
I don't even know. E4, E5,
You had to be
like
an E5 with 5 years time in service.
Yeah.
And it changes. Like so they used to call it the SF Baby program during the Vietnam War because it was the original 18 X-ray program, and then they got rid of it, and then they brought it back, I believe, as GWAT started ramping up.
Was it like the mid 2000s? I think they brought it back.
Yeah,
because we had some Green Berets that were kind of not working with us, but we were supposed to do some ops with them in Djibouti.
Yeah.
And very like this is before the X-ray program. And what a difference, bro. Like I met, like just meeting you and then met some other Green Berets recently. And they're fucking like young dudes, like hard chargers.
Yeah.
That was not the experience I had with working with Green Berets there. It was like, I think the average age of our platoon was probably like 25.
Yeah.
You know, including our O's. And the average age of their team was like
30s,
38.
Yeah.
You know, it looked like putting body armor on our dads. Like that's what it looked like, bro. And they were not. I don't want to talk. This is not indicative of the whole.
Yeah,
army,
it's an isolated situation.
Yeah, and there are definitely some SEAL platoons that roll in like are bags of fucking shit too. So it's not, but just my experience working with that, I was like, wow, there's a really big difference between what I was expecting with the Green Berets and then that type of thing.
Right.
But when I heard about the X-ray program coming in later, I was like excited about that.
So like the arguments that a lot of people make, if you're going to argue that the 18 X-ray program is a net positive, is that you're getting the hungriest, most motivated guys who don't want to fuck around in the regular army.
Right.
And
these were not those guys.
And I wouldn't say always,
hungry,
but
they were hungry. Yeah.
very, very.
Speaking of hungry, beef crisp.
That was a good ad drop. Man. That was awesome. It's like you did this for a living.
He's just hungry.
Yeah,
I am kind of.
But the case that a lot of guys make is like you get some really smart guys with interesting or unique backgrounds, and they bring certain personalities and skill sets that the ODA needs.
Yeah.
Like guys that we had a guy who, graduated from Georgetown. We had a bunch of different guys with a bunch, and it's kind of weird. So every 18 X-ray, not all created equal. And what I mean by that is my roommate went to JMU. He played football, and he was in the Guard. He was an infantryman in the Guard, did a deployment in Afghanistan. And then when he graduated, he technically, I'm pretty sure, he got an 18 X-ray contract. Right, so technically he's an 18 X-ray, but like no one really thought of him as that because he was prior service, right? So there's like different ways of getting guys into the Q course with the 18 X-ray contract. I was not that. I was literally like fucking the retard from Wyoming, Connecticut.
Well, I think it makes sense too because I don't know much about the Green Beret role other than what I've read, and heard a few times. But from what I do understand, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, but it seems like a lot of that role is like the foreign internal defense, where you're being a
diplomat.
You're training other units, a force multiplier going
train
and
the
doing
trainer.
stuff. Yeah, which is not really. I mean, we technically on paper have the capability of doing that. But it's not our forte, and we fucking hate doing it.
Yeah,
but I think that role that you guys are good at and specialize in does require a little more
nuance.
Yeah, a little more nuance, a little more maturity.
I think that's where the anchoring too in the language
is supposed to be.
Yeah.
The problem is it just like never. And then the problem with the language, even if like let's say you're going to Africa, right, and you know French. Guess what, motherfucker? Not everybody in Africa speaks French.
Yeah.
And so you're very often going to go to a place where no one on your team speaks the language. And that happens.
Even in like northern Africa, it's very muddled. Like you go to Morocco and like you may speak French, but even in places that are French Moroccan, they speak
dialect.
They speak
different.
Weird, like they speak like this muddled
Pig French.
Arabic
and
French.
The problem
conglomeration.
And the problem that arises too is let's say even if you do speak French well, right? And you're going to some isolated area, and let's say even they speak some dialect of French. There are certain words that mean certain things based on where you are in that area. And you may offend somebody very quickly because you don't realize that by using this specific word in this specific sentence, that it's basically, it's like saying fuck you or whatever.
No.
Whereas like, so when we go to Afghanistan, none of us spoke Pashtun. Mm-hmm. And so we hired some chick from actually Southern California. Shout out Sahar's Total Smoke Show. And she grew up in a first generation Afghan Pashtun home in Southern California. What's funny, she looked like Hispanic. Like she looked like she was going to like cut you, but she was Afghan. And she looked
like a cholo chick.
Yeah, she did. She really did. And,
what a fool!
But like she understood. Even though she didn't grow up in that environment, she didn't, right? She grew up in it in sort of an isolated way in the United States. But when we get to Afghanistan, like she understands all that nuance, and it was critical for us in our mission to know, like, because she would say, "Hey, he said this, but what he meant was this." And so if we had a guy who spoke Pashtun who didn't understand those insights, we could have gotten into like huge trouble, right? So, and that's my whole like thing with the language, and so fuck that. I hate it's such a waste of time.
I agree.
18 X-ray though, yeah. So I was almost always, not always, the war baby. So I was always the youngest dude in the class. And I had, honestly, like, I went into it thinking there's just no way I'm going to make it. Because you're seeing guys, like, you got to remember, this is 2008. And so we'd been in the wars for a while. And, like, these dudes are coming from 101st Ranger Battalion, 82nd Airborne. And they're fucking studs. They are soldiers. They've been downrange. They've been in it. And I was in high school like 30 seconds ago. And I was just like, I feel like such a pussy. And, but again, like, there's just like, I'm not going to quit thing. And so the one thing I will say that helped me a ton, I didn't realize it at the time, was they send you through what's called SOPSI, which I believe stands or stood for Special Operations Preparation Course. So you go to Camp McCall for 4 weeks, all the 18 X-rays, to get you ready for selection. And it's a combination of ruck, running, and then calisthenics, like bodyweight PT. They smoke your balls off. And then you do a class like land nav or like how to take care of your feet. And then you basically rest for the rest, from like 2 o'clock to dinner, you rest. The one benefit of that experience was not actually getting in shape or learning how to pack a ruck. It was getting to know Camp McCall. Because they would have us rucking on all the trails constantly.
And that's what the Q course
Camp
is?
McCall?
And then Camp McCall is in North Carolina. It's it's where all the SF does their Q course pipeline stuff.
Yeah,
that is handy, yeah.
So like you go to selection there, you go to SUT there. Robin Sage you start Robin Sage there and you spread out. But so like we're rucking on these trails. And then when we got to selection, part of selection is like you don't know how far you're gonna have to go ruck. So they'll say like, hey, here's your block of instruction. You're gonna go ruck until you die. Don't stop until the cones run out or you're like back at camp or whatever. And I would start rucking and be like, oh fuck, like I know exactly where I'm going because I've done this same trail a million times.
That's awesome.
So I could sort of measure like I know when to slow down or speed up or like, all right, I got 1 mile.
Get your pace on.
So I don't think they do it anymore, but the last thing you do in selection is we did a 30 miler. And it's on a designated hardball. And so you just like all night long, you're doing your 30 miler. And this is the end of team week, right? It's kind of like our hell week, if you will, I guess, for you guys. And I just remember doing the 30 miler. And towards the end of it, I thought I was going to die. I was exhausted. I was hallucinating this, that, and the other thing. And there was a moment where I realized I could orient myself. And I was like, oh shit, I got like 2 miles. And I knew my time was kind of like running out. And my feet were absolutely fucked.
Fucking hamburger.
Yeah. Just a hamburger,
way, dude.
And so remember when you're doing land nav, you got the Ranger beads or whatever. This sounds so gay. I distinctly remember taking those and putting them in my mouth and biting down, and I just ruck runned to the end because I wanted to finish.
That's awesome. Yeah.
And so I got into camp at like 2 a.m. And I think they shut it down and started picking dudes up on the road within like, I don't know, 45 minutes to an hour.
Wow.
And started busting dudes back.
And if you don't make it, you're
I
out,
don't
right?
know.
Or?
Yeah, I don't know actually. Back then, I think they were like if you had done well enough in all the other categories and you just like didn't happen to finish, as long as you didn't quit.
Yeah.
Do you know the pace or like how long that would? So 30 miles and how long that is, and like what their average pace
The
is.
standard is a 12-minute mile.
Yeah.
So it's like a brisk walk.
Yeah, it's like you're kind of like
booking
charging.
though, yeah.
And then typically you'll kind of do like the light pole method. So it's like run from one light pole to another,
Walk.
and then walk the next one, and then run from one to the other.
Yeah.
like walk fast on your downhills and like step it out on your uphills.
Yeah.
But it's so funny, and you guys, I'm sure, have had these situations when you were in train or whatever. I don't know why, but for some dumbass reason, they don't believe in like snacking when you're doing this kind of stuff. And for the 30 miler, I remember they said to us, "Hey, if you want, you can rat fucking MRE and like put snacks in your pockets." But up until that point, I was never allowed to like snack on a ruck. So halfway through, I hadn't eaten anything. I was just drinking water. And I was going downhill fat. Like, I just remember just being like fucking like a sleepy baby. And I had combos, you know, like the pretzel combos in my pocket. And I remember just being like, fuck it. Like, they can't hurt. And the minute that combo, my enzymes like touched it on my tongue, I felt like fucking Popeye. I was like, ew, like, I'm back. And I like I've never in my life felt energy just like, like right into the veins.
That's
and
funny.
then I just like, I started going again. And then from then on, I was like, oh, snacking like works really well. Lesson learned.
This is science.
Yeah.
That is pretty funny.
That's awesome.
But there were moments where you like
Fucking
stop
Popeye
and like,
with his spinach.
dudes fall asleep. Like you sit down to rest, and it's just like, I mean, it's like any of those, you know, pipeline things. You just like, I mean, Hell Week. I'm sure you guys are like falling asleep in the boats and shit, right?
Yeah.
This is the same
Oh,
thing.
I've heard some funny ass stories.
Dudes falling over. Did you ever have a guy like fall overboard or anything?
Oh yeah.
All
Yeah.
the time.
Yeah.
That wakes you up though.
Yeah. I don't like cold water that you back in the fight, dude.
Like, you hear that shit, you're like, yep, somebody fell overboard.
It's just gurgling.
There's a funny little exercise they have in Hell Week. This is towards the end where like after like Wednesday, you'll still fuck. There's still evolutions to do, but your main job as an instructor is pretty much to like just keep them awake and not not die.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So one of the evolutions you have, and each evolution is only like 30 minutes to 45 minutes, something like that, and then you run them to somewhere else, and it's all busy. But one of the evolutions you have is you've got like a guy sitting next to you, and you're standing. I'll try to stay in frame here. So you're standing like this, and you got your paddle, and the other guy's got his paddle over your fucking head, and you're
hitting each other,
and you're just like, you don't want to. You don't. If you fall asleep, you hit the guy on the head, and then he fucking whacks you. So it's just like fuck games. You know?
That's awesome.
You want to take a quick break?
Yeah, perfect timing. Banging.
Wipers!
Back, got to drain the lizards. Got to eat some beef crisp.
Hope you guys are having a good time on your side
Yeah.
too.
What do you think? Shit's pretty fucking bomb, huh?
The cool thing about these that I've never seen before, and I'm not just saying this because they work with you guys, but like I've never seen beef jerky that they're like chips.
Yeah, it's not even like beef jerky.
It like has like a texture like jerky, but it just tastes like eating like a potato chip almost.
Yeah.
Texture wise, I should say.
Yeah. So also we forgot to mention this when we first plugged them, but if anybody wants them, use code LibertyRisk at checkout
For these?
10%. I still got to check with
Is it
Alex.
10%?
I don't know. I haven't talked with Alex about it yet.
He's gonna be like, no, you don't get anything.
It's like nothing. Well, I don't know. You may or may not get a discount code, but it's still good. Try it out. See if it works.
It's worth a shot.
Yeah.
I know I'm going to fucking use it.
What?
I said I should just order some right now and see if it works.
Oh, well, I haven't asked
do
him
it
about
later.
it, so it's definitely not set up yet.
By the
No,
time
but
the
I mean,
episode's
he
out-
sent us some of this stuff, so maybe he set it up.
If he did it on his own. I didn't ask him to.
Either way,
Yeah.
I'll email
Give
him
it-
because
give
I
it a
want
shot.
more.
Yeah.
I want a fucking pallet of these things here.
I know, right? Like,
Yeah.
once the sponsorship runs out, I'm still going to buy some.
Yeah.
Dude, the calorie to protein ratio is clutch.
Yeah. It's good.
120 calories for 23 grams of protein.
The crazy thing is, too, like, I usually avoid beef jerky because there's so much sugar in it. There's no sugar in these.
no,
It's
yeah.
beef and salt.
Yeah.
I also hate the shit that like leaves your fingers sticky, and it's
Yeah.
just kind of like it's moist.
It's like a
and no one likes that
teriyaki.
word moist.
Yeah, it's like a teriyaki
Moist.
dessert. kind of
Yeah.
thing.
The worst the thing about jerky is when you buy it in airports because you want like a healthy snacky snack, and you go to open that thing and it smells immediately like you just shit your pants.
Or like cat food.
Yeah, and like
Yeah.
everyone, and I just feel so guilty. And
Yeah.
I'm just like, oh, I'm so
Sorry.
You feel all
Everybody-
these eyes on you.
Yeah.
Like, did you just shit your pants or did you just open a bag of beef jerky? You're like,
And then you get this
both.
nasty shit stuck in your teeth on the flight on the way there.
Yeah. Yeah, you have like a big fucking wad of shit. You're like,
Perfect.
Jesus.
You're using the emergency exit pamphlet to like pull it out of your teeth. That like 6-year-olds and Middle Easterns have like finger fucked.
Oh yeah. Oh god.
Dude, my kids love those. They take them out of the planes and just like lick
Yeah,
'em.
see,
Yep.
exactly. Point proven.
That's just what they do.
All right, so we're back. You're wrapping up SFAS, and somehow your E2S made selection.
Yeah,
So now you're balls deep in the Q course.
Yeah. So last sort of a note that I kind of feel bad about a little bit. When I went through selection, it was that time of history where they so desperately needed 18 series guys that they were like changing the standards. And I think
What year was this?
This was 2008. 2000. Yeah. So fall 2008.
So here's another weird question for you, because I remember in 08, 09, my platoon was in Basra, and I used to fly up to whatever air base. I think it was like Talil Air Base. And I was the pay agent for my group. I'd have to go up there to dispersing and get a grip of fucking cash.
Yeah.
And I always stay. There was an A team up there that I would stay with.
Okay.
And they had one dude that was an X-ray.
Yeah.
And he was really young. And they would kind of fucking clown on him.
Yeah,
they would
of
call him
course.
like baby or some shit.
Yeah.
Like he had a young, but yeah. Do you know when they restarted that X-ray
I think
program?
it was the early 2000s.
Yeah, because
during
I had
July.
it. I had it in my basic training, and it was brand new then, and I went through in 05.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I'd probably say early 05 is when they started it.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it was kind of funny because I remember even being, not to go backwards, but I remember being in basic training, a bunch of dudes in my platoon, the older guys. When I say older, they were probably
Mid-20s.
like mid-20s, like low 30s. There were a few guys that were admittedly pretty mature, and they went to the same drill sergeant that got me my 18 X-ray contract, and they're like, "Hey, drill sergeant, like we want an 18 X-ray contract too." And he was like, "Get the fuck out! Like fuck you, fuck your face, get the fuck out of here."
Beat it, stupid.
And I don't know why. Like I don't know if they didn't maybe like hit the PT standard or GT. I don't know. They were good, and I kind of felt guilty, but also I felt this sense of like, yeah, I'm better than you, motherfucker. But yeah, so I got through selection somehow. I fucking flopped on this. Do you know what the STAR course is?
No. And how many weeks is selection? We literally don't know shit about fuck.
So at the true. I think it's a month now, but when I went through it was 21 days. So they like compressed everything
Yeah.
down. So it was like
No weekends? Just
no,
straight through?
you go out there and you're locked out there.
Okay.
And they start like the first day when it like kicks
like
off.
an island.
Yeah. It's not like Buds where you motherfuckers get weekends off. Had
Yeah.
I known about weekends
On
off,
Coronado.
I would just go. Yeah, we were driving. It's only the second time I
Some
was
people
in,
get in trouble though, dude.
Yeah, like fuck
Yeah,
it.
true. Yeah,
Just make it to Friday. You're
yeah,
good.
Yeah, exactly. So it's if I remember this right, the initial week-ish, first 5 days is like log PT. You start with log PT, rifle PT, and the idea behind that is like we're gonna smoke your balls off. And if you're a pussy, you're just going to quit. So you get rid of some guys that way.
Right.
And then it's a bunch of like runs, rucks, sort of like physical, like that kind of stuff. And then they do some like, I don't know, like brain games where they give you an issue where they're like, hey, you have an ammo can and you have to like move from this place to this place. But they give you rules. It was really fucking. I just sat there with like an ammo can until the time ran out and I put it down. It's like I don't fucking know what I'm doing.
That's with like the wagon and one wheel and that kind of fucking shit.
Yeah. Well, and then that's team, right? That's team. So then you do like a big land nav, and it culminates in the STAR course, which they'll wake you up at like 2 a.m. is when you start ish, give or take, and you have to find. It's not always like a literal star, but I think it's 5 points. But you're all over the map, and I did. It's not that I was bad at land navigation. I don't know what happened that day, but I just did. I found 1 point, which I was like, "There's no way I'm getting selected."
And how many
Five.
points? You're supposed to get
have
5 a day?
And I made it. And if you're in SF and you're listening to this, we've all been through this, or most of us have. There's like a scuba road where you're moving through, and you've got to cross a swamp. And
I just saw a meme about this the
Yes,
other day.
yeah,
It's the only
yeah,
way I
yeah.
know about
Yeah.
Scuba Road.
And there's like all these funny stories about like should you or should you not get butt ass naked for Scuba Road. But you literally cross like a chest deep swamp in order to get to the other side to get to a point.
See, the meme makes so much more sense now
Yes,
because I
right.
thought it was a fucking road. I'm like, what are people talking about getting naked
No,
to go
yeah.
across a road?
It's like the one
I just thought it
place
was kinky or something.
Yeah, it's the It is kinky because you see guys like coming out on the other side and they're butt ass naked with like their boots on, and they get dressed again. And but that was the one point I found. So I like got across Scuba Road, found my point, and I knew I was like, I've been doing this for 7 hours and I found one point. There's no way I'm getting selected. There's no way I have time to go find another point. And so I sort of like slowly started to head back, trying to find another point, but I knew I was also kind of generally going in the direction of like where base camp was. And then they called it and I was like, all right, I'm just going to go home now. But getting to the end, that was the thing, is like I'd made it all the way through. I thought I did fairly well. I was confident during team week, but that star, and the only reason I bring it up, and this is what kills me, is I had a friend who I convinced to join the Army. So I was like, bro, if I can make it, you could definitely make it. Went 18 X-ray. And he got like 3 of 5 points during the STAR course. Non-select. Didn't get selected.
Interesting.
Got kicked to the 82nd Airborne.
Is it a cumulative point structure?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
I don't know. And it could be like, well, he did really well, and for some reason he was weak. But I do remember once I got picked up,
This guy's got a shitty attitude.
Yeah, it could be.
That can be part of
It's
it.
because he went naked on Scuba Road. They're like,
Yeah.
all right, this motherfucker.
Yeah, right.
Hell yeah, brother.
Look at the size of that hog. Wait, is that moss all
Bending
over that
over to
fucking
pull my
thing?
ACUs back on.
All sexy. Like,
They said to me, they had this whole like way of measuring how you did during selection, and after I got picked up, they like show it to me, and all I remember is he was like, "You're fine. You're like average everywhere, but your land nav sucks." And I was like, "Oh, I know it does."
but your mustache looks good.
But yeah.
Yeah.
And but I do remember him saying something to the effect of like, "Look, man, when you go to SUT, if you don't crush the land nav out there, because you have to do a whole other
What's SUT?
small unit tactics."
Oh, okay.
It's like you guys is SQT.
Yeah.
Right?
Sounds about right.
SEAL
It's like-
qualification training.
It's like fake Ranger School, basically. That's SUT for us.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
mini fake Ranger School, but at Camp McCall.
SQT for us is like a mini workup in
It's
the
like
platoon.
so it's not SQ2. What's the one where you guys learn like small unit tactics?
Well, you
That's
kinda,
third phase of buds.
Okay.
Yeah, but buds, you don't really learn a lot in buds. It's just like, is this guy safe and is he relatively tough?
Yeah.
You do that, and then SQT is like they're not concerned about that anymore. They just try to teach you as much as possible.
Yeah.
So you when
So
when
maybe
you
it
get
is.
in a platoon, you're actually like not a super
retard.
liability.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's like mini blocks of everything. So
right.
we do like cold weather training, radios.
When did you guys
know,
do like small unit, like land navigation, moving into formation?
You get
third
hitting
phase? Third phase. of
Yeah,
buds.
you get a basic intro to it, but I mean, it's literally like point your gun that way, not that way.
Yeah.
I mean, that's literally the brief.
But it's weird too, because honestly, once you get to a platoon, we don't really do a whole lot of fucking land nav after
No,
that.
you guys
Yeah.
aren't known for land nav. Trust me.
Yeah.
The Army knows that.
fair.
Yeah.
Fair.
Yeah.
We'll tell you where to go, and then you guys just do all your like force of fire.
Yeah. We're like, hey,
Get the
we're,
saw-
I mean,
get the
we'll
saws
do
out.
land. We'll do our land warfare block of training during our workup.
Sure.
And I mean, you do have to fucking have an idea of like where to, because we'll patrol to areas or like we'll do our FTX week where
Yeah.
you're hitting targets and shit. You have to be somewhat smart about how to, but it's in the fucking desert.
And
Right.
you got your point man running it with your OSC.
Those
So like I was just a
skills
60 gunner most of my time, so I'm just in the
Yeah.
middle. I'm just like dunk, dunk, dunk,
you're on
dunk,
the
dunk.
fucking desert treadmill. You're
Yeah.
just like walking with your fucking head down. You're like, fuck
I don't
this
give a
thing.
shit. I'm just carrying heavy stuff.
Like,
That's
God
it.
forbid you ever get separated.
And
'cause-
that's well, so in SUT, what they'll do is like, because it's the same experience we go through, but you are, regardless of whether or not you're the compass man or the whatever, you are supposed to know where you're at all times.
That's
Yeah.
the expectation too.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And so like
well, because we do SR too. We do like our reconnaissance
Yeah,
training
special reconnaissance,
after our land warfare stuff.
Sure.
And that's when they started getting to the point where like they would break us up. Because they've seen this in the past, and they're like, "Dude, these motherfuckers are literally. Some of these motherfuckers have no fucking idea where
cruise
they're
control,
at."
yeah.
So they started basically springing this E&E
Oh,
problem
the E&E
on
thing,
us.
that's right. Yeah.
And literally, the first time they were doing that shit, there would be
pretty
dudes
funny.
that were just lost.
Yeah, of course.
In
Straight
the-
up
and so you keep
explosion
dudes in
pattern.
pairs, but there'd be, you put two new guys or two 60 gunners together, and they're like, oh, oh my God, like, what the fuck? And dudes are literally like
Lost
just
in the sauce.
fucking lost,
Yeah.
walking around out in fucking Fort Lewis, Washington, going,
Yeah.
oh my fucking God.
Yeah.
Like,
That's a really good way of testing whether guys
Yeah.
know where they're at. It's
Yeah.
hilarious.
Yeah.
I figured they were going to throw that in there at some point for you guys.
I'm technically supposed to know this, but
because they would ask us, like in our select, they're like, "You come here," and they're like, "Here's the fucking map. Where are you?" And if you weren't within 8 digits, you're
oh my
fucked.
God,
Yeah.
Or they would pick the most retarded guy and then make him point, and the guy that can only get you in a grid square.
Yeah.
dude, I have a funny
4-digit grid? You're like, no, bitch. I need at least a fucking 6 or 8.
I don't need you pointing out L.A.
Yeah.
pretty sure I'm in
1,000-meter
Nyland.
fucking grid square.
dude.
Like,
Okay, so this wasn't SUT. This was SOPSI leading to selection. The last week of SOPSI that we do land navigation. And the rule is like, and the whole time, right, you're very early on in this whole training, whatever, where you're not even technically in the pipeline yet. So any minor mistake, you're fucking out, right? They're just going to, you're like, any excuse they have. I saw some dude who had a shaving profile. He was the best runner in our entire fucking whatever company. And it was a black dude. So he had this shaving because his skin got all irritated.
got the bumps.
Yeah. And that's what it was.
Yeah.
And
So profile for
yes.
the listeners, it's like your for the
Medical
Navy.
excuse.
We call it a chit.
Yeah.
Like you have a no shave chit.
Right.
If you have a profile, it means like you're light limited
Exempt.
duty
It's
or
like,
you're
like
exempt
a
from
doctor's note.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah,
Yes,
you're
yes,
exempt from
exactly.
a rule or
Yeah.
a standard.
And so he had a shaving profile, and they pulled him out and pulled out his shaving profile, and it was like his facial hair was allowed to be 1/3 of an inch. And they kind of looked at him and they're like, that looks like 2/3 of an inch. And then one of the cadre looked at the other guy and said, yo, what the fuck should we do with this guy? And he just looked him up and down and he said, fucking get him out of here. Like, he's done.
Wow.
It's like that was the standard that was set. So they were just like,
That's because he was black.
probably. He was fast as fuck, though.
That is some fucked
I
up
felt
shit.
terrible too because he was squared away and he was super fat. And anyways, neither here nor there. But we're doing land nav in SOPSI, and they're like, "Hey, this is an individual event. Do not help or talk to anybody." And so, I'm got my compass and map, and I'm going. And there's this kid. We're trying to find this point. And he's just doing like loop-de-loops. And finally, he's like, "Hey, man, like, we kind of look left, look right, like one of these." And he's like, "Can you help me out?" Like, I don't know where I'm at. And I'm, like I said, 19, private, E2, fucking, they're going to kick me out for anything.
You just
So
ghosted him.
I'm like, no. So I'm like, fuck, like, I don't know. I felt like peer pressure, and I was too much of a pussy to be like, fuck you, and like run away. And so I go up there, and he's got his map, and I'm like, all right, man, check it out. Like, and he's holding his map here, and he had undone his situation and pulled out his entire genitalia, dick and balls. Just like right, so the map is here and his fucking junk is just like right in my face, and I'm like, and that's your dick. And I was like, you're right here, and just like took off.
Wait, why did he do that?
Because I think he was chafing, and so he just pulled it all. He like unbuttoned it, so it's still buttoned at the top, but then he opened up his fly, pulled it all out, and was just moving through the wood line.
And he didn't think to like, hey, I'm gonna clean this up before.
Yeah, no.
Pull the map closer to
It
the
was just
groin.
like,
He's like, you know what? Check this out right here.
that's what it was. It literally felt like he was fucking with me. Like he just pulled his dick
I was
and
gonna
balls.
say
It sounds
probably
right?
was what he was doing.
Yeah,
No,
he's
and
like, well, I got some time to kill.
so that was my fun.
Moron is here.
Yeah. So I got through selection, and then it's kind of weird. Back then, they did some useless courses like SF at CST, which is Special Forces Common Skills Training, which is like I couldn't even. It was like tying knots because we needed. It was basically a Boy Scout camp. We built rope bridges, and I'm like,
That's kind of fun.
if I'm building a rope bridge, like we're done.
Make
Like,
some forts,
Yeah.
some teepees while you're at it.
Right. Yeah. And then
Refrigerator box training.
That's a Coronado special.
what's that?
It's a joke about. Maybe you guys have this actually. This might be a fun side quest. So we have this term called frog hogs,
Okay.
which are chicks who like.
Oh, yeah,
and
I've heard of them,
Yeah,
yeah.
so the technical way to become a frog hog is you get 2 team guys. On your third one, you're a frog hog.
Okay.
And so there's this little group of what do they call it? Phantoms.
Phantoms.
And this has been going on for decades.
Oh, this
Like,
shit still baffles me.
back to the 80s, and it's a group of mostly women, I think, that call the quarterdeck. They'll call Nyland. I mean, these chicks have numbers that aren't even on any database anywhere. I mean, I've been standing to watch somewhere. I'm like in the fucking paint room or some shit. And they call. I'm like, how the fuck do you have the number to this fucking wild place? Yeah.
Yeah.
So somehow they have a Rolodex of all these wild numbers. And they'll just call. And what do they say, Kevin?
Hey, naughty.
Yeah. And so you just start chatting.
So you used to like stand quarterdeck watch and shit and be like, hey, Naval Special Warfare Center, you know, this is unsecured line, you know.
Yeah.
Petty Officer Kent speaking. Mm-hmm. Hey, naughty, what are you doing? You're like, what the fuck? Like,
what are you wearing?
Yeah.
Are they fucking with you guys, or they
love it. So this has been going on for generations.
This is why dudes become SEALs. Nobody was calling me to bang me. When I was
well, they're not even calling to bang. It's super weird. So then occasionally you'll hear a rumor of like somebody who actually goes and meets one out in town, but then it's always this weird.
Yeah.
Your cousin told a story about some guy in his class that had actually gone to meet one, but it was a weird thing. Like they were in a refrigerator box and he had to like stick his dick in the hole in the refrigerator box.
I'm like, you got sucked off by a dude.
Dude, yes. Sure. 100%.
Yeah.
So that's how the refrigerator box.
So there was literally when I was a third phase instructor, somebody was telling me this story, one of the students, and they were like, hey, yeah, tell Chief Kent, and I'm like, oh shit, all right, what happened? They're like, yeah, man, I was standing watch and one of the Phantoms called, and I go out and I wound up meeting them out in town, but they lived on, I think they lived in like Nashville City or some shit just across the bridge, and they were like, hey, I'm not going to answer the door, but when you come to the house, just come on in, and I'll be in the back room, and it's one of my fetishes. Like I want to suck you off through this fucking like a glory hole. And the dude was like, "Oh, that's fucking weird." He goes, "Okay, fuck it." And he's like, and so he literally goes to this house, and he just goes right in, sure as shit. And he's telling me this story. I'm like, "Dude, you got sucked off by a dude."
Yeah.
And all the other students, of course, were laughing their asses off and shit. And I was like, and they were like, he's like, no, like the voice sounded like a chick. And I'm like, yeah, sounded like.
What the fuck?
But yeah.
Isn't it wild though? That like this.
Yeah, I've heard so many nothing surprises me.
You guys have like
anymore.
beret bunnies or something?
I don't know. I never had one. Fucking. I dated. I was telling him the other day, like I had my moment where I dated a stripper for like 2 seconds.
That's mandatory.
And like we met at the club, and she honestly looked like this like young university chick. And anyways, we like went out a couple times and got to know her. She's actually a really cool chick. And by the second or third time we hung out, I was like, I can't do this. I was like 21 at the time. She had a kid. I remember I stayed at her place and like couldn't find the bathroom, and I walked into this room and it was pink with Disney princesses everywhere, and I was just like, the fuck is
You're
going
like,
on?
oh yeah!
That's their OnlyFans room.
Yeah.
Who wants Snow White?
Yeah.
This is free OnlyFans, but yeah, it probably was. And thank God the kid was obviously not there.
I thought it was her room.
Oh no! I was in,
Dude, that's fucking weird.
I was.
Yeah, you obviously wouldn't want to jerk off in some kid's room.
Yeah, I know.
I thought it was her room.
No.
Now it sounded like some fucking pedophile or some shit.
Good timing, Jeffrey
Yeah,
Epstein.
that's fucking weird.
So I left her bedroom looking for a bathroom and accidentally walked in her daughter's room, who wasn't there. Thank God. But I just
fucking funny,
I was
dude.
like, I can't do this. But there's like the problem with the difference between I think you guys and us is like
We marry them.
Well, you marry them, but you have. I don't understand why you guys would date strippers in here, because it's like an actual real human being city with cool people and like
Hot
you guys
chicks.
still go
Because
for
2 reasons. Number 1, we're dumb, and number 2, they're hot.
Yeah,
That's it.
Well, that was the weird
It's
thing
not
too.
everyday
Like,
news.
so my dad was in the Army for like 22 years.
Yeah.
And I was going to join the Army out of high school, and he literally talked me out of it. And that was one of his points too.
Duty station?
He goes, join the Navy. He goes, because I was going to go EOD. My dad was an EOD guy.
Yeah.
And he goes, if you're going to go EOD, join the Navy. They own
Yeah,
the
he's
school.
right. Yeah.
You'll get dive school out of it. He
Yeah.
goes, He goes, Navy bases are predominantly in fucking habitable cities, not in the middle of fucking.
Coastal,
and we
by the
lived in
water.
Paris, Tennessee, which is like an hour and a half from like Clarksville, from Fort Campbell.
Yeah.
He goes, you're not going to be in places like fucking Clarksville that's out in the middle of BFE.
Yeah. Sucks.
And he goes, join the fucking Navy. And I was like, oh, all right.
Yeah.
And then I went to
smart.
join, and the recruiter was like, you can't go to EOD school until you're like an E5. And he goes, well, you got this other thing called BUDS. And I'm like, oh.
How does that make
I'm like,
any sense?
I'll just do that.
Yeah.
Like,
just fell into it.
yeah, this will be easy. Fuck it.
Fuck it.
How hard could it be?
Yeah. What's the worst that can happen?
So were you like a sort of like a SEAL 18 X-ray version where you just get a BUDS contract and you go to BUDS?
Yeah. So at the time, it was fucking weird. Me and one of my buddies joined at the same time. He wanted to be a Marine.
Yeah. Of course.
I'm like, dude, you want to be a badass? Go be a Navy SEAL. And then we went home and watched fucking Navy SEALs.
Hell yeah, you did.
This was in like 92.
Yeah. Fuck yeah.
And straight out of high school. And same shit. Like go to recruiter, and then we go to MEPS.
Yeah.
And both wanting to go to BUDS. And they're like, we have this dive farer program, which everybody in your company is either going to be SEAL, EOD, or diver. And I'm like, okay, cool. And he goes, but we can only give one of you this program. And I had like one less speeding ticket or some shit like that. And they're like, we're going to give it to you. And I'm like, and I think my ASVAB score was maybe higher or some shit.
Probably,
and they were like, and my buddy, good dude, was just like, okay, well, what's the fastest way to get to BUDS?
Yeah.
And they fucked him. They fucking prison fisted him, dude. They're like, best way to get there is seaman apprenticeship, which means he goes to boot camp and he does like this 3-week school afterward. They basically fuck you out of an A school because to go to BUDS, you have to pass all your shit in boot camp. So you pass the test, your PST in boot camp. You get an A school that's a source rating for SEALs, and you pass all your wickets in A school, and then you get orders to BUDS. Well, what they didn't tell him was by saying seaman apprenticeship, you basically disqualify yourself because they don't even let you take the BUDS test in boot camp unless you have one of the approved source ratings.
Okay.
Like if you're going to...
Yeah.
You're straight up rolling the dice on needs of the Navy.
Yeah. Whereas now it's weird because they made SEAL an A school, so it's now you don't need now you don't need a source rating.
But also,
so now,
what he could have done is he could have just gone to the next county over where they had a different roster and just signed up.
Yeah, that's
like, you didn't have to do that.
At MEPS though, it was
but MEPS is still like regional. Like,
but this was in Memphis.
Oh yeah, so I started.
I mean, he would have had to gone like to Florida or some
I started
shit.
in Santa Fe, New Mexico, and then I actually enlisted from Bellingham, Washington.
Yeah, well, and that was the thing too. I think if we would have had a little more negotiating skills or actually known what the fuck we were doing.
You didn't know the system.
We didn't know anything about it. We probably both could have been like, well, no, either we both get the dive fair program or neither one of us are going to join. They would have been like, oh, okay, here you go.
Yeah. But you don't know to question a recruiter
at the time. I had a fucking 18-year-old kid.
I had a good recruiter. He was like, when you go to MEPS, if they tell you, you can pick up your Ranger contract in basic, tell them to go fuck themselves. And so when I got there, recruiter. I said, I want a RIP contract, option 40 with Airborne, 11 X-ray. And he's like, I can get you Airborne. I can't get you RIP. I can't get you Ranger, but da-da-da-da-da-da when you get to basic.
But you can do it in basic. Like,
yeah. And that's what I was like, you know what? No worries. I'll come back next month. And the guy was like, well, let me make a phone call to our headquarters in Utah. Picks up the phone, has a conversation.
It's like buying a used car, dude.
Yeah.
He's like,
it is.
He's like, guess what? Congratulations. Got you a Ranger contract. I was like, great. Happy to sign now. And that was,
shit.
And it was only because my recruiter said, don't give in.
Which is what you would think most recruiters would do, but dude, those motherfuckers are snake oil salesmen.
Yeah,
dude. It is so fucked.
Bro,
too.
my recruiter, he was cool as fuck, but he also was like wanted a cush job in Montana. Dude, he spent his life like hunting and going to the recruiting station.
Yeah.
It was cush as fuck.
That's a pretty good deal.
It was great. He was like, he had like big elk and fucking sheep and
looks like a Cabela's in the recruiting
He's
office.
polishing his revolver and you walk in, dude. Right?
His lever action.
That's literally what he did. He just like hunted and hung out in Missoula, Montana, and recruited
Dude, good
fucking
for him.
jabronis that didn't want to go to University of Montana.
There we go. Absolutely.
Great job. So let's see what happened. So I got through selection, go through some bullshit courses, and then the next big hurdle in the Q course is small unit taxes, SUT. And that's like the real selection, they would say. And And it's like once, and I don't know if it's this way with you guys, but it's like as soon as you get done with one school, you're lucky to have like a week in between. You're going to the next thing. And so the way they did SUT at the time was there was like there was like a 2-week thing leading into SUT, and then immediately following SUT, if you got through, was SEER school. So it was like a 12-week pump.
Yeah.
Straight through. And that was brutal. And at 19, I had no fucking idea what I was doing. I was just trying to fucking stay alive.
It's kind of good that way, though, dude. I think it's better to go through shitty stuff when you're
It's
younger.
true.
Yeah.
'Cause
Yeah.
Your bullshit meter isn't highly tuned, so you're like, oh, I need to do 1,000 push-ups a day? Okay.
Yeah.
Whereas you're older, you're like, fuck that.
And the other element.
I'm getting a tattoo.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like Molongo Bay right here, baby. Yeah, fuck yeah. But the one upside, I suppose, to being 19 was the expectation for me was so low that if I just showed up at the right place at the right time with the right gear,
Yeah.
and just kept my mouth fucking shut, I was golden.
Yeah.
And I remember
You're like the gray man.
Yeah, and
Literally.
they literally said, "Be the gray man, disappear into the background," and that's exactly what I fucking did.
It's good advice, man.
Yeah. Dude, half the fucking new guys in platoons now, or at least, last several platoons that I did before I retired, it's like, God damn it, dude. You couldn't fucking figure out how to shave today?
Yeah,
Like, God damn, I gotta shave every day. Like, yes.
You gotta put socks on too, motherfucker.
It's like, fuck, man. Or dudes would just be like, oh, God, sorry, I know we're supposed to have black shorts on, but these are green. Is that okay? You're like, no.
black shorts.
Fuck.
So
like, how
easy.
hard is it
Yeah.
to be on time with the right gear at the right place? Obviously, pretty fucking hard.
Yeah.
And I'm not
Yeah.
saying I'm infallible. I did the same shit too, like a dumbass.
But there was little things that and this is why I sort of wish I'd gone to Ranger Battalion, and why now looking back, I see the value in having been in the regular Army before going to selection. It was the littlest things, right? So I remember one time we'd gotten really close. We were like maybe more than halfway through SUT, and we had 2 officers. One of them was Captain Thaxton. I can't remember the other one. And we'd just gotten back from being in the field for like 3 days. We're half asleep, like getting ready for the next thing, loading blanks and mags and shit. And I said, I was referencing Captain Thaxton, but I didn't say Captain Thaxton. I just said Thaxton. And immediately, like, these are my boys, right? Like, they're like E4s, E5s, a couple E6s. But
You're like an E2?
I'm an E2.
Yeah.
I'm literally like the little, like,
Mosquito wings.
yeah, mosquito wings.
Yeah.
Still, an SUT. And when I said Thaxton, you would have thought I fucked one of their wives. They fucking came down on me.
It's Captain!
And I was,
Why were they
Yeah.
so gung-ho about that?
because like it just Army, I mean, it just is like, he's
Especially
not,
that young, like
Yeah.
you're gonna light
That's
him on
another-
fire.
yeah.
that's a big difference
He's
between
a
the Army and the
captain,
Navy.
and that's I remember looking at captains in basic training, thinking they were literally gods, and then you get into SF or in the Q course, and they kind of are your peers almost, right? Because they're
Yeah.
also going through the
Yeah,
Q
they're
course
going
with
through it
you
as well.
but they're officers, so there's this weird, but there still needs to be that level of respect,
Yeah.
right,
Yeah,
for the
for sure,
officer corps, and so it was beginning to, I would say, come apart a little bit because I was like, I was fucking sleeping with Captain Thaxton, pulling security with them for 3 days. Like, we're boys. Like,
Yeah.
that's not,
Yeah, relax.
Yeah, and like,
And if he's cool with it, like, you should be cool with it. Like, relax, motherfucker.
yeah, and thank God he wasn't there. I don't know what he.
Francis.
And so yeah, and speaking of the gray man, I don't know why, but our cadre sat us down, and he out of nowhere was like, "I'm going to go through each." We had our whole fucking squad or team or whatever around this table, and he's like, "I'm going to go to each I'm just going to tell you where you're fucked up." And so he was like, "So and so, this, that, and the other thing." Finally got to me, and I'm like, I'm actually kind of excited because I'm like, like, what am I bad at? Like,
Where can
tell
I
me.
improve?
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. And he just looked at me, and he kind of hesitated, and he
Who
was
are
just
you?
like, he was like, "Masek, you're just fucking young and dumb," and just went on to the next guy. I'm like, what am I supposed to do with that? Like, I can't do anything with that. Like, that doesn't help me.
Like, do I read a book?
Yeah. I think I did. I think I sat down in the corner, like, read the Ranger handbook because I like didn't
What
know.
else do you do?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't know what. So I got through SUT somehow.
You're
And then
just young and dumb. Like,
It's literally what he
You
said.
forgot
to me.
full account.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And then SEER school was an absolute bitch. I was one of those guys who I don't know how they do it with you guys. When you get to the last day, they like put you in formation, and you think it may or may not end. There's all these horror stories that if your class isn't good enough, they'll like roll it into an extra day or two. And so, and then they like have you about face, and there's like this huge American flag.
Yeah.
And then, you know, and I was
All
literally.
the faggots start crying. You're like,
Dude, I cried like a little bitch. Dude, I was like, dude, our guys are like, country.
Our guys are like, we're gonna have a SEER school reunion every year. Like, okay, bro.
That never happened. And I'll never forget Captain Thaxton, the same guy that I told you a moment ago. He turns around, he's crying, and we like hug each other.
oh my god.
Yeah, dude. Oh, we totally
Touch tips.
Yeah. Oh my god,
Dude,
totally into it.
I was so pissed after SEER school because I went from like, I think I had just discovered steroids at the time, so I went from like 215 back down to like 195. I lost like 20 pounds in a week.
Yeah,
I was like straight up pencil neck because I'm always, I'm heavier than I look. So like I look like 215 for me, like
normal.
205 for me looks fucking really pencil neck. It looks like 185.
Yeah.
And so I came home, my roommates are calling me fucking pencil neck. I'm like, God, fuck fucking SEER school, bro. Fuck this whole thing. So when that whole thing ended, I'm just like, dude, fuck you motherfuckers. Fuck this whole thing.
You're like, I'm getting another dose.
Dude, I couldn't wait to get home and eat, bro. I think we went to Outback Steakhouse and like 3 blooming onions and all that shit.
Dude,
like,
you cry. I remember eating distinctly for like days. I didn't do anything but eat, and we didn't.
Yeah.
It's the. And I'm telling you guys stuff you already know, but like it was the weirdest thing. We never slept. We were up for 4 days straight,
Yeah.
and watching the sunrise and the sunset for 4 days, and then you just stop eating.
Dude, I almost crashed my fucking Jeep in
Yeah,
traffic
'cause-
because
yeah.
I fell asleep at the fucking. And it was a stick shift, so I had my foot on the brake and the clutch, and I must have like dozed off. And dude, luckily, motherfuckers like honking horns. I'm like, oh shit! I'm like, God damn it! I'm like, fuck, dude. I was in PB too, like almost home. I was like, oh fuck.
Yeah, it's crazy, but that was of the entire Q. Most guys will say like selection is hardest or SUT is hard. SEER school was
Fucking ball
fucking
buster.
brutal.
Yeah, it's not fun, man. I didn't have a good time there.
And then you get sexually molested and shit. Like that fucking sucks,
Can't rape the willing.
Pay extra for that?
dude. Like,
Do you have any females in your class?
No, we didn't actually. Oh, there was a guy. There were
Wait, are
female
there chick Green Berets?
No, so
No.
civil. I think sometimes like civil affairs or psyops will send some females through.
Oh, you're in SEER with all these fucking other donkeys?
Now, yeah, they sometimes
Barely.
they trickle them in. It's not very
Same
often.
with us. Our SEER school is not designed for spec ops. I mean, I went through
Well,
before
no, you have a new
9/11.
one now.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So my SEER experience was like before 9/11. So it was
Yeah.
mainly geared for like pilots. So it was
Yeah,
not.
yeah,
It was
that's
not
where
geared
it
for
all
spec
yeah.
ops at all.
Yeah.
So ours was 99% our SF. It's
Oh,
like
really?
our
Yeah.
no,
Oh,
it's
totally.
That's how the
our-
teams are now. Like, we have our own SEER school.
Right,
Really?
and like occasionally they'll drop in some civil affairs and psyops personnel. Like we had the only other war baby. So I was one of the war babies, and then there was another guy who was also like an E3 or E2, and he was like 3 months younger than me, so he was technically the war baby. But him and I would always get killed together because they would like take us out and take our pants. That's actually that's literally that's what they would do.
They would take your pants?
They would be like, "Where's the
Sure,
war?"
this is SEER school.
Dude, do you know how many times I walked around just like butt ass naked and like people would make fun of my dick at SEER school? Like it happened all the time.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I had
Oh,
mine made fun
you
of.
could have a 12-inch dick. They're still gonna make fun.
Oh
of
yeah,
it.
yeah,
Like,
for sure.
Yeah.
Dude, the
that's what they
best.
do, yeah.
I will say that I think there was one moment that saved me. They took our pants off and we were doing flutter kicks with just like our scrub shirts in the pit.
Porky
with our-
pig in it?
Yeah, and there was a female guard, right, and she was like walking around with a hose, hosing us and being like, "You have tiny American dick," and like squirting us. And one dude, as he's doing flutter kicks, just like drops a huge fart.
Nice.
And the female guard like couldn't. She like started laughing, like had to like go away.
Drops character, dude.
And as she dropped character, we were like, "Oh, so this is actually funny." We can, and it like that on. There was a morale moment.
Yeah. Everybody starts laughing.
Like
Small
okay.
wins.
Everybody
Yeah.
loves a good fart, dude.
Yeah.
I keep telling my wife that. She doesn't agree.
Yeah, your wife and my wife.
Yeah.
So SEER school, and then I think language school was after that, and that was a nice break because that was the first time in the Q course where you get like at the time it was I went to Spanish. It was 4 months. So depending on your language, you get 4 to 6 months.
Yeah.
And you're just going.
What language you go for?
Spanish.
Oh,
Well,
Spanish.
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
Speaking of breaks, I got to pee so bad. Can we take a break?
Yeah.
You're a mess.
Sorry. Banging. Starting up. Let's do this.
No, I'm so fucking hungry, dude.
Dude, you got to get the Subway before the show.
Yeah.
That was clutch, dude. That was clutch.
Fucking Subway sponsor.
It's been my MO
Liberty
for
risk.
a while.
I don't typically eat breakfast or lunch, though. Sorry. I don't typically eat breakfast or lunch.
Really?
But I told you yesterday I went home with the neighbors and
Crushed.
crushed a bottle of fucking Emerald Spear.
Some good calories in there.
I don't even think I ate dinner.
Healthy
Nice
calories.
clean burning.
Yeah.
It is.
I was
going
going to say you look shredded today, dude.
Do I?
It's all the beef crisps and tequila.
Intermittent fasting with tequila.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. That's a CrossFit thing, right?
It's paleo.
yeah.
It's all good.
It's paleo. There you go.
Also, I do want give another big shout out to Coronado Brewing for consistently providing us ample, delicious beverages of beer. And huge thank you. And they're big fans
what's
of
the guy's name?
Say again?
What's the main guy's name? Is it the owner or the manager? Or?
Well, I mean, it's the entire family over there.
Yeah.
I don't know that. Well, so his name's Ron Chapman.
Yeah.
And Ron, it's definitely a family business. Depending on which location, does he have which family member kind of working at each. But yeah, Ron's the man, and I love showing up and showing up on the island. One of the biggest losses for Imperial Beach was when Coronado Brewing kind of moved out of there, and there were just increasing costs and stuff. But
yeah.
yeah,
He's dope. He's
love
an
Coronado
interesting
Brewing.
guy. Yeah.
I will say, when that place opened, I think I was in my first platoon when CBC opened in
IB?
in Coronado.
Oh yeah,
And
that was
They're still in Coronado, right?
yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
that was like that platoon was our standing order. Well, if our platoon was in town, that like Frogman Friday, and there wasn't like a fucking monster mash with a keg afterwards or some shit like that. But if our platoon was in town, like we always went on a Friday. We'd always go to CBC and fucking as a platoon, and
Yeah,
it was cool, man.
Thursday, Thursdays at
fucking amazing
Danny's,
food and
Frogman
shit.
Friday at CBC.
Yeah.
Seal Saturdays.
Dude, I
Wing
swear,
Wednesday.
that was literally. I remember during diving, that same platoon, first platoon, our dive got canked, and it was a Thursday night, and fucking my platoon OIC was Jay Hennessy, and he's like, dude, it's Thursday. Like we should all go to fucking McPee's. I'd never been before.
Really?
And I was a
Wow.
new guy in the platoon, and dude, we roll in there, and that was at the heyday of the fucking Frog Hogs would roll into fucking McPee's
yeah.
on Thursdays, and yeah, I was like.
Thirsty
like,
Thursdays, Phantoms.
So this is what McPee's is like. And, dude, it was like a fucking team guy reunion. When team guys used to actually go to McPee's and drink on
Yeah.
Thursday and actually hang out and shit.
I still do. I mean, Zach and I went
There's definitely a couple groups.
yesterday. There was probably about 5 or 6 guys there
Yeah.
rocking. And correct me if I'm wrong, right? But as a new guy, I think even still to this day, it's kind of you want to stay away from McPee's in order to not run into senior leadership or leadership in general. Did they try to avoid it, or?
Well, I think like new guy. I think once you're at a team, it's whatever. You're it's pretty much peer, right? You're on a different peer level.
Yeah.
But if you're still in training, it's probably
Not a good idea.
probably healthier to stay away from.
Yeah, that would just be standing order. Like Bud's instructors would just be like, motherfuckers, on the weekends, I better not see you in fucking Coronado.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
you were like,
Well, who was that? You was telling me about the origin of Danny's versus McPee's. Because I'd only heard about this like
no,
last
but I do want to
weekend.
hear it.
Yeah, so supposedly, I forgot. I thought it was you that was telling me. Maybe it was somebody else. But so, this is like an early '90s team guy, and they were saying like, hey, when I was going through training, the instructor staff would be like, hey, don't go to fucking McPee's because that's our bar, it's SEAL bar, and
Yeah.
you're not fucking
Yeah.
welcome, right? So then they would go right. It's like 100 yards away, less than that. So they go to Danny's, and then and they were welcome there. So they kind of developed like a younger crowd there, and then that became like a new guy bar, and then the new guys became old guys, and then now that's kind of like
Now
So-
it's the old guy bar.
no, McPee's is still the old guy bar. McPee's
Is
is
it?
like the tourist, like if you go to like
yeah.
Navy SEAL
You want
tourist
to see
bar,
some SEAL guys? Go
it's
to
there,
McPee's.
yeah, but it's going to be the old heads. Not that they're bad, they're still good. And those guys, a lot of the cool guys go to both. But it's just different expectation of experience when you go to McPee's. It's going to be more polished. It's more public.
What was that? What
I
was
think
the
I've
name
never
of the
seen a
bar?
fight at McPee's.
Yeah, exactly.
What was the name of the
Danny's.
bar at the end of Orange? It's now Nicky Rotten's. What did it used to be?
Oh, fuck, what was that?
Because there was a laundromat right beside it, but there was a fucking.
Yeah, it was before Nicky Rotten's. I forget
Trying to remember the name of the bar.
Yeah.
But they used to be a team guy bar as well. So team guys would go down there, and then you'd hit Little Club and
Yeah.
and
R.I.P.
yeah, Little Club just closed down, right?
Yeah, it's
What
under
are they
new
doing?
ownership by a gentleman, multi-millionaire from Mexico City. And you know what I've
Were
like?
they turn into a fucking Mexican restaurant or something?
I don't know, but I know that they took out all the pool tables, so that's already gone. And I know that they didn't even give Little Club ownership or management any even option. Like this guy just said, "Hey, I want in." And I've kind of noticed this on Coronado is like I feel like the cartel is like starting to take over quite a bit.
Well, they've already had a grip on the condos there
They did,
for a long time.
yeah. Those high rises that we hit up,
Yeah, the
like on the
shores.
right, yeah, the
Coronado
shores.
Shores.
Yeah, like they called them something like
Cocaine condos.
cocaine. Yeah, I think it might have been that. Yeah, the cocaine condos
That's awesome.
or something. But yeah, the cartel has a big influence on the island, whether the island knows it or not.
It's
crazy.
surprising.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
SEALs and cartel members, great. Fucking perfect.
Yeah, those are all my neighbors.
Yeah. No way anyone's going to get in trouble there. Jesus.
Yeah.
Well, we both believe in skirting the law, so it's
Yeah.
perfect.
I was going to say, like, there's a lot of, like, crossover if you have a Venn diagram. of-
Yeah.
Very much so.
Very
yeah,
true. Very
SEALs,
true.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, man. So we're back off a break. Let's go into we'll skip everything and kind of go to your first ODA.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, fuel up for this story.
yeah. So, kind of, I had this mantra of do the hardest things you could find was kind of like my MO. And towards the end of the
Well, hold on. Did you develop before the military, or was that something you developed?
No,
in the
that was
military?
that's an interesting question. That was probably something I developed when I got in, and that's part of the reason why I volunteered to be an 18 Delta, because the rumor was, in the Q course was like, if you're an 18 Delta, they're not going to fuck with you as none of this is true, by the way. But they're like, it's so difficult to get 18 Deltas on the ODA. Like every ODA would have like one, and if they were lucky on a deployment, you'd get 2 18 Deltas. But like they're not going to task you with bullshit jobs as an instructor because we're always in need of 18 Deltas, essentially.
So that's kind of good, though. I mean,
Yeah,
you're kind of worth your weight in
why,
gold
yeah,
there.
exactly. So I thought like fuck all, and I took a wilderness first responder course when I was in Montana, and I'd never dealt with medicine before, and that was my introduction to medicine. I actually kind of fell in love with it. So when I got into the Q course and I volunteered for 18 Delta, they're like, fuck yeah, you can go to the 18 Delta course. Mm-hmm. So that's why I chose 18 Delta, because it was like the hardest thing, and I wanted to be on the team and be like the important guy or whatever.
And context for the viewers too. Like 18 Delta is a no shit.
Yeah.
It's a
hard.
It's like a
core-
paramedic
it's
course.
the hard. Yeah. So it's a 50. It's a full year. So I think it's like 54 weeks. You do whatever. I can't remember. There's like the first 6 months and the second 6 months. The first 6 months is all trauma medicine. Second six months is more like physician's assistant.
Yeah.
Diagnostic.
That's
stuff.
what we send our Navy our guys to.
And you guys, at least when I was in, you'd all go through the first 6 months, and then you could be done. Some SEALs would stick around for the second half.
Yeah,
But the
some
second,
dudes would do the long course.
yeah, same thing with Ranger guys. Ranger kids would go through the first half, and then they would graduate and be done. We'd all the SF guys
okay.
would go on to the rest of it. So I did that. And then at the end, they were like, hey, you can go to Ranger school or dive school. And with very few exceptions, myself and then actually my roommate at the time, we volunteered for dive school. I didn't go right away. He did. And then I showed up at 7th group, and my company was in South America on a JSET. So it was like a skeleton crew. And I show up again, like I graduated, I was 22 or 23 years old. I was a kid.
Yeah.
I was an E5. So when I got my E5, I was a PFC in the 18 Delta course. And then when we graduated from that first 6 months, you automatically got promoted to E5.
No
So I
shit.
completely skipped E4.
Wow,
So
cool.
like during
Damn.
our graduation ceremony, they like took my PFC off, put my E4 on. I walked on stage. They took that off and put the E5 on. And I was
awesome.
like, and everybody like I don't say resented me, but like everybody resented me because I'd skipped an entire
that's
E4
awesome,
ring.
dude.
So it was
Meritorious
great.
advancement to E5.
And I think the idea behind it was that the timeline, we would normally have graduated the Q course if we were any other MOS, but because of how long the 18 Delta course was, that we weren't graduating. But they were like, you should technically get your E5. So showed up to my ODA. I wasn't on it. I showed up to my company, and there were maybe like 5 guys that hadn't gone on the J set, and one of them was my future senior 18 Bravo. And this guy was scary as fuck. He had a huge scar. He got in a bar fight, I believe, and gotten hit over the head with like a bottle, and he had a scar running down his face.
That's so awesome.
And because the scar went down into his beard, he had a shaving profile. So he had like a 5 o'clock shadow with this massive scar.
That's so gangster, dude.
And I show up, and again, like maybe 180 pounds max, like this young fucking E5 18 X-ray. And he just said to me, you know, he kind of fucked with me a little bit, and he was like, what ODA do you want to go to? And I was like, well, I want to be a diver. And he's like, fuck you, that's my team. Like, that's a senior team. Because dive teams in sort of SF sphere are, at least back in my day, they were considered like the most aggressive, most athletic team when we all go down range. Not always, this is generalization, but typically they would get like the most difficult kinetic mission because they were like supposed to be the best. And that's the team I wanted to be on. And dive school, and nobody wants to go to dive school. And in particular, like, it's really hard to get 18 Deltas dive qualified.
Yeah.
What they didn't know was I swam in high school. So I was very, very comfortable in the water. I was confident in the water.
Yeah.
And he's like, fuck you. There's no way I'm allowing an 18 X-ray on my team. And I persisted. And because they never get 18 Deltas that volunteer for dive school, he couldn't really say no. So he took myself and
where's that? Key West?
Yeah. At the time,
that must really suck.
Dude, it was the best. And so usually for like the train up, they do like a pre-dive. And I don't remember how long it was. We had a captain tragically die right before I had, like literally a week prior to my arrival.
Diving?
In pre-dive.
Wow.
And that's a whole other story I won't go into, but he ended up having some cardiac arrest in the bottom of the pool.
Damn.
And so they shut down the entire pre-dive school for the investigation.
Wow.
And so there was no like officially sanctioned pre-dive. And so it was just my 18 Bravo, myself, and then one other guy. And usually it's like somewhere between like 8 weeks, 4 to 8 weeks to like 6 months, I think now, of like pre-dive, getting ready for dive school.
Wow.
I show up on a Monday. We spend 2 or 3 days in the pool. And then I come into work on like Wednesday or Thursday, and he's like, hey, you're going to dive school Friday. And I was like, fuck, I'm not ready for this shit. And coincidentally, he'd actually prepared me really well just in those two or 3 days in the pool. And I'd asked him if I could wear my...
He just waterboard you?
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, he just fucked with me the whole time. And went down to Key West, got through dive school, passed, got my bubble, came back. He really didn't say much to me. Immediately sent me back to DMT, the Dive Medical Technician School.
Mm-hmm. Oh, shit. Wow.
Knocked that out. Key West was an absolute blast.
Where's DMT at?
It's at the same, it's in Key West, same facility.
Jackpot.
So I did that. And then, you know, I was officially on the team, but it was a really weird dynamic. So I was telling him about this the other day. There's a core group of senior guys that had gone on this Hellman trip in 07, 08. And it was like your classic GWAT, fucking cut off tees, mullets, jeans, dudes carrying 240 Bravos, just like cutting dudes in half.
Nice.
It was supposed, we'd like see pictures and it looked fucking awesome. And it was like the Wild West, and they just fucking crushed dudes. But if you weren't on that deployment, you were not a part of the team. Even though you technically were, you weren't. And I was not, you know, I was still in high school, or I would just graduate or something when they were on that trip. And it was just a weird team dynamic. Like, I was an outsider. I was young. I was junior, not just by military framing, but also just like age-wise. Everyone was in their mid to late 20s, 30s. They had families. They had kids. And I was a single kid, you know, with none of that. And we moved to Florida, and I was
and you're a medic.
And I was a medic.
Dick Smith.
Dude, so, okay. And this speaks to like how 18 X-rays are just not, they don't have the background really to really effectively transition well into an ODA. So one of the roles of an 18 Delta is being part of the S1, which I don't know what it's like in the Navy, but S1 is like admin.
Yeah.
So if your pay is screwed up because of language, right, or airborne, you go to your 18 Delta and say, hey, my pay is fucked up. Here's my language document. Go take it to S1 shop.
Oh, shit,
And
really?
The medics have to fucking take care of admin shit too?
Yeah.
Fuck
So you're like the
Because
middle.
they're the smartest dude in the shed.
That sucks.
So like you're the middleman. So you take the paperwork down, you go to the S1 shop, and you're like, hey, well, I didn't know what the fuck S1 was when I showed up to my ODA. And so I was too scared to ask anybody what the fuck it was. And so someone was like, hey, go down to S1 and ask them for X, Y, and Z. And I was too chicken shit to be like, what is S1 and where do I find it? So I just walked around the building for like 2 hours. Just with this like piece of paper, like looking, not knowing where to go.
yours?
Yeah, literally. And I walked into like the S3 shop, S4 shop. I'm like, where's S1? So I finally found it. But it's just like a good little example of like being a new guy,
That's
not knowing
fucking funny,
what the fuck you're doing.
Figuring it out, yeah.
Yeah. And then so we transitioned to.
Did you find it?
I found it. Yeah, I finally found it. And it was a junk show. S1 was always a junk show.
Some things don't change.
So So I started originally when 7th Group was still in North Carolina. We moved to Florida, and because the whole unit was slowly migrating down into Florida, it was pretty quiet. There wasn't no training laid on. So it was kind of a really bad time. Nothing was going on. I mean, we weren't doing anything, and so I found myself like in my medical locker, just like taking, figuring out what equipment I had and like writing it down. So what the fuck am I doing? Like I thought I was doing special forces. I'm doing inventory for shit. I don't like. There was no senior. I was it. My senior.
I should be doing prostate check.
Dude, I thought it was. Yeah. Where's the guy who needs a DRE right now? Like, whose butthole needs examining? So that was a weird. And again, when you have those like low times and nothing's going on, like you just get fucked with even more.
Yeah.
And so we started ramping up for our first pump to Afghanistan. And that was kind of cool. We got to do some more training. We did like urban warfare shit and like CQB. And then we went out to El Paso to do a bunch of training. And then we went to, JRTC down in
New Orleans? Or Louisiana?
Yeah.
It's
So
definitely not New Orleans,
but
Louisiana.
And we had like a shift in leadership.
Was that like Fort Polk?
Fort Polk.
Yeah. So we did all that stuff, and it's some pretty funny stories there. My team sergeant got kicked out of a strip club because he told the stripper he wanted to sniff her butthole.
Well, let's lean into that one.
Okay. So we were in El Paso, and all the other ODAs, we all had bang buses, right? The 16-pack van.
Oh, yeah.
TMP vans.
Yeah.
Big white military
and like
vans.
at the end of the training, like you can do whatever you want. If you want to go to El Paso and go to Chipotle or something, you could do that. But my team sergeant was adamant. He's like, fuck that. Those guys are pussies. Like, we're the dive team. Like, all we do is train. We get to the end of it, and our transportation to Fort Polk was pushed to the right. So we had like 3 days. And and so finally my team sergeant was like, all right, like let's go fucking have some fun. So we go to this Mexican restaurant and we just drink. I don't even know how many fucking margaritas we pound, right?
So your team sergeant, was he an E9?
So he was an so he's supposed to be an E8.
E8, okay.
But he was an E7 because him and his buddy got a Gomar on their
what the fuck's a Gomar?
It's like a
Article 15.
Yeah, it's some sort of document that said like you broke a rule. Like they got caught drinking downrange, and it was all cool until one of the civil affairs guys called them out, and they had like taken pictures. It got leaked, and it basically prevents you from getting promoted to E8. But we had our team sergeant at the time was just not in a mental or physical condition to go downrange again. And so our senior leadership on the team basically had a mutiny and was like, we need a different fucking team sergeant.
Wow.
Because we're all going to, this guy's going to get us all killed.
Yeah.
And so he got pushed out, and he would have been like a senior 18 Bravo. He became our team sergeant.
It's good that they listened to you and made a change, though.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. It was better, not a whole lot better, but it was better. If anything, this guy was like physically ready to go kill some dudes. and he had a lot of combat experience, and so that was good. Charlie would have definitely gotten us all fucking killed, for sure.
Some guys are like that. Dude.
Yeah. And so we were in El Paso. And we're like, all right, let's go get some margaritas. Got some margaritas, and then I don't know whose idea it was, but someone was like, it's Wednesday night. Let's go to a strip club. It's empty. It's just us, right? And so we go to the strip club. We're having a good time, bro. I won't say his name. One of my very good friends. He was a Charlie on our team. He's a engineer guy, and he's got like a wad of ones and fucking
Call it the Bible.
Yeah,
as you do. Yeah,
and he's prepped. Like he knows what's going.
He's a veteran.
He's a veteran at the strip clubs. And so, and you know when like you've got the strippers and they're dancing on the pole, and like everyone sort of circles around them, and they sort of go around in a circle. They do a little dance for you and throw some money up.
So the cul-de-sac.
He's got his Bible. Yeah, he's got his Bible, and he's fucking slinging lead at the stripper, and she's fucking doing her little dance. And then she goes around to address another individual, another patron. And as she's turned around, he's a little Hispanic dude. All the money is on the table or whatever, right? And so he takes his arm, collects it back up, stacks it back up, and she comes back around and he just does it all over again. And he's just
taxes,
recycling his money.
Nice.
And I saw that and I was like, man, that's kind of genius. That's fucking. And she didn't even notice. And so at one point,
that is fucking
someone
hilarious,
taps
dude.
me and they're like, bro, we got to go. I won't say his name, but Team SARS just got fucking booted. And I was like, what happened? We're driving home, and he's like, yeah, man, I was talking to the stripper.
Dude,
and
that's why he didn't want you guys going out, because he knew goddamn well he's the
literally,
biggest fucking
yes.
liberty risk of all you guys.
he was. And so apparently so being on a dive team is actually culturally very akin to you guys, because like they all wear board shorts, flip-flops, and fucking tanks.
something about the water, dude.
Yeah, it is. And so he went out in a tank, board shorts, and flip-flops. And my buddy was telling me afterwards, he's like, bro, I was on the phone with the wife in the parking lot, and all of a sudden I hear like some commotion. I turn around, and these two bouncers had our team sergeant, threw him out into the parking lot. And all he saw was our team sergeant like fly through the air and land. And then he saw Flip-Flop just getting hucked across the parking lot.
The chunkla.
Yeah. And so for the next 3 days, we did the same thing. We went to the same Mexican restaurant and went to the same strip club. And so when Friday night rolled around, we were veterans.
Was the team sergeant like 86
so he was cool.
from there?
No. He like went up to the stripper and apologized.
All right, I
like,
got it.
He's cool. Like, don't worry about it. It's fine.
So what did he get kicked out for?
He walked up to the stripper and he leaned in close to her and he said, like, I want to sniff your butthole.
And she didn't offer him a price or anything?
No, and she just like red flagged him and like bouncer, come here. And
That's
like,
gross.
Guy picked him up. So then and like I saved it. This pissed me off because they didn't treat me very well, is all I'll say. On and off, especially on the deployment. But like on our last night there, we go out and it's Friday night and we just and it's actually like everyone's now at the club and all the ODAs showed up, but like all the girls knew us at that point and they loved us. And so we were the cool guys at the club and all the other ODAs were like new guys. But you know how it is going out with your team, like you roll in with all these pipe hitters.
Yeah.
And all the civilians are like, who the fuck are these guys?
Yeah, dude, it's an instantly noticeable vibe change.
Yeah.
Why the fuck are all the strippers hanging out with those fucking shows?
Yeah.
I want some attention.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
But so we go out, we get back super late, and the next morning we're rolling out first thing on these buses. So like I get back, I don't drink as much because I'm responsible, and I like pack my shit. And my team sergeant, a bunch of dudes just like crash. We get up at like 4 a.m. We're all leaving. My team sergeant's just like laid out, and all his shit's not packed. And no one tells me to do it. And I go up and I just pack his shit for him, like pack it up, put it in the van, and like me and another guy like get him up and get him outside and get him on the bus. And we're rolling, and like 4 hours later, he wakes up like startled, like he doesn't know where he's at.
He was still shit house.
And
He's like an Indian.
And he looks over, and we lock
Start
eyes.
slinging one, say, wait, what happened?
He looks over his shoulder at me, and he just goes, "It happened again." And I was like, "Fuck, dude!" Like, so, anyways, It
happened again.
It happened again because I think he had blacked out like the
Not I
first night.
did it again.
Yeah.
It happened to me again.
Yeah.
I just wanted one good whiff.
Motherfuckers time traveling in the spirit world.
Yeah.
Just like,
See, a San Diego stripper would have been like $50.
Yeah.
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 This is El Paso. She wasn't ready for it.
I thought for some reason quickly this is Fort Polk, and I'm like,
No.
First of all, you never want to ask that at Fort Polk, and second of all, they're not saying no.
Yeah.
And they had fucking Mexican food before too. I'm like, what?
Why do they have morals in El Paso?
It was a nice strip club for
Okay.
I mean, it was like, it was classy. It had like 2 stories. It was huge. It was cool. So anyway,
the fireman pole that goes from the second story to the first.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think it's slide down.
All right, I might put this on the list. I'm gonna check
It
this
was
out.
Friday night. It was bumping, dude. It was out of control. I was like, holy shit, this place really pops off.
Do you remember the name of this?
I don't. It's been 15 years at this
We
point.
gotta. All right, we'll think hard on this. Because
This is in El Paso?
Yeah.
We'll do some searching on the next break.
Hey, if you're a listener, drop in the DMs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we he also backed up one of our RGs into a fire hydrant while we were there. And
Jesus
Christ. He was like, I'm not a good driver, I can't drive. And the one time he got in the car, I was backing him up and I was like, stop, no, further, stop. And he's just like, and just like drove it. And there were 3 cement pillars around the fire hydrant, and he backed up into one of the yellow ones, and he just didn't hit the fire. Like, it was this close. And he was like, this is why I can't fuck it. So when we got to Afghanistan, like driving through Kandahar.
You sure he wasn't Asian?
No, he was
Or Tiger Woods.
some sort of Italian Mediterranean mix, I think. So anyways, but yeah, so we get ready for Afghanistan. We go to Afghanistan, and this was right at the time we really were hoping for a commando mission. It was either
Like
we were going
no underwear?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there were commando missions, and then VSO, Village Stability Operations.
The
Go
teams
ahead.
did that shit for a while, and they're like, "Oh, you guys can be VSO." We're like, "What the fuck's that?" Like, "Oh, you get to stay in Afghanistan for fucking 18 months." I'm like, fuck that.
So and it was kind of new, but when they explained it to us, we're like, "Oh, so this is basically just a classic SF mission." Okay, fine. So we were in a place called Talcan in Kandahar province. And I think this is kind of a cool story because it's pretty humanizing. I remember I've been training for a long time, got my fucking long tab, and I think I'm I'm a killer. We get to CAF, dude, and we're there in processing, and that's when I saw the SEALs. And they were very strict. They're like, your beards have to be well groomed, you have to be in uniform. And we were co-located on CAF with some SEALs. These motherfuckers came out. Beautiful hair, big sunglasses, board shorts, tanks. Like, I'm like, these motherfuckers, like, they can do whatever they want. They're, we're all in this, whatever. Soft. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, I was straight up scared before we rolled out because we started on CAF, and then after like a week or so, we'd load up and then go out to our I think they call it like a Village Stability Platform. It's like a VSP site where we were going to be located for the whole deployment.
Yeah.
And we were in this place called Talcan, and it was where Mullah Omar started the Taliban. And so we thought it was, it was supposedly like,
heavy influence.
Yeah.
Fucking hotbed.
Yeah, hotbed. And at the time, the individuals who were located there, the ODAs, regular army dudes, they'd done such a good job at like fighting the Taliban there that they just no longer wanted to go toe to toe. And so it was the most heavily IED'd place in the entire country.
Oh shit.
And I remember when we were getting briefed before we deployed, and some guys were giving this PowerPoint presentation, and they put a map of where we were going, and they're like, okay, all the green dots are where we located and either destroyed or we were able to pull out the IEDs. And I'm like, all right, cool. And then he pressed a button. He's like, and all the red ones are where guys got blown up, and the entire map just lit up red.
Whoa.
Fuck, dude.
And there was a running joke on our ODA, and this is kind of like the cool / fucked up part about being on a team and doing this stuff. We were making bets on who was going to lose their legs first.
Jesus.
And it was like kind of funny.
That's
and
very much an army thing.
Yeah, dudes were showing up to parties. Like, I'll never forget my 18 Fox. There's a picture of him, and he was on his knees, and he had his flip flops. Oh. And he had a beer at the
like
door.
Dorf.
Yeah,
Dorf
and it looked like he got his and like that's the culture, right? Like, you guys know how it is.
Yeah.
And I remember being in CAF before we rolled out, and I couldn't sleep. I legitimately thought we were going to roll out, and as soon as we got outside the wire, it was going to be like D-Day, and like Taliban was going to be like Black Hawk Down. Now it's going to be like, Wah! And but what's funny is the second we rolled out and we were actually like in Afghanistan, like off the base in Afghanistan, all that just like went away. It dissipated. It was the weirdest thing. I just was so excited. It like switched 180, and I was pumped. So we rolled to our VSP site. We were there for 6 months, I think. And when we first arrived, we ripped out the ODA that was there, and we had like a week or so with them. And these guys were so intimidating. First of all, they were all on steroids, and they were just fucking like, go. The 18 Delta that was there had to have been 6'3", just tats everywhere, 230 pounds, just a mongoloid. And I show up with like my new Patagonia uniform, my helmet's like sideways. I'm like, I'm the new 18 Delta, help me. And he just like, all he wore was fucking, he had his magazines and just a Glock. And that was like, he was ready to just kill. And so we get there, and we have like a prison gym. We were living in mud huts the whole time. I mean, we were out there. We were in the dirt. And we had like a prison gym in the center of our compound. And then on the other side of the fence was a regular Army unit. But we'd occasionally, we never hung out with them. We just had our separate sides. But they pulled security and stuff. And one of our first days there, we went over and sort of get a brief from them of like what's going on in the AO. And in their talk, they just had pictures everywhere of like all the dudes that were KIA or fucking got blown up.
Do you remember what regular Army unit it was?
I don't, off the top of my head, unfortunately.
It's irrelevant. It's
Yeah,
fine.
but we go in there and we were like, hey, what are you guys doing? And they're like, check it out. We got there were 2 outposts that were basically just like HESCO barriers, and they'd roll up in their strikers, park, pull security, and then after like 2 days, they'd swap out. And they were like, look, we go to our fucking outposts. We don't do anything else. That's all. If we lock it down, we fucking do not go on patrol. Because if you go on patrol, you're fucking losing a leg. And they had 124 casualties.
Damn.
Whatever it is, what is it? Quadriplegic.
Yeah.
Double amputee.
Double
ants.
Damn.
And they were like, if you go out on foot, it's not a matter of if you're going to get hit, it's when, and you will get hit. And so I'm thinking to myself, like, fuck, all right, well, like, what are we going to do? Like, we can't go out. There are just IEDs everywhere.
You're like, dude, I'm going to brush up on my medical skills.
Yeah. So I was like, well, I guess I'll sign up for like a nursing course online. And so we go back to our side of the compound in our little op cen, and we have a team meeting, and my team sergeant gets up there, and I'll never forget. He's like, fuck these motherfuckers. We're going to show these Taliban pieces of shit. We're not fucking scared of them. All we're doing is dismounted patrols for the next 6 months. And I was just like, all right. Ah!
Like, oh, time to start packing up my med bag with
like,
a lot of
and our
Extra tourniquets.
bunch of fentanyl lollipops and fucking tourniquets.
Dude, straight up, like all I did, I mean, obviously I packed a bunch of stuff in my aid bag, but I brought, every time we went out, I had a fuck ton of tourniquets, and I made it myself and my senior.
Yeah.
At some point, we basically told every guy, like, every pocket you have outside needs to have a tourniquet in it. And that was our like SOP.
Tourniquets, chest tubes.
Yeah, tourniquets. And we spent the next 6 months when I say hunting IED, because the first 3 months we were supposed to, VSO is all about, I'm not going to try to explain this very well, but it's basically about like working with the local partner mullahs, the leadership, the tribal leaders, like building rapport, gaining influence, denying Taliban access to the area. But it's really difficult to measure that. And so my team sergeant's position was, and he said this many times, he said, look, we're not going to make a lick of difference here. We are here to sell the fucking team so that when we get another deployment, we get the cool mission. And so what that translated into was, okay, we need to go get in ticks. We need to go find as many IEDs as we can, and like have a patina that we're trying to work with the local elders. And we did. And we went out and
Did you guys have an EOD guy embedded with you?
No, but I'm glad you brought that up. The thing that saved our lives, and I mean this to my core, in my soul, the thing that allowed us all to come home in one piece was we did a very, very brief train up with a Navy EOD team that came out, and they were like, this is how you guys are going to not get blown up. This is what you got to do. And so they trained us on, instead of walking in like a wedge formation, we walked in a file, which is totally anathema to what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
And we had our Afghan CMRGs who were like bloodhounds. I mean, they could literally, they had like the IED detectors, but they would just use them to move brush aside. So they're just like moving the leaves and shit so they can see
like a
the
weed
road.
whacker.
They like ran out of batteries. It didn't matter. Like that's not what the fucking...
shit, yeah.
And they could look at a road and they'd just be like IED. And you and I would look at it and be like, there's nothing there, man. And we'd go up. I mean, they were fucking incredible. So they were amazing learning from those EOD guys. Because
You
they
guys didn't have a dog or anything?
No, because the dogs were a liability.
Huh.
Because we had a buddy of mine who was in the language, rest his soul. I was in language school. There were 4 SF guys. One of them, Bernie D, he went to 7th group with us. He was an 18 Bravo, but immediately went to the dogs. He was a dog guy. His dog in that same area right before we had arrived stepped on an IED and blew. The dog was vaporized, and then he lost both of his legs.
God damn.
Part of his hand.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. And so the team that we ripped out had a dog, but they never brought him out because they just moved around too much.
Huh.
And so, I mean, so when I was there, I want to get these numbers right. I think we walked in that 6 months, we walked 250 miles collectively. We went on 70 odd missions, dismounted missions, and we found something like, I want to almost say like 100 plus IEDs. I mean, I was the 18 Delta and I would find IEDs.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember I'd get on rooftops. We'd get to an area. You wouldn't just find like one pressure plate IED. You'd find a shitload. And so we'd find one and we knew there were others. And so we'd all kind of pause. And I would usually, because I'm just like in the back, like waiting for someone to die or get blown up. And so I want to be useful. So I'd climb on rooftops to pull security. And many times I would go to get up on a roof and there'd be a pressure plate right there, like right in my face. And so we just pulled IED after IED. Like, that was my whole trip was just IEDs.
So if you guys don't have an embedded EOD guy, what do you do when you find one?
We had, so our 18 Charlies were our EOD guys, basically. And it was, the way we dealt with it, they were super sophisticated. So what they would do at that time was like, they would take these pressure plates, they would take two 2x4 pieces of wood, and then they'd put they would wrap it with copper wire, and they'd put a blasting cap in there from China. And then on the corners of the plates, they would cut the tires, these little rubber squares. And so then they'd saran wrap it together. And so when it's just regular, when it's not, no pressures on it, it's neutral. But the minute there's a little pressure, it allows it to come down. And then that blasting cap, the copper wire touches, which is connected to a battery. And then the blasting cap goes off, and it's all saran wrapped with HME together with the pressure plate. So you do it, connect the circuit, and blow you up. And those were just, they were just everywhere. I mean, we would come back from an operation, guys are pulling out their bags, and just like, we'd keep them all. Typically, we'd blow the HME, we'd keep the pressure plates so that we could send it for DNA testing or whatever to get profiles. There was one time my team sergeant was walking through a threshold, and he came down and he stepped on an IED, but it had rained the night before, and so the HME was wet.
Wow.
And so the only thing that went off was the blasting cap, and it popped his foot up like that.
Holy shit.
And
Damn.
and he actually came home, and I think he got a tattoo on his foot that said "Bip this," which means "Bip." For anyone listening doesn't know, blow in place. That was like the running joke was "Bip this," and we had like guys had hats that said like "Fuck you, bip this." And then what they really like to do eventually on the rotation, they would try to ambush us from time to time and then get us to run to cover and then have IEDs at that cover. So they would ambush you in the open, and then you'd run over to like a wall, and then as you're taking a knee,
The whole wall's lined.
yeah, you would get blown up. So it was really funky where like we would get fired at, and we would just have to like take a knee and figure out like, all right, send the guys over to the cover. They would check for IEDs real quick. And then as we're getting shot at, we'd move to that cover.
Wow.
So it was a really weird rotation and
Non-doctrine.
yeah. And it was just a strange, and especially for a lot of the senior guys, I think it was really frustrating. It was frustrating for me. It was frustrating for them too, because on their last trip, like they were getting gunfights all the time, and the Taliban just wouldn't. And it was like the off season, so a lot of guys had gone to Pakistan to re-up and train and take a rest and R&R and shit.
Yeah.
So that was, and the other, the boredom, unfortunately, there was a lot of boredom and frustration, and a lot of that was taken out on, again, I hate to put it this way, and I'm not trying to complain at all, but a lot of it was taken out on the junior guys. And it sucked, man. Like, I probably would have stayed in SF a lot longer had I had a team that was more, not more focused, but more interested in like any sort of mentorship. There was
professional development and shit, and
fucking zero.
Yeah, that fucking sucks, dude.
Yeah. And it was, honest to God, like the team dynamic fucked me up psychologically more than the sort of combat situation of Afghanistan.
Yeah.
Which is really weird to say.
But you would think that experience would gel people together.
So it's funny. So it was January, and we got ambushed by a guy who had a PKM, and this is like my one fucking cool guy war story.
Hey, do we want to take a 2-minute break? I gotta let that dude in.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, let's do that.
So yeah.
Well, that's the difference between prostitution and OnlyFans.
So
recording it or not.
So longer 2-minute break than
yeah, a quick little break there in the middle of Zach's story, unfortunately. But we're gonna crack open this whistle pig now. Thanks, Patrick Anderson. Oh, were we not recording?
we are now. You're good.
You want some of this?
Yeah, let me smell some of that, bro.
Does it smell like stripper's butthole?
And the reason we took a break was because Joe Mostad from Mostad Works just dropped this thing off.
I think sick.
Dope ass fucking War Club, little nose picker.
It's fucking badass.
Clean
Yeah.
your teeth with that thing, dude. Yeah. Clean somebody's teeth.
That thing
Yeah.
needs one of our Liberty Risk coins, one side on one
That
side,
would be so sick.
the other
dude.
side on the other,
Yeah.
and then a bottle opener on the back end.
Yeah. It's great.
Little
yeah.
fucking.
Yeah.
And then maybe
Keep
a
it-
550 cord wrap and a solid engraving.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
the new coin should be here next week.
Yeah.
Yeah. Brett from Patriot Challenge Coin's
Oh.
got our new stuff coming. They're gonna be
You
sick.
grab
dude.
another glass there?
Actually, yeah. Can you grab that? Is that an extra? We have some extra too. You know what? Let me grab the other. Hold on a second.
I want to use one of our new Liberty Risk glasses. Look at that thing. Doesn't it look sexy?
You guys are crushing the merch front here.
Well, somebody made this.
Can't see it.
Dude, that's all
Sure.
Ryan.
Here, I'm gonna actually grab some of this emerald spear niceness.
Oh, thank you,
Oh,
sir.
sorry.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, and cheers to all the guys who are drinking along with us. I know we don't. I don't say we don't condone drinking, but we kind of do. But condone drinking responsibly.
We do.
Yeah.
I'll give my favorite toast. Cheers to pussy and gunpowder. Live by one, die by the other. Love the smell of both.
Pay for both, dude. Both expensive.
Yeah.
Ooh.
That's good.
God damn,
That
that's
is really
fucking
good. That's not an ass kicker like I expected it to
Tail
be.
and tail and snout.
Dude, the emerald spear is
Nice,
fucking
man.
legit.
It's incredible,
yeah.
man. I can.
It's good
Dude,
tequila, right?
So smooth.
Yeah.
Speaking of, if anyone wants some used,
Liberty Risk.
Yeah.
Yep.
discount code Liberty Risk.
How much?
Yeah.
How much do we get off?
It's 15%.
10%.
10%.
Yep,
Sorry.
10%.
That was always a massive confusion. So 10% off Liberty Risk. I just rebuilt the website. So
Oh, sick.
It's incredibly sexy. And then also, like I said, we just launched our Reposado. No additives, 100% blue herb agave. And I guarantee that if you're a tequila guy, this will be your new favorite tequila.
It's good.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Fuck yeah.
All right, guys. So back to Zach. Zach, we were kind of wrapping up on your IED countermeasure tour.
Yeah.
And then kind of going into the just kind of the bad taste in your mouth. So
Yeah, we were talking about the mentor.
So
lack of.
Yeah.
This my one cool SF war story. Every time I watch these shows or interviews, it's like CAG dudes with a million years of experience blowing dudes' heads off, and I've got like one cool fucking story that's not even that cool.
At least you got one, bro. I got bar fight stories.
But
That's about
but
it.
I can say that I fired a law in combat.
That's
yeah.
dope. Hell
which
yeah.
is like my one. I don't know if you want to say claim to fame. But
That's one of my regrets.
I think it's pretty cool. So there was this village on our rotation that was. So we were kind of like, if you can think about REO as this rectangle, and we were kind of at the top. At the very bottom, there was a village called, I think it was Pan Calais, if I remember correctly, and nobody went there. The ODA that we ripped out was like, you do not, this is Mordor. You do not fucking go down there. This is where the Taliban is. Like, there's supposedly the rumor was that there was like a 80-pound IED in the road. So no one could drive down there. It's like as far away as you could get. You got to work your way through all these different villages, not get blown up. Don't go there.
And of course, they're going to radio them if you're on
exactly.
your way.
Yeah. The minute we leave the base, the bearded ones are coming. Don't go out. Yeah.
The bearded ones are coming.
Turn on the fucking IEDs, this, that, and the other thing. And just our mantra was like, fuck these guys. We're not scared of you. And we had no reason for going. Like, the local elders were not meeting us down there.
Yeah.
Right? And it was more of just a
Presence patrol.
Yeah.
presence patrol.
Poke
Like
the fucking bear.
yeah, that's exactly what it
Literally.
was. So we went there twice, and on the second time we were approaching. So this was an area where they grew marijuana for half the year, and then heroin or opium, and they just cut down all the marijuana. So like you could just see in every direction forever and ever. It just went on forever. Whereas when you had the marijuana, like your line of sight went away.
It's like 12 feet fucking tall.
Yeah,
and
it's
shit.
huge.
Yeah.
And so we were in this field that had just been cleared. We had a 2-man element. I was on Bravo team, and then you had Alpha team. And Alpha team had worked their way to a wall, and the village was just to the south of me. And I had 2 Afghans behind me. One of them was a saw gunner, and then myself, and then my team sergeant. And we were making up, and the earth was really, it was
Tilled?
yeah, so it was like really loose soil. And I just remember walking, and I distinctly remember seeing like little explosions in the dirt. And I was like, I remember my first thought being like, man, that's so weird. Like, what the fuck is that? And then in the corner of my eye, I just see my team sergeant, not like knee down, face down into the prone, just like full body fall into the prone. And then when I saw that happen, I was like, oh, someone's shooting at us. And I immediately dive into the prone. And then that's when I could start hearing it.
The fucking.
Yeah, like ding 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 ding, like Morse code, like ding 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 ding.
Yeah.
And so I'm just, I'm fucking just select a switch up.
So they must have been so far away if you're seeing them.
They were
bullets before
approximately it was I believe it was one individual on a PKM, and he was behind a wall and just set up and just started fucking pop, 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 doing the classic ambush with no skill whatsoever.
Yeah.
Thank God. Yeah.
And so,
Yeah, thank God.
and I just
Let Allah take the wheel.
Take the trigger.
Yeah.
Bismillah.
You would always, that's the funniest fucking shit when you would see like the fucking Iraqis are like, I'm doing my part. Like,
Oh, dude, and they did
you're like, what the dude?
we were with
come on.
Afghan SF guys, and they did the same. He lifted up his saw and was like, like fucking going
Yeah.
nuts behind the wall. And so
like,
we're in this open field, and I'm not like a super soldier, and I just like put it on fire, and I'm just like, like I don't know where he is. I can't fucking see anything. All I know is someone's shooting at me from this direction.
Contact front.
Yeah, and I go through my first magazine in like 3 seconds, and I'm like doing my reload in the dirt, and I think to myself, all this is like so fresh in my mind. I remember thinking like, man, we really need to get out of the open. And right when I thought that, my team sergeant looks over me and he goes, we need to get the fuck out of the open. And so it was really cool at the time.
You think?
Yeah. But what was so awesome is like it was this perfect moment where you got to see a culmination of all of our training together come. It just clicked. Like we just knew. And that's when I was like, oh, this is Special Forces. And so he said that, and I was doing my reload, and he looked at our other element that was behind this wall. They had made it to cover already. And he looked to them and said, covering fire. And he didn't need to tell me anything. And the minute those guys heard that cover fire, those dudes fucking started just
fucking
cycling, just
buzzsaw.
ripping, just fucking boom, just right in the village. And again, he didn't need to say anything to me. And I knew. I was like, we're going to do an Australian peel out of this.
Yeah.
And I immediately get up on my feet. I look at my Afghans, and I'm like, hey, fucking let's go. And they were fun, dude. They were having a fucking blast. They were laughing and giggling, and I'm like peeing myself.
They're all high off their ass.
Yeah, they're like, this is like great.
Chewing shit.
Finally, something happens. And so we peel behind my team sergeant, and as I'm running, I see my 18 Fox, which is our intel guy. And for some dumbass reason, his name was Keith. Bless his heart. He's kind of an asshole, but I love him to death. He would carry this law in his backpack on every mission. And I'm like, why the fuck is he still carrying this law?
Key to the city, baby.
Yeah. And so I'm running
Master
up,
key.
and I'm running up to him, and we lock eyes from across the room like fucking SNL. and we both know what we're going to do. And so I get behind the wall, and my team sergeant is still like out in the open, fucking laying down some hate. And again, like I don't remember any word being spoken between us. And he just starts pulling it out, and I go and shoulder my rifle, and he fucking hands it to me, and I fucking start cracking it open. And
you're like reading the directions.
Yeah, I'm like, step one.
Good thing there's only 3 steps.
Yeah.
Step one, cut a hole in the butt.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't slice your finger open that thing up either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I set the thing up, and in order for me to fire this thing, I got to go out from behind the wall, and there's like this mound back out in the open in order to get like a good fucking line of sight, right? Because I can't really get up the walls. It's awkward. And so I'm like, all right, I get the thing ready, and I'm looking back at them and Keith, and I'm like, hey, like, cover fire. And he
probably said it just like that too.
Yeah, cover me while I move. And I might not have said it. I think Keith said it, and then when he said it, they opened up. But before I went out to the mound to fucking fire this thing off, he like grabs me by the shoulder, and I turn around, and he just leans in and he goes, "Don't miss, faggot."
He's like, "I've been carrying this thing around for 3 months."
Yeah.
Could you actually see?
No, fuck no. I
Muzzle
couldn't see
flash
shit.
or
I just
anything?
knew like there was a wall, and I knew approximately where he was.
Oh, okay.
And I was like, man, if I hit the wall, like they're gonna make fun of me forever. I got to get this thing like over the wall, right in this like area.
The Goldilocks zone.
Yeah, and like I'm not like a wizard at like firing a fucking shoulder, whatever.
Fucking Kentucky windage is a thing with
and
those
so
motherfuckers.
I like they cover fire. I like fucking knee out there on this mound, and I like take a knee, and I'm just like, please God, and I don't even know if I'm gonna hurt anybody, but I just don't want to be like made fun of when we get back to the VSS.
I don't care if I kill him.
Yeah.
I just want it to look.
I just want to look cool, bro.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't care if he shoots me, but if I miss,
I'm gonna get made fun of forever. And I fucking fire this thing, and I just see it get lobbed, and it was beautiful, and it just went right. I don't know if I actually hit anybody. I might have accidentally killed a civilian. Like, I hope not. I don't think I did. We didn't hear anything.
Fuck it.
But like wherever it landed was more than likely either where he was or where he was currently, or had originally been when he ambushed us. It was fucking awesome. It was a perfect fucking shot. And I remember I was like, yes. And it like provided, and that was like the moment where my team was like, okay, that's pretty good cover fire. And he got up and he rolled behind the wall.
Could you hear a fucking pin drop after that motherfucker detonated?
So it like went off, and I don't remember. All I remember was I was like really excited that I didn't totally blow it, and I came back around, and it was the first time. Speaking of like team dynamic, it was the first time my 18 Fox was like proud of me. And I came back around to the wall, and he fucking like dropped his rifle and fucking just fucking like high-fived me.
Nice.
And I was just like, yes, I made it. And so, but then it kind of got cool. So we were behind the wall. It was kind of getting sort of later in the day. We were like, hey, we need to bounce back to our fucking Overwatch, regroup. And I'm thinking like, all right, we're done. Like that was awesome. Fucking got my CIB. Like, let's go home and like barbecue and shit. So we go, and I can go play Halo and jerk off. And so we go back
together.
To sniper. Yeah. Get the law tube. Bring it in. We'll find a way to use it.
We'll have like your
socks.
Yeah.
Turn into a pocket pussy.
Have like your fleshlight mounted to your controller.
Yeah. Halo,
Ask
Afghanistan.
AI for that prompt.
Yeah, right.
And so we go back to our Overwatch, and my team sergeant's like, again, he's one of these guys that just like loves to almost die. I don't know if you've ever met someone like he wants to almost die all the time. And so I'm thinking we're done. And by the way, you got to remember, we're like still probably a good hour walk back to the compound, and it's not.
So you guys would walk this whole way?
All the way down to this village, and then we got to hump all the way back. And you do not go out at night, because at night is when IEDs are on, but that's when like the Taliban actually comes out and really turns all the IEDs on, because they turn a lot of them off.
Because their guys are moving.
Because they don't want to blow up villagers.
Right.
And so you do not go out at night. And so I'm thinking like, all right, it's starting to get dark. Like we gotta and then your capacity to detect IEDs is mostly visual.
Very diminished.
So I'm like, all right, we're gonna go back. And he's like, fuck these pussies. They think they can ambush us and we're gonna leave. Like, no, we're gonna go into the village. And I'm just like,
Oh shit! All right.
I'm like, why?
Like we
why?
use the only law.
Yeah. Yeah. And so sure as shit, we go back in there. We pull 8 more IEDs out. And at that point, they wanted to give me like experience blowing stuff up. So I was instead of our engineers doing that, bipping it, I was the bip it guy. And so like it was kind of creepy. We'd put all the IEDs in a pile. They had pulled out and I was the last man. And it's like starting to get dark and like that. It's just a ghost town. It's like a Wild West movie with just like no one out there. And I'm just like fucking doing my thing. And I'm like running down the street.
What did you guys? You just put like a standard, like a M112 block with a fucking M60, and
we just piled it and just fucking popped it right there.
Nice.
And speaking of team dynamic, we go back to the base. Whatever, everyone's hanging out. And we had like a little MWR. What do they call the rooms where everyone the fucking?
We just called them the MWR rooms.
Yeah, MWR. And I've got my dinner. I'm going in there, and I think it was my 18 Fox, Keith, who gave me the law. He comes out and he said something to me like, welcome to the team, bro. And like it was cool, but at the same time, I was like, motherfucker, I've been on this team for 2+ years. Like I've been on this rotation with you, on all the missions with you, doing my job now for like months. But it wasn't until that
catalyst.
Yes, thank you.
Good job, not fucking being a faggot.
And like and it was kind of like after that, they kind of loosened the harshness on me.
They let you in, yeah.
Yeah, a little bit. And I was weird. Look, like, I'm not going to lie to anyone. I'm a weird fucking guy.
That was the mentorship program.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But like when my team was going to wake up or like watch like a UFC fight that was on, we had a group of infantry kids that were attached to us for support. I'd go hang out with the infantry kids and like play Magic the Gathering. And like I got made fun of a lot for that. I don't know.
Oh, that's why.
Yeah. Anyways, I was just like a weird, I was like a weird millennial.
12-sided die going on, dude. Yeah.
Dungeons and Dragons. I was like the weird millennial kid. While these guys were almost like Gen X or whatever. You know what I mean? It was just culturally just a kind of a different dynamic, I suppose. So anyways, we get back from the trip and there's a lot of things going on. I had some really serious issues with my girlfriend at the time and I was pretty butthurt about all of that. And, so we get back and I'm getting my quarterly counseling and my team sergeant was like, good job on the deployment. Like, I know we give you a lot of shit, but like you did your job. You should be proud. We're happy with your work, this, that, and the other thing. And, as part of like a attaboy, like we're, cool schools. Like that's kind of the way you tap guys.
Reward somebody. Yeah.
Yeah. And I was like, I think I said I really wanted to go to SODIC, which is our like sniper school. And he's like, yeah, definitely. You know what, though? I'm thinking maybe first, let's send you to Ranger School next month.
Oh, that's not a good fucking deal, bro. What the fuck?
And we had just gotten back from Afghanistan.
You're like, nah, I'm good.
And I was like, you know what, dude? I think I'm just going to go back to college. And he's like, cool, totally get it, man. And that was it.
Wait, why did... Because he knows that's not a good deal. So for people that are listening that don't know, like, we typically in the SEAL teams would only send dudes to Ranger School as a punishment.
Yeah.
Because like if they fuck up something, you're like, oh, you're going to Ranger School. It sounds like a good deal, but it's really not. Why do you think?
Because I was an 18X rating.
And there's like unlimited fucking billets for team guys to go to Ranger School because nobody wants to fucking go.
No, it's 3 months of hell.
Yeah. Eating like 1 MRE a day and shit. And you're like,
it's selection fucking 3.0 again.
Yeah. It's a total fucking kick in the sack.
So for you to fucking crash and just crush a fucking deployment and then go, yeah, man, I think it'd be fucking dope to
why does he fuck you like that?
I was totally wiped out too. So mentally, I'd gone straight into the Army, straight through the Q course, 18 Delta, straight to dive school, like right out of the gate. DMT, I went to you guys' as actually dive soup school down here, which was fucking awesome. It was the best. You guys are so much fun. And then trained up Afghanistan, got home, and immediately was like, we're going to send you to Ranger School. And again, it goes back to, well, you're a young blood, 18 X-ray, you don't know anything, you need more Army experience.
So even though they had accepted you, and you passed their crucible, they're still going to fuck you on that.
Yeah, and I was never really fully... I would say I was never really fully accepted.
Yeah.
Like, eventually the wall came down a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, and I think, too, at least you could be a testament to this. Ranger School to an Army guy isn't as much of a FU,
Right.
as it is to team guys. Like for you guys, it's definitely career development
critical.
and shit. But
It's enhancing.
at the same time, it's still a fucking kick in the fucking
It's kicking
dick.
the nuts.
The sort of the twisted irony of all of it is, I wish I had gone, because years later I went to fucking the long walk. I went to CAG selection, and at the end of it, they yanked me on the second to last day. And after fucking with me a bunch, they were like, "We want you to come back, but first we want you to go to Ranger School." And I was like,
shit.
God damn it! Like, fuck! If I'd only gone, I could just maybe they would have like just said, "Hey, we want you to just come back. You're invited to come back or whatever." And when at the time I was in the Guard, I went back to my Guard unit, and unlike what you were just saying, the Guard doesn't have unlimited access to Ranger School slots. So when I got back, I went to my commander and I said, "Hey, I want to go to Ranger School immediately," and he was like, "Cool, buddy. Like, we'll get you there." And then I talked to my team sergeant, and he's like,
"Put this in your mouth till the swelling goes down. We'll see what we can do for you."
That's exactly what
you're like.
I'm like, "I'll do
all right.
whatever it takes, sir.
I'll get it hard.
I want to go back to selection." And then my team sergeant was like, "Check it out, dude. I'm going to level with you. We only get it was in Massachusetts. The state of Massachusetts only gets one Ranger School slot a year. They always give it to an infantry kid. They never give it to us because they think Ranger and SF is the same thing. So the only way I could have gotten, in my mind, I was like, well, the only way I'm going to get a fucking Ranger School is if I re-enlist, get back into the regular, or not regular Army, but go back into the Army, go back to 7th Group, do another 4-year enlistment, try to get Ranger School there. And I had other things going on at the time where I was like, all right, I'm trying to find other organizations that are going to let me still kick doors and do the action guy stuff. Let me pursue and see where that goes. And so that's basically what prevented me or whatever from going to Ranger School and doing it. So yeah, so I told my team sergeant I was going to get out. I was pretty smoked, and then I got out, went back to college. And
you stay in the reserves.
No, I completely got out.
Yeah.
I couldn't get into college, which is like a really
Really?
fun, yeah.
Wow.
Dude,
So
that's fucking weird.
I talked to Texas A&M. I hope these motherfuckers are listening to this. I would talk to A&M, UT Austin, Ole Miss, Florida State University. All of them said the same thing to me. They're like, the only thing we have to go off of is your high school grades and your 19 ACT, and no one's going to accept you. And I was like, no, you don't understand. I was in this, that, and the other thing. They're like, no one fucking cares. I called the Veterans Affairs office at the schools.
And you're a straight white dude, so fuck you.
And that's literally, I think it was Florida State University.
Maybe you should dye your hair purple. And start calling yourself Shiloh.
Zer.
So you're gay.
Yeah. And the Veterans Affairs guy was like, check it out, man. If you were anything but a white dude, like, you could probably get in, but you can't. So
crazy.
I ate shit. I went to Austin Community College, did really well. Not that it's that hard. I got a 4.0. And then I got drunk over Christmas and applied to Columbia University because I heard they were like somewhat friendly to veterans since World War II. They had some sort of like backdoor program. And lo and behold, I got in. And
Yeah, we've got a few friends who are going to Columbia.
there's a bunch. It's Ranger, SF Heavy, couple SEALs, no one from JSOC.
Did you ever meet team guy Sean Stokes?
What year was he there?
I don't know what years he went through, but he was at Columbia for...
There was only one SEAL, and he was an older guy, and his breath always smelled. That's all I remember. He was really nice, but every time I talk, I'm like, bro, like fucking...
Did he look like Ernest Hemingway?
No, he was like he was an older, bigger guy with a bunch of sleeve tattoos and kind of goofy. Was there another?
That
SEAL?
might
No,
actually
that was
have been.
Ranger.
Still kind of checks out.
It might have. Yeah, it might have been.
It might have been him.
Let me pull up Stokes. I mean, I don't know that Stokes' breath stinks, but
No.
And then
I mean, his nickname in the teams was halitosis. No, I'm just kidding. And actually, Stokes was one of the dudes they were going to send him to fucking Ranger School.
No shit.
Yeah.
apparently I
fucking
didn't follow
funny.
Sean, which is unfortunate. But
I'll look it up while we.
Yeah.
and so then after a year of getting out, I desperately missed. Hilariously, I missed the guys. I missed the lifestyle, and so I re-enlisted in 20th Group out of Massachusetts. And it was,
Guy in the center.
holy shit!
no way.
I think that's him.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
No way.
Yeah,
Team guy, 2 sleeves,
yeah,
wild personality.
dude. Yeah.
Eat skunk sandwiches for a living.
Find another photo. Just
I think that's him. Like,
Just
nicest
read
guy
it.
in the the world. Hilarious. But
Yeah,
he's
he's
He's a funny dude.
his breath was kind of like
this is him when he
stank.
was younger.
I don't recognize the other picture. I recognize. I think
Yeah,
that's,
pull up a modern day one.
if he was there in 2014, 15, 16, I'm pretty sure that
It's
was
probably
him.
the same guy. Yeah.
That's
There's only a few. That's
fucking
funny.
Yeah.
funny.
Yeah, everything's connected, man.
Yeah. So anyways, yeah. So I got an undergrad degree and re-enlisted in the National Guard. Was in 7th Group on an ODA up there. And just did other things.
So what did you do at Columbia? Like, what was your major?
One of the things that I despised about SF was, not to go backwards, but I wanted to be on the offensive, and I found myself just exclusively on the defense.
Makes sense.
Which was massively frustrating.
Yeah, it says Columbia was 2018, class of 2018.
So that's him. Yeah.
Yeah. That's funny.
He went to college with Stokes.
Yeah.
Dude, small world, man.
Yeah, we had a couple
That's
classes
awesome.
together.
That is fucking funny.
And
dude.
so I decided, I was like, I'm not.
He didn't go to Ranger School either.
Yeah, there you see. Fucking fuck Ranger School. Decided that if I didn't want to stay. Part of the reason why I didn't want to stay in SF was because I wanted to go on the offensive, and I didn't think I had enough experience or skill set to go to JSOC, to go to CAG, and so I figured, like, no, you know what? Like, it'd be cool if I went to FBI HRT, but I need a college degree.
That's a big side quest. Holy shit.
Yeah, so I went to, and I want, again, like, do the hardest thing. And Columbia was the hardest school I could think of that I could get into. And I had a phone call with the FBI recruiter, and he said, because I was going to take like Middle Eastern studies. He's like, fuck that. It doesn't matter. Just get the best grades you can. The thing that we would hire you for is your military background, your special operations stuff. So I studied history.
Did you keep your paramedic shit up too?
For a while, but not in the long term.
Yeah.
But when I was back in the mill, I kept doing the refresher courses, obviously.
Right.
So I was on that end, and I was good. But I was obsessed with history. I got a degree in, originally it was ancient history, and then I flopped over to U.S. history with a hilarious I say pseudo minor because they technically didn't give it to me, but they should have, in art history. Don't ask me why. I fucking love it. I can sit there and talk about Greek, ancient Roman and Greek temples and statues until you go to sleep. Like and same with Mesoamerica, Aztec, like I absolutely love that shit.
Yeah.
Like it's my jam. So I did that, graduated, and I applied to the LAPD, FBI, mobile security, shall we say.
Damn, LAPD.
Yeah, because when I was training with my 18 Bravo in the Guard, firearms instructor that we were working with was a retired cop, and I was like, look, I want to kick doors and fucking shoot bad guys. He's like, bro, you want to do that? Like, go join a big police department, because that's what you're gonna fucking do.
Yeah.
And at the time I was living in New England, and then I moved to Houston. But I asked him, and he said LAPD, they're the best.
Yeah.
And I had tried for the NYPD. They laughed at me, and they're like, "You're not black or Hispanic. Fuck off." And I was like, "All right." I was like, "But I have a degree from Columbia, and I was in special operations."
But I can wipe my own ass.
Yeah. And they were like, "Don't care."
And you spoke Spanish.
And, a little
Ish.
bit. Ish. So I applied to the LAPD, and it's like a year-long, and I'm flying in, doing backgrounds, interviews.
Yeah. I've heard that's a long process.
It's a long process. Same thing with the FBI. And so I did my poly with the LAPD. They're like, "You're cleared hot. Just stand by until we give you a class date." I went to the bureau, passed all their tests, passed the interviews, and I got a call from them. You've gotten your conditional offer. The next phone call I got was from HRT. And they're like, "Hey, we got your paperwork, man. Look, you got to be a special agent for 2 years. We're going to fast track you to HRT because we're desperate for medics." And I'm like, it's all coming together. Like, This is it. So I go to do my poly. And before you sit down at your poly, they're like, "Hey, we just have like 20 questions we got to ask you before we get in there." And I had already taken a poly, so I was like, "Let's go! Like, I got this shit." And she asked me, "Have you ever sold or distributed narcotics?" And I was clean as the fucking, what did they say? The snow, clear snow, whatever.
Driven snow.
The driven
yes.
snow. Yeah, never got in trouble, never got arrested. I was literally too clean, and I was like, there's one time I was given Percocet for my wisdom teeth. It made me sick. A friend asked me if he could have it, so I just gave it to him. I didn't sell it to him. It was so innocent that I told my parents, and they flipped out, and they're like, "This is why you can't do that." And she was like, "Interview stops. Please step outside."
That's crazy for
like,
that.
Okay. And I was 15. And at the time of this interview, I was 30. Columbia, Ivy League, made the dean's list. Special forces?
Who the fuck gets through this process if that excludes you from
fucking
the fucking
pieces
process?
of shit, fucking faggots that shit have no business being in it.
Bunch of Boy Scouts.
I come
shit.
in and she's like, gives me this piece of paper and like a fucking dumbass. She's like, I want you to write down everything you just told me. And they basically just blacklisted me on the
Like, nah.
See, I could see if you sold it to them, be like, oh, that's a
That's what I tried to-
totally different thing than
and that's what
giving it to them.
that's what I tried to
I'm
say.
not a drug dealer.
Right.
I'm a drug giver.
Yeah.
I give gifts. Right?
Yeah, that's fucking weird, dude.
That is
Dude,
so
and
strange.
especially from 15 to 30, that's 15 years.
15 years old,
and I was a
bro. What the
minor. I never. So anyways, I was defeated. I was destroyed. Dude, I walked out and I was like, my whole world came crashing down. And I tried out, and then before all of this, I had gone to selection and didn't make it. I made it to the last day. They said, go to ranger school, come back. So that was after all of this, or before, I should say. The first job I got was the LAPD. So I pack up my shit, drive out to LA, start the academy at the LAPD. It's a 6-month academy. Go through the entire academy. I'm like 2 weeks to graduation. And I'm excited. Like,
And they ask you if you had any Percocet.
yeah.
Like, fuck!
I got to charge you this time.
Yeah. And I get to my car. We got 2 weeks left. And I get the call for mobile security. And that I had applied to that years ago.
Hold on. So what is mobile security? Is that the
You can
GRS type
say
thing?
it's
Yeah,
GRS.
GRS.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. So,
That's
they-
very public knowledge.
yeah. So they finally called and they're like, hey, you're in the club. And it's such a pain in the ass process, but like similar to LAPD, similar to the FBI, you go through like interviews and then you go through polys and backgrounds and blah, blah, blah. It's just like, and it's intermittent throughout years. And so I finally got on the call and they're like, hey, you're all done. Your number's up. We're ready for you as soon as possible. So I was like, fuck. So at the time I was dating my now wife, I go to Santa Monica. She was living in Santa Monica. She was living the life.
Yeah.
And I'm like, hey, I just took a job in DC. You want to come with me? And she was like, oh, God damn it. Yeah, I'll go with you. So we moved there.
But did you wait until you graduated the academy, or you're just like, fuck it, I'm out?
I got that phone call the next day. I walked in and was like, I have to resign.
Dude.
And
How close were you to graduating?
2 or 3 weeks. Oh, fuck. We were getting our uniforms. We were doing like practicing for graduation.
Dude, you should have just stuck it out, just for the hell of it.
Well, it didn't matter because the only reason I would have stuck it out is if they would have given me like a stamp and like I could come back if I was like qualified. But in order to be qualified, you have to graduate and then do your probation. And then once you do your probation, you can leave.
Oh, really? I thought.
No.
Oh, okay.
It's not like a
Yeah.
school where they're like, okay, now you're dive certified.
Yeah,
So
you're
that's
good
like
for
an
2
extra-
years or some
Yeah,
shit. Yeah.
no.
So that's
yeah.
like an extra 6 months, then you miss your window.
That
I think it was like
makes
6
sense.
months to like a year or two or something.
Yeah.
So I was
Yeah.
like, I can't
Definitely
do that.
outside the window.
Yeah. So I go over to GERS. I go through their pipeline.
GERS.
I do 2 trips with them. And again, I won't go into detail, but basically it was just like it was a lot of you're defensive. It's security. And it's cool. Like it's an awesome place to be. You get a lot of cool opportunities. A lot of cool opportunities for rotations and schools, definitely for sure. Tons of autonomy. Basically, when you're stateside, it's boring as fuck.
Yeah.
And you can't leave DC. And so I would literally go to work out, check my email, go work out again, and then I would drive to a library. And I would just like read for 2 hours. Or 3
What?
hours. Yeah.
Wow.
But it was like the library was within one of our buildings. And so like technically like I was like badging in and working. And so I would like just sit there in the library and like read, trying to be like a good old boy and not just like ditch and go home or like not go to work.
Trying to do the right thing. Yeah.
Trying to do the right thing. And like finally, so it was a combination of things. But after my second rotation, I was like, fuck this. Like, again, there's a ton of reasons. And
How'd you get your call sign?
Oh, fuck me.
Can we say the call sign? Is
Yeah,
that-
it was Scuba
Yeah.
Steve.
Scootin' Steve?
Scuba Steve, like
Scuba
from
Steve.
Big Daddy.
Which the I can wipe my own ass reference comes
Yeah,
from, which
yeah,
is
yeah.
very
Full circle.
nice.
There we go.
Full circle.
You must be clairvoyant.
So, God, this is so
No,
embarrassing.
Kevin Voyant.
It's pretty embarrassing. So my first trip, no one had given me a call sign that had stuck, and you're not supposed to come up with your own call sign. You're supposed to be
can't,
right,
yeah.
yeah. But no one had given me one. There, like, you needed one.
7.
So I was worse. I picked Mars, hoping that it was like that guys were dumb enough to not know their Roman mythology. And immediately someone was like, Mars, like the Roman god of war? And I was like, fuck. I'm like such a
It's an acronym.
Yeah.
My ass really stinks.
And like,
That was a stripper's name.
yeah, that was exactly, yeah. Sniffing buttholes.
You ever been to El Paso?
You too?
I didn't recognize you with their clothes on.
Yeah. But like my first rotation, nobody really said anything. It just kind of like was lingering, but I knew it wasn't going to stick. My second rotation, I was introducing myself to the team, and my team leader, like the senior NCO in that sort of world, hey, I'm Zach. I was an 18 Delta, this, that, and the other thing. You know, I'm a diver, combat diver. I'm a big diver. I love diving. I was on a dive team, and the guy who was the sort of second or third in command or whatever, he was like, all right, Scuba Steve. And he was a SEAL. So he was like, all right, faggot. Like, you think you're one of us and you're not. And so that's how I got my call sign.
That's the funniest fucking shit, too, because when you talk to dudes like Green Berets that were
Divers.
on dive teams
Yeah.
and shit, and as much as we're in the fucking water, like, I don't know any fucking team guys that just love diving. It's like,
I know none of them.
SF dive team, we love diving.
It's
There's
fucking
only one guy.
hilarious, bro.
Jimmy May is the only team guy I've ever met in all my
that
time.
loves doing combat swimmer or loves like diving.
No, he loves like combat swimmer. Like, he loves combat
That
swimmer.
shit, dude.
Which is so, I remember when we went to Dive Soup, I was like, when was the last time you guys dove? And they're like, fucking years.
Yeah.
And we were really strict. Like, you had to do it I think every year you had to like qualify and do something. And
You guys did?
yeah. And we
Yeah.
were like, not constantly, but like we were on top of it. Like we dove when especially in Florida, it was easy. So
I remember during like the GWAT, man, it was like
nobody dove.
everybody, shit would come up for me to miss. Because we have like a 2-week combat swimmer course during the course of our shit. And man, I remember, it was like, do I want to go to free fall jump master or do combat swimmer? And I'm like, man, I guess I'll go combat swimmer. Nah, fuck it. I'll go to fucking military free fall jump master. So I went and did that shit in Yuma. And then the next time it was coming up to do another rotation of that shit, there was this drone fucking operator course. And I'm like, I was like just all over that shit. Yeah. But yeah, I mean,
It's such a
any
funny thing in the
excuse
SEAL
to get
community.
out of combat swimmer is like,
Yeah,
funny.
the Navy will suck all the fun out of anything you
Yeah,
do.
it's just the mill generally.
I used to
right?
love the water. Now I'm like, no.
I used to love camping until patrol bases.
Right.
yeah.
Now I'm
And
like, no.
hugging dudes in SUT.
That's where, like, my wife wants to go on hikes now. And I'm like, I don't want to go on a fucking hike. Like, I'm fine with 6 miles out, drop camp, and, like, set it up and, like, make a dope dinner. And then, like, another 6 miles. Like, I don't care if it's 40 fucking miles. But if you just want to do a loop around Cowles Mountain,
Yeah.
fuck right off.
See, I feel the same way. My mom used to do that to me because she lived in Jacksonville, Wyoming. Same exact thing. She was like, let's go for a hike. And I'm like, to do what?
To walk in a loop?
Just to like walk in nature because she
No.
does it every day. And I'm like, no, I'm going to go lift weights and like fucking take a nap. Like, I'm not going to go walk around a mountain. That's
Yeah.
stupid.
Yeah, there was years after I got out where, like, if I was walking anywhere in that capacity, kind of like a hiking capacity, where I was like just hiking around with nothing in my arms, I'm like, what do I do with my hands? So
Yeah.
used to
So
hold the
free.
rifle, you
What do I
know?
do with my, what is this? Yeah.
Fucking, what's that movie? Talladega Nights.
Yeah.
Yeah. I will say when I used to take my dog up Cowles Mountain when I had a shepherd.
Oh, I
That
was
was
going
kinda
to
Yeah, but there's a purpose. You're walking, you're exercising your dog.
Yeah.
Whereas like I like to go, I won't go hiking, but I like to go trail running because
Yeah,
it's
I love that.
it's exercise,
Yeah.
right? And
Yeah.
and I'd much rather do it on a trail than like a treadmill
treadmill.
or
It's
on
not
the
just
street.
an activity. Like,
Like I'm not going to go kill an hour arbitrarily like walking up a fucking mountain or something.
I feel like now, man, the older I get, and the more my body just fucking hurts and shit. My knees are fucked up. I'm like, nah.
No. It's a good way to
Like,
get
I'm good.
It's a good way to blow your knee too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or skiing.
So now, coming out of all of that, where and when did you get A, into real estate, and B, entrepreneurship?
Yeah, what's the next evolution?
So my sister's kind of a funny catalyst of all this stuff. She was the one who incepted the idea that I should go back to college from the Army. She was the one who incepted the idea to go to nursing school. And I was like, well, I loved being a medic, and nurse anesthetists make a ton of money.
Yeah.
And so while I was downrange on my second trip with GERS, I thought like, I applied to George Washington University. I'm like, once I get an idea in my head, I can't stop. Like I'm obsessed.
Dude, you've done so much shit. That's wild.
Yeah. And
we're
so,
not even to the next chapter.
I know. I'm so sorry. I've
this is
talked my
great.
ass off.
This is great.
And so I'm literally downrange, and once I've incepted that idea, I literally go to the PA on the compound. I'm like, give me all your fucking books, and I start studying to get myself ready to go back. And I'm like just applying. I'm not even in school yet. GW had a post-bachelor's, sort of like a fast-track nursing program that was, I think, 15 or 18 months. And that was in DC where we were at. And so I applied to that school. At some point I got in. I left the organization, did my prereqs, and that was like right around where COVID hit. Went to nursing school, immediately realized civilian medicine is fucking awful and terrible, and it just wasn't for me. And then to get to become a nurse anesthetist, it was a complete goddamn nightmare. It was like 5 more years of school. And then for 2 of those years...
it's like you might as well be a fucking medical doctor at that point,
yeah,
right?
exactly. Well, and they've switched not to like bore you with details, but they've switched the program. It used to be a master's program. Now it's a doctorate, and they tacked on an extra year. And it's a long cultural story, but it's a way for, so far as I can tell, for nurses to legitimize themselves within the hierarchy of professionalism, trying to sort of go toe-to-toe with doctors. And
but they do make a fucking metric fuck ton of money.
They make a ton of money, yeah.
They do good.
So
I mean, you got a lot of responsibility there, too.
Yeah.
Like, just don't kill this guy. Like,
exactly. No big deal. So I was in nursing school, and then once I realized what it was all about, I was just trying to find an exit. And you know, if you're a soft dude listening to this is for you. We talk a lot about, and you and I were talking about a lot of this yesterday. Yes, there is a phenomenal community within the soft community if you are able to commingle with it, and like, I don't even know how to describe it. I'm the opposite of everybody else. It's like when I left, I was gone. I don't talk to anybody that I was like, I'm out.
Clean break.
And it sucks. Like I miss I hate to put it this way. It sounds like a fucking douche canoe. I miss the brotherhood, but like I'm so far removed, and I just removed myself from that so much physically and mentally. There was no way back in it. And like I can't tell you how many days and hours I spent calling people, like begging for a job, begging for a mentor. Just no offense to the Green Beret Foundation, but they totally fucked the pooch when it came to me. So I called them, and I basically begged them for any assistance whatsoever. And she just said to me, hey, have you ever thought of being a contractor for mobile security downrange? And I was like, you don't understand. Like, I was their boss. Like, I did that in like the highest capacity. I don't want to do that. She was like, okay, well, I can get you in a job.
You're like, oh, what's that?
Yeah, exactly. And she was like, or I can get you a job at Amazon in a warehouse. And I'm like, no, like what the fuck? Like, neither of those. And she was like, well, that's more or less what I can get you.
Wow.
And
so no connection with like entrepreneurship, mentorship, any of that
stuff?
Bro,
there was one time I called a dude that was in the 101st that worked for a bank in Minnesota. And he was like, look, man, I can get you a job, but it's going to be entry level, and you're going to be working for some guy who's 15 years younger than you, and you're going to make like 80 grand a year. And yeah, eventually you'll climb through and I'm like, I don't give a fuck about banking. Right.
Yeah. And
so I was stuck in nursing school, and my mom was selling her house in Wyoming, and she was visiting us. And she was like, every mom, they don't realize you can talk on the phone like this because they're always on speaker.
Yeah.
I don't know why. And so she's on speaker in the car. And her real estate broker, I'd known him for years at that point. And I just said, hey, man, like, how you doing? He's like, not well. My associate just fucking quit on me, and I desperately need help. And I jokingly said, you should hire me. And he was like, done. I'll hire you in a second.
Oh, shit.
So I'm like, oh, like it's happening. Like I can do a real
what do you do?
Yeah. I didn't. Yeah. His real estate. And so I go back to my wife and I'm like, hey, this just landed in our lap. I think it would be, and this guy makes like 7 figures because he works in Jacksonville, Wyoming, where it's like,
yeah. There's no small there's no small houses in Jacksonville.
I've never seen more shit kickers, and cowboy hats, and Rolexes in my life.
Like Berkshire Hathaway
and they like to
Sotheby's and fucking
only those.
Yeah,
fucking. I worked at Sotheby's.
Yeah.
So,
there you go.
So we moved to Jackson, and this guy's promising me the moon, and like, I've been a broker for 25 years. We're gonna make millions of dollars together. I'm gonna hand the business over to you. I'm gonna retire in 5 to 10 years. You're a protege. Like, I'm gonna groom you. Like, I'm like, fuck yeah, let's go.
And he was a groomer.
Yeah, in all the wrong ways.
Oh no!
And it was awful, man. Like, there was no mentorship.
Really?
I could not afford to live there. I never got a promotion, even though, like, I was supposed to get, after my I finished my year where he was like he told me it was not a detriment, but like my first year, because I didn't know anything, he would lose money taking so much time to teach me the job. And that's why he's not going to pay me probably what I should be paid. Even though, by the way, my starting salary was totally respectable. And then he said, but your second year, like, you're up for a Christmas bonus. I'm like, fuck yeah. So we get to that Christmas.
And especially with Captain Nerd.
Not even, and bro, like,
your bonus is like a bottle of fucking $2 Chuck fucking wine.
I work weekends. I'm on vacation.
And a rabbit's foot.
Yeah. Seriously. I never took a day off. Even when I was on vacation on my honeymoon, I'm cutting contracts like week 2. And it's like my second contract I've ever cut. I worked my ass off for this guy.
Did he ever give you a reason why he didn't do what he said he was going to do? Or is he just that kind of guy that just doesn't do it?
He was aloof, to put it nicely. Mm-hmm. Like, I could talk about this shit for hours. But the way it works in real estate, even if you're like an associate working for a broker, and it depends on what city you're in or what you're doing, but at some point, whether right away or within the first year or second year, I should say, you're supposed to start getting cut on commissions. So like, you do a deal and he's going to give you 5% of that commission split that he just made. And he said, hey, you're not going to make commissions until the end of your second year, which I didn't know going in, which no one fucking does that. It's such bullshit. But you're up for a bonus at Christmas. Christmas comes around, no bonus. And I'm depressed. Like, this is my soft veteran, Zach shot himself in the face moment. And probably not the only thing, but one of the things that probably saved my life, honest to God, was that I was married with a kid. And I was drinking a lot. And we went to visit my sister, and it was a awful, awful trip. And, at some point during dinner, my sister said, you should start a business. And I'm like, oh.
Weren't you one that's told me to go to nursing school?
Yes.
Shut the fuck up!
And go to college and go to nursing school. And like, I kind of, not resented her.
Come down, Becky.
Yeah. But like, I'm like, man, you told me to leave fucking SF and I shouldn't have fucking left SF. And I don't, but I
she
also,
older sister?
Mm-hmm. And I don't regret leaving SF at the time because I'm so thankful for that education, because it's actually done a lot for me, especially on like the history side, as I now do my own little history podcast and like this stuff. But I remember she said that. I'm just like, start a bit. You don't just start a bit. Like, doing what? Like, what am I going to do? Like, teach people how to shoot guns? Go make like a clothing brand for like veterans?
Gay.
Coffee. Like, I just was like, I sort of thought about it for a while, and then I couldn't think of what I would do. And where I was living in Wyoming, right, like 5 minutes down the street, there was a public outdoor range. You could basically do whatever you wanted to do. It was the Wild West. And it was my only outlet for like mental health and therapy. I would go and just fucking do stuff, pistol rifle stuff. And one day I was leaving my house to go to the range, and I picked up my it was an SKB, but it might as well just been a Pelican case. And I was just like, man, I fucking hate this thing. And it's all I've ever used. And in that moment, I just thought, I'm going to go spend like $1,200 on the sexiest Rolls Royce of rigid, hard cases. And I look and I look and I look, and Pelican's it. Fucking top tier. That's it.
Yeah.
And I thought to myself, like, well, that's stupid. Like, how hard is this shit? It's just made of plastic. And it was actually me being super naive that gave me the confidence, sort of, to get into this.
I totally understand what you're saying. Yes.
Yeah. My stupidity and naivete. So, and that started the 2+ year process of me going through and designing injection mold cases, and with the end user being us, our guys. And so that's what
right behind you.
Which are right behind me, yeah. So we got 2 cases, and then we got another accessory for the rifle case. And it was a expensive and very, very challenging process. And I realize now, originally I had people ask me, if this is such a good idea, why isn't everyone else doing it? And I didn't really have an answer. I was like, I don't fucking know. Like, this seems pretty obvious to me. Like, why is no one doing this?
Well, because you were looking for it.
Well, I was looking for it, but
exist.
and it didn't exist. But like, why? I have to assume that like other people thought the same thing I did.
You know what's funny? This is almost the exact same story why I started the kettlebell company with faces. So if you look back behind there, there's that kettlebell
sick.
faces.
And this one, fucking it's like Boba Fett looking.
Oh, it's a Spartan Spartan helmet. Yeah. So I didn't mean to start
Boba
that.
Fett.
I didn't want to start that company. I was looking for CrossFit was big at the time.
Yeah.
And so I was looking to buy a kettlebell with the skull face on it.
Sure.
And nobody made it. I'm like, I can't be the only one that wants this. I think it's kind of
course.
cool. Like,
Yeah.
So that begat this whole thing and the whole process. And then I was like, wow, it's the exact same process.
Yeah, totally.
And I had no business being an entrepreneur because I don't know shit. I didn't graduate high school. Like,
Yeah.
I have no experience in anything. But I was like, well, fuck, I'll just figure it out.
Well,
Yeah.
and but I think that what you just said there, like, that is what it means to be in special operations.
It's very
That's
similar.
the
yeah.
core.
Yeah,
very
like,
true.
What I realized years later was whether you're a SF dude, a SEAL team guy, Jason, like, we're just problem solvers.
Exactly.
And with little to no guidance. And
Which is what entrepreneurship is.
exactly.
Yeah.
And it translates over, right? So how's the kettlebell business going, by the way?
I sold that in
you sold it.
2014, but I mean...
Did you sell it to Rogue or somebody? Or
No, I should have.
you sell it to... I thought...
Whole lesson
Wasn't they
learned on
one
that.
of the groups that was...
No, I sold it to a dude who immediately fucking ground it into the dirt. I offered to buy it back. He's like, no, I got it. I'm like, bro, you don't got it. Man, it's a whole different story.
Yeah.
But super problematic business. Like on paper, it looked good, but it was, anyway. But I'm glad I had that experience because it elevated my knowledge base on like how to sell a business, how to grow a business, how to accelerate the whole process. It was, not to bore the audience with entrepreneurship shit, but it helped me. And once I sold that, it gave me a little bit of like runway to where I could kind of take a step back. It wasn't life-changing money, but it was enough where I could take a small break.
Sure.
And look at, okay, what are my assets? What are my capabilities? What's my experience? How can I put this into the next thing?
Yeah.
And that's what begat, this next thing with, Industry Fireworks and all the other stuff. But dude, it's funny. Like it's a very similar story. You know?
Yeah.
Like you find
Something you want that doesn't exist.
yeah, you're not even looking to create a company. You're looking for something to buy,
Yeah.
and it doesn't exist. You're like, I can't be the only motherfucker that thinks it's cool.
Yeah,
And then you
totally.
create it, and you're hoping that, like, well,
I hope someone buys it.
I'm really hoping that other people think this is cool too. But it's a gamble. It's always
it's a complete gamble. Yeah.
I'll take one more.
Find,
Yeah.
fix, finish.
And so I secretly was doing,
Thanks, sir.
A little?
it was fun. My boss never knew that in the background while I was working for him, I was doing this stuff. So I'd be like, oh,
Nor should they,
yeah. Well, and it was
It's
also,
not their business.
it worked well too, because
Especially
like
if they're fucking you like that.
I could work essentially 90% of my job I could do from a laptop. So like at like 2 p.m, I'd go home, and if he needed something, he'd just call me. And he was never in the office. He worked from home too. So I could kind of get away with meeting with my first engineer team when we were designing these, and like he didn't know.
Can we take a break before we get into that?
Yeah, sure.
Cool.
Yeah.
It's the best.
Cowabunga, baby.
Let's do this.
You're the best around.
We have some weird intros, dude.
Dude, I love how the clapping has now like been forced upon you.
So I was telling Zach this when he was coming on. I was explaining the podcast, and I'm like, it's up to the editor to know that the only reason I'm clapping in fucking 3 times is so there's audio peaks, and so that way you can.
I just thought it was because you're excited.
No, dude, it's so you can time code audio with video.
Yeah.
And now you know where to start, so that now you don't have talking mouths. But then Coda keeps it in. And I'm like,
the clap?
Yeah. And I'm like, why are we keeping the clap in? I'm like, no, you start 2 seconds after the clap.
Well, now it's kind of become a thing.
It's a thing now.
And that's what I say is like, now it's a thing.
Yes.
And then now we get comments where it's like, I missed the clap.
And the wipers, too.
Wipers!
Wipers clocking in.
What's
Like,
wipers?
all right, dude.
What is that?
You ever see Coming to America?
Yeah, but it's been a long time.
Yeah, like 95.
So when Eddie Murphy, he's the Prince of Zamunda. It's his 21st birthday. He's like, Ohan, do you think possibly on my 21st birthday I may go to the bathroom for myself? He's like, most amusing, sir. Wipers! Sorry.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I get it now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still don't.
It's like
That's
it's
funny.
like-
It's just weird shit that
Wipers!
becomes
that's
a
no,
thing
that
you
is
never
that is
intended to.
90s comedy at its core.
Oh, my God.
Like that slapstick,
Yeah.
Yeah.
silly,
Oh,
ridiculous.
Eddie Murphy shit, dude.
Chris
Yeah.
Farley, Eddie Murphy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
so one of the last shows, whenever I was working for Joe, he had Arsenio Hall on, and I was talking to Arsenio, and it was fucking awesome because I told him I still quote some of his shit from
Back in the day.
from Harlem Nights. And there's
yeah.
there's a scene where they're shooting. Eddie Murphy had just supposedly killed Arsenio Hall's brother, or some shit like that, or what he thought Eddie did. And they're chasing him in a car, and they're fucking shooting at him with Tommy guns and shit. And Eddie's like in this building, and they're shooting at him, and then finally he just stands up. And he's like, "Pow, pow, pow," and then gets back down. And then the shooting stops, and he's, oh, what the fuck? He like looks up, and he basically killed all 3 of them.
Yeah.
With just, pow, pow, pow. Yeah. And then it cuts to like Arsenio Hall's laying there in the street, and he's like, asshole.
I remember that.
And so I told Arsenio that. I'm like, man, I still remember this shit. I still quote your shit to this day. I was like, asshole. He was like, God damn, that's pretty good.
Dude, I bet you really hit a good chord on that one.
Yeah.
I mean, he's like, yo, dude, your security guy's fucking pinned.
Yeah.
He's in it.
Yeah. But he tells another little story about he told me when they were doing that movie, he wasn't a writer or anything. He'd only been in a few movies at that point, and he said Eddie was like, hey, we want to use the sunshine thing.
Yeah.
And there was the quote Arsenio Hall said. He said this about a chick that he was dating at the time, and was like, oh, pussy's so good, you throw it up in the air, it turns into fucking sunshine. And apparently that was a real chick.
That was a great quote.
Yeah.
A lot of these probably lost child support money to that. Yep.
Yeah.
It's like all, what do they say? All entertainment ideas, imagination come from real life.
Oh, yeah.
Like, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, all you got to do is just throw some sugar on it, and then it turns into extra special.
It's like Jerry Seinfeld's entire shtick. It's like shit that's happened to him, and he finds the funny irony.
Well, Larry
behind it.
David.
Larry David, same way.
I mean, yeah.
It's literally all Curb Your
The only
Enthusiasm.
reason Jason Alexander was even cast for
Larry David.
Seinfeld, like he was supposed to be Larry David, and Larry David was like, I'm not an actor.
Yeah.
really?
Until he was.
Until he's like, dude, these guys are doing this shit, and they made a fucking killing. That's why he did Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Well, and I saw there was an interview where he was talking. He didn't know that he was playing Larry David when the show started.
Yeah.
And then he went to Larry with some circumstance, and he was like, Larry, no person would react this way. Like, they're not going to believe it, the audience. And Larry David was like, well, this happened to me, and this is exactly how I reacted. And that's when Jason Alexander was like, oh, I'm playing you.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you can see the shift when you watch the show from like the early seasons where like there's a distinct character sort of personality where he really begins to lean into it.
Yeah.
Because he just looks over and he's like, how would Larry David react in this situation? He just plays Larry David.
The guy.
Yeah.
Dude, if there's one series that I wish would have a follow-on, it's fucking Seinfeld, bro. That would be so amazing.
Yeah.
But he would never do it.
No.
Oh, he doesn't need to.
He doesn't need
there's
to.
also that, I mean, we're getting a side quest here, but there's a Instagram page that has
Clips.
the most amazing, like, what ifs, and it's super short, like one paragraph, 3 to 4 sentences, and it's the entire show. And if you know Seinfeld, it just says, George's dating a chick who doesn't like Subway sandwiches or something like that. And
Yeah.
you just know immediately like how that would play out.
Right.
It's
That was
really good.
and that was one of the reasons why Jason Alexander said we had to stop the show, because it got to the point by the 9th season where the audience could begin to predict the plot because they'd come to know us so well.
Yeah.
And he's like, once the audience gets there, there's no more surprises. It's not fun. It's
I'd
like
still
watching.
love to see it,
It's
though.
like watching Family Guy now. I used to love Family Guy when I was a kid, and I'll like be in a hotel room flipping through the channels, and it'll come on. And I'll watch like 5 minutes of it, and I'm just like, no, this is like I can't. I don't know what it is. It's just
Yeah.
like too predictable now.
It's like all the episodes are the same.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And you're just like,
I still think they're funny as fuck.
I still think they're funny.
And it is menial, like, background noise.
yeah,
like
yeah, for sure.
But yeah, if I'm really wanting to watch something, it's not going to be Family Guy. I could still watch Seinfeld and go like, "Oh, this is entertaining."
Have you
but
watched Rick and Morty?
I have, but I don't know. I just can't
dude.
get into it.
Oh,
No, I
the-
can't either.
The first 2 or 3 seasons, once you get to know their personalities,
Yeah.
it really picks up and it's phenomenal. I guess one of the creators though got arrested and then fired for like hanging out with underage chicks or I don't know. I don't know what
Shocker.
happened. Yeah,
Weird.
Allegedly, I don't.
Yeah.
Don't sue me. But ever since he left, the show kind of fucking
Yeah,
tanked.
that
So,
sucks.
Anyways,
All right, back to you. Entrepreneurship.
I'm not an entrepreneur. I mean, I'm a fake entrepreneur.
Well, you
We
think
all-
you are
we
right
all
now.
feel that way.
I know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
everybody
yeah, I know.
feels that way.
Exactly.
It's all self-deprecating.
My entire life is faking it, and I think all of us feel this way at some point, which is faking it until you make
That's
it,
every SEAL.
And then you
ever.
still feel like you're
and
faking
then you
it.
still like
Yeah.
fuck, man. Like
I mean-
even 10 years into SOF, between active and the guard and going to GERS, like I still was just like, what the fuck? Like I shouldn't be here.
That's every SEAL ever. Because, dude, there's so many times where we'll get done with a fucking. I remember being overseas, and dude, we get done with some shit, and like, dude, everybody's got all their fucking fingers and toes. We made it back. We fucking. Fooled them again. And they were like, dude, we fooled them. We fooled them. Sending up the after action report. It's like, like,
Yeah.
It's
just crazy. And I think that's one thing that, not to totally get off topic, but I think that's the funny thing about being in SOF. When you get to SOF, you're just like, oh, these are just capable guys with a little bit of common sense.
Right.
They're just like normal dudes that I went to high school with and we played sports together.
Yeah.
Like they're not.
Just a little more focused.
It's not
So,
Hoot from fucking Black Hawk Down who
Yeah.
like has bullets bouncing off of him and like
Yeah.
knows every weapon system on the battlefield and is like killing guys with a wire. I mean, maybe.
think-
Although
Yeah.
there is a
those guys.
Well, there is
There are.
a level of where cockiness
Yeah.
helps and
Oh, for sure.
kicks in, because especially when you're faking it. There's
But
so many
that's-
times where you just have an overconfidence. You're like, fuck, man, everybody knows what the fuck I'm doing. Like doing GRS shit and doing any kind of executive protection shit, looking cool and fucking being an arrogant fucking
Yes,
son of a
yeah.
bitch is 90% of it. Be like, and you
it's
just
weird
look
how
at somebody.
it's effective.
Yeah, you just look at somebody a certain way. You're like,
You're like, no.
motherfucker,
Don't mess with
this
me.
ain't the day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And dudes would be like, yep.
So what's funny is I was digging through my hard drive quite a few weeks ago, trying to figure out like just how to clean shit up, right? Because I've done thousands of shoots and I have thousands of terabytes of footage that like I just need to offload, right? Because like I can't buy a new hard drive for every client. And so I was going
not?
through a gig is $4, but I was going through it and I found a blog post that I wrote called what did I call it? I tried to be like, back in the day, I was very much like Zach. I was like trying to be like cryptic, but like if you know, you know. Mm-hmm. And it was social posture in a war environment, I think was like the title of my fucking blog article. And it was talking about the guys that are all ate up with like I mean, we can use a shitty excuse of like boots unbloused or helmet sideways or like half-cocked uniform. Like you can tell a pogue versus a fucking soft guy.
Yeah.
Right?
This is right. Yeah.
And so if I'm said Taliban and you put yourself in their shoes, who's the first person I'm going to light up?
Yeah, exactly.
The easy target. And it's the guy that doesn't posture. It's the guy that looks aloof. It's the guy that isn't paying attention or look in the eyes of everybody. Because look in the eyes, still to this, actually even more especially to this day, is a very socially
it's biological.
It's a social
like
dichotomy, right? Like if you look somebody in the eyes, like, and I'll especially notice ordering a meal here in San Diego, and I'll look in the eyes of somebody and they can't look at me in the eyes. Like they'll catch my glance to make sure like I'm actually talking to them, and then they'll like look right down at their
creepy
pad.
when they don't, dude.
Well, and I feel like COVID had a lot to do with that, and I feel like it's young millennial, which they're not even millennials anymore.
They're afraid of the most basic. It's not in conflict.
Human interaction. Yeah, because it just makes them uncomfortable, and they don't want to do it. And I'm like, when you lock eyes with somebody,
I always look in their crotch.
I want the cheeseburger. But it was about posturing, and it was about just playing the part and looking the part, right? And I was always very much like looking cool as part of the part, right? I wasn't like a uniform Nazi. I was very much like a sleeves rolled. Like I was like an SF guy in a regular army unit. Mm-hmm. I'm like, I don't care if your boots are blouse, but cut them little fucking green cords off.
Yeah.
And like, it's fine if you roll your sleeves, but your helmet better be fucking straight. Your shit better be tight. You better have like, 100-mile-an-hour tape around all your loose ends. Like, there is nothing extra hanging around your straps. And that is the last guy that I want to shoot. And it's like, I want shoulders back and I want you on a fucking pin. And I want you dead, like looking dead nuts in the eyes of everybody. Because they know subliminally that you can't pull the wool over their eyes. And this caveats into what you were saying. It's like, just if you stand and look the part, you're less
fake it till you make it.
Yeah. Well, also too, like you walk into a bar and somebody's got cauliflower, you're like, I don't want to fuck with that guy.
Yeah.
You got to
social cues.
Yeah.
Too.
Social cues, exactly. Yeah.
And it's like, pick up on it.
Kick him in the ankle.
Actually, not to go on a complete tangent, but the sort of twisted irony of all this is like we were doing some work with the Bureau in New York City for over the course of some days. And at the end of it, we were doing an AAR, and the special agents were like, the minute you motherfuckers walk through that front door, we didn't have to do, we knew it was you. And we were like, what are you talking about? They were like, you walked in like you fucking own the place. You were moving faster than anybody else.
But confidently.
Not like scared. Like it's just like that, like, I've got to get to the front desk to check in. Right? You go right there.
You got a mission.
Like moving with a fucking purpose.
Moving with a purpose.
Shit to do.
And like, you guys, first of all, you all wear Vans. You all have tattoos. You all wear the flannel. Like, you're all in uniform. It's just a different uniform.
Right.
Yeah.
But we knew the moment so it's almost like,
And giant cocks.
yeah. huge dicks except for.
Look at the bulge on that guy.
Got a huge watch.
Huge dicks.
Hey, read my map.
Yeah. Everyone has a big dick except for Scuba Steve.
That's because Scuba Steve is down cold.
Yeah. It's cold out.
There's an old saying about team guys, like, was it big watch, little dick, no money?
Yeah, that was
sounds
the
about
old
right.
Alongapo.
Funny tradition in the LAPD.
I think that made on somebody's plaque, by the way.
Probably.
Yeah.
They once you make it to a certain time within the LAPD, they all buy themselves Rolex watches. Which is really, I thought it was, because we were at like the shooting instructors, they were all wearing Rolex watches, and I remember asking one of them time, like, I was just like, what's the deal with you guys wearing, like, you're cops, like, how the fuck do you afford Rolex watches? And he was like, once you hit whatever, you go buy yourself a Rolex watch.
Overtime, bro.
Yeah.
I'm just like,
I was going to say OT.
Dude, those motherfuckers.
and they honestly, I was getting paid $70,000 a year as a fucking recruit in the fucking academy. Whereas in the NYPD, you're making like $45,000, $48,000.
No way.
Wow. Definitely got to sling drugs on the side.
Yeah, LAPD is paying their dudes way better than most fucking police
where's the
departments.
NYPD academy at? Like somewhere
Jersey,
right
probably.
in the fucking city or
and
something.
the other shitty thing about the NYPD too is you have to live in one of the boroughs. So you can't like live
way.
somewhere more affordable and train into work. You have to live in a borough. Yeah.
That's a big expectation.
So it's
dude.
like, how the fuck is anybody supposed to afford to be a cop?
Like you can't even live in Jersey?
I don't think so, no.
Long Island or
A
nothing.
lot of them do. They'll like put on their paperwork some like a P.O. box or
box,
something
yeah.
and then like live in Jersey. Like they get away with it like anything.
Yeah, but still, that's fucking weird, man.
Jeez.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's get back to your entrepreneurship journey.
Yeah, sure. So, two things were happening at the same time. I was trying to find an outlet not to kill myself. And one of the ways I did that was I was waking up after I graduated from school. I became, for lack of a better word, obsessed with history and really military history. And so regardless of where I was or what I was doing, I would always wake up at like 4 a.m, go get a coffee, and go before work or school or whatever. And I would go read like history textbooks like that.
Oh, shit.
Like everyone, like dude, like 1,000-page biographies on Napoleon.
Wow.
And I'm not just like reading them. Like I'm sitting there underlining, making notes in the
notes and
margins.
shit, yeah.
Sir, this is a library.
Yeah.
I have proof of this.
Yeah. I've got a Rhodesia book that's like 800 pages.
Sitting on my fucking kitchen table.
It's like a coffee table book. Yeah. And that was one of the ways that I could escape reality and my hatred for my job. And it would help me feel like a sense of oddly, and it's weird saying this out loud, but it gave me this sense of purpose in a weird way of
especially
feeling,
since you've done your part within that element.
And feeling like a sense of accomplishment at the end of the day where it was like, all right, I read for 2 hours. I went to work. I was a good dad. I was a good husband. I accomplished stuff.
Yeah, check the boxes.
But then at some point I was like, man, I have nothing to show for like all this rigorous studying that I'm doing. And then I found myself getting in fake argument conversations in my head with historians who I despised. And it used to keep me up at night. So I'd watch a YouTube video of like some historian saying some dumbass thing that I knew was either twisted or just completely patently false.
Like that Napoleon was 5'4". Or
Yeah,
some shit.
or like every Spartan was fucking gay. Like that is the biggest
right.
historical myth, and it
Really?
oh my god, it drives me And I have a whole, I think it's like a 20 to 30 minute podcast on just that subject alone.
They were bi.
Can we side quest on it for like 3 minutes and just see?
They weren't gay. They were bi.
I'm happy. I'm happy to answer any of your questions, but I
for it.
won't. I will not shut the fuck up about this.
Okay, well,
or any history thing. by the way.
Slight side quest,
Please.
because I've heard they were gay. I've heard
Yep.
the same things.
Yeah.
What's the argument for they weren't?
There's a whole myriad, and I'm going to try to break it down point by point and not totally get on a massive side quest here. Number one, we have no physical or written evidence that the it's not homo. So how do I explain this? In ancient Greek culture, there was no such thing as homosexuality. They never thought of it like that. You would be a male citizen. Every Greek city-state was slightly different culturally. The same way like San Francisco is different from Houston or Atlanta is different from San Diego, right? Some things are taboo, some things aren't. And Greek was much like that. And there's a lot of cross-cultural, right? You can go to San Diego as an American, like you're going to be fine. But there's just like different nuanced cultural things that how people dress.
Cultures are different.
We're just into swingers and
Right, exactly. And
Dallas
and
ain't.
gang banging with seals. And
different refrigerator boxes. Yeah.
so the way homosexuality worked in ancient Greece generally, this is a big generalization, you wouldn't have like a same age, same citizenship. So like two male Athenian citizens would not have a relationship
like
together.
a peer group together. Okay,
Yes.
Yeah.
What was allowed, acceptable, was typically an older Greek citizen of a polis, of a city-state, and he was allowed to basically have a younger male lover, if you will. And it's kind of a lot like what's going on in Afghanistan. Yeah. So what would happen is that there was an expectation, a cultural expectation, that the older man would have sexual access to this young man, but also there was the expectation that he was going to mentor him.
Yeah.
He was going to be an educator. He was going to be a tutor.
kind of like Michael Jackson. I just watched his documentary
So
last
it's like
night.
gay with strings attached.
Basically. And like we have pottery and artwork of how deep do you want to go on this?
Well, so they were gay.
No. So like every Greek city state, you will have different. So like in
They were bi, I told
in
you.
Boeotia, it was very acceptable. In Crete, it was acceptable. We have not, so far as I last looked, and I did a lot of research on this, we have no direct evidence, not a writing, not a piece of pottery, nothing from ancient Sparta that supports the notion that ancient Spartans were gay. So where does it come from, right? Why are historians allowed to talk, make this claim?
Generalize.
So if I'm understanding the larger Greek culture, that was accepted, but
we have Greek pottery from Attica, from sort of like Athens, Boeotia, that whole area, and other areas where we literally have like a broken piece of pottery with the older male, and there's lots of these actually, of an older male who is gift giving to a younger male, or we even have ones that literally show him. It was called thigh fucking, and it wouldn't be penetration, but you would have the older man basically, they would face each other, and then he would have sex with the young boy's thighs, because penetration was seen as degrading or feminine. So you were allowed to rape slaves because they were below the citizen.
Almost gay.
I mean, it's pretty gay.
Thigh fucking, yeah.
But
So
it would be disrespectful. So going back to the Sparta, and again, this gets really nuanced and complex. So there's two different types of sort of ethnicities within ancient Greece. You have the Ionians and you have the Dorians. Okay, I won't go into where they come from. Just all you need to know, those are the two sort of ethnicities. Athenians were Ionian, Spartans were Dorian. There were Dorian and Ionian Greek city-states all throughout the Mediterranean. It wasn't like they were collectively just in one spot. So, for example, you had the Spartans at the end of the Peloponnese, way in the south, Dorian. Crete, Dorian. Macedonians, Dorian. And then there were others within that. And same goes with the Ionian. You had a bunch of different ones that were Ionian. Historians will go and they will find some shred of evidence from Crete, let's say, of another Dorian sub-ethnic category, and they'll be like, see, they practice it's called pederasty, which is the sub-word for pedophilia. Thank you. And they'll say, well, if these Dorians were doing this practice, surely the Spartans were also doing this practice. But that is an assumption, no evidence, right? And again, I go to Matt, if you want to hear all the intimate details about this, I go into like really, really in depth. But to me, one of the sort of core reasons or assumptions, so number one, there's no evidence of it. But number two, Sparta was very, for lack of a better word, everyone was seen as a peer and equal. No one was better than anyone else. Even the king of Sparta would wear the same fucking uniform with the same spear and go into combat that way, right? Because he was an equal to every other one of his peers. They all went through the agoge, except for the kings. They were the only ones who were exempt from the agoge, but that's another story. The thing of it is those relationships, if you are an older man and you are specifically pulling out a young individual, you are now making that individual above his peers because he's special now, because he gets special treatment. The Spartans would have fucking never gone for that.
Oh, okay. I see that. Yeah.
The problem that a lot of historians run into is they inject their own culture and their beliefs. And they're like, well, if a bunch of guys are living in a barracks together and they're not allowed to access a spouse until they're 30, surely they're fucking each other. And I'm like, well, that's a terrible assumption, because when I was in the military, I was around dudes 99% of the time, like for training for years on end. And guess what? I didn't like desperately need to suck some dick, right? Yeah. Like, that's fucking stupid. No, like you don't just like get so sexually antsy that you're like, man, I don't even care who it is, but I gotta have sex with someone. Like, yeah, that's not how that works. And there's a really good, it's a fictional book about Leonidas. We call him Leonidas, but it doesn't matter. The king who was at Thermopylae. This woman wrote a 3-part series, because I always believed the same thing that you did. Like, Spartans were just, everyone's gay. And I'm reading this book and I'm like, I'm waiting for like the moment where like he has a mentor, or like they call it love and the beloved and lover, or whatever. And it never happens. I get to the end of the book and there's like an appendix, and she says, in like plain as day, she says, you're probably wondering why this isn't in my book. And it's because It's all a myth. We have no evidence of this in Sparta.
Interesting.
And that's when I read that, I actually went back and started doing like a massive deep dive, just like looking for where did this belief come from in academia? And why do we believe this? And after reading all of it, I'm like, holy shit, it's all bullshit. Like, it's fucking fake.
The Marines are going to be so disappointed, bro.
But one of the things that I love and admire about Zach, and especially on this project, is like, he doesn't do the AI deep dive. He doesn't do the GPT deep dive.
The original
like
source.
He's pulling out fucking textbooks. Like he's got a fucking goddamn textbook on the Rhodesian Wars in my fucking kitchen that's like this fucking
sick.
thick, dude. And it's all underlined and highlighted and like everything. It's like, that's a proper fucking deep dive.
Well, not to get too sidetracked on it, because I do want to get back to your entrepreneurship story, but you said you have a podcast on this, or people can go deep dive with you?
So yeah, this is where actually it was the Spartans are gay actually kind of was one of the reasons I wanted to do the show, is because so many professors were putting out dumbass fucking information.
Shocker.
And I wanted to, I didn't ever even necessarily want an audience. I just wanted a place where I could like put together my thoughts and ideas
Like refute
and
it, yeah.
It's a
talk
vocal
about it.
blog.
Yeah. And it just so happened like some people enjoy it. And it's kind of like, if you ever listen to Hardcore History with Dan Carlin, it's in that vein, but it's me throwing out fucks and I'm in special operations and whatever, that perspective. Cool. But it's not about.
I was born in Athens, you know.
Oh, were you? Are you going to teach me? I'll give you access if you teach me something.
He is a little bit older.
Athenian.
Yeah.
What's the name of the show?
It's called the Dead Warrior Society. But I
Oh,
cover
yeah.
I
The
cover
Dead War Society?
Dead Warrior Society.
Warrior. I was like, the Dead War
But I
Society.
started with ancient.
Kind of like Dead Poet Society, but
Yeah, exactly.
cooler,
Yeah,
That's cool.
I started with
Yeah.
Sparta and Greece, and then I moved on to I did like the reconquest of Spain when the crusade basically of the Spanish Christians retaking the Iberian Peninsula from the Muslims. I talked about the conquest of Mexico a little bit. I did Francis Marion, Swamp Fox, and then I did a huge thing on Robert Rogers. So originally I was gonna, the guy
Rogers Rangers.
There was a guy who wrote a SEAL book. That's actually one of the things that inspired me to start the show. One of you guys wrote a book, and it was called By Water Beneath the Sea. And it was a history of the SEALs, of how they came to be. And I think it was on Rogan, actually. And I read this book, and I was like, fuck, I should do this for fucking SF dudes. And I started by doing Robert Rogers research. And for 3 months, I wrote like 65 pages on Robert Rogers, and that was going to be like the first chapter of like SOF. But then I didn't know what to do with it. I'm a terrible writer. I didn't know a publisher, so I just like put it away. And then when I started the podcast, I pulled back out all that research, and I'm like, oh, here's like 6 episodes. And so I just broke it down and sort of reorganized it a little bit. And so I did the series on Robert Rogers, and now I'm just starting one on Rhodesia. So it's mainly military history with an emphasis, I would say, on if there is a special operations component, special operations. And it's great. It's fun. It's super time consuming. I make no money doing it. It's a passion project, but it's basically my full-time job.
So your special operations, you're working on a book, you got a podcast. You sure you weren't a SEAL?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know.
Wait, let me see your hair.
But it's not a war story book. It's a history book. Although I guess technically that SEAL didn't write about himself. He wrote about the SEALs, which was actually really cool. SEALs in Vietnam, man. Fucking A.
Right.
So, and then, yeah. And so
Wait, what's the book called?
By Water Beneath the Wall. And it's a reference to during the siege of Constantinople. I'm going to butcher this. And if you're listening, I apologize.
Yeah.
Some dudes were deployed and they like swam under the wall through a channel to get inside the city so they could open the gate and lay siege to the city.
Shit.
And he was like, those are...
SEALs don't even know this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know that either.
Oh, Ben Milligan wrote it.
Yeah. Sick book.
I know that guy.
Yeah, awesome. Basically his thesis...
He knows
Yeah.
everybody.
Yeah,
Basically,
no shit.
his thesis was
why he's
it
here.
should have been Marines that started their own SEAL. It should have never been the Navy. But for one reason or another, the Marine Corps kind of
makes
just
more sense, actually,
dropped
yeah.
the ball, and the Navy just had to pick it up. And they finally, post-World War II, finally made it a permanent unit. Because they kept disbanding like the UDT guys They would like start a unit, disband it, start a unit, disband it. And the Marine Corps would like dabble, and they would have raiders and then disband those.
Yeah.
And then finally the Navy was like, fuck this, let's start our own shit. And then Vietnam was when it really became an actual indefinite long-term unit.
Yeah. Well, that's wild, dude. I got to check that out.
It's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's cool.
All right, now let's go into our project.
Yeah.
What you got tired of talking to yourself and decided to become an entrepreneur?
Yeah, so I didn't like what was available, and so I started on this journey of building. I wanted to build. I think you had asked me once, like, what was part of all the impetus aside from like you wanting this? One of the things I hated about all of the companies that were out there that built cases for equipment is that there's been absolutely zero innovation in the space. And to me, as like a guy with whatever, the background that I have, if you are not getting better, if you are not improving, you're dead. And that was like a huge part of the culture of being on an ODA is like, you don't need to be better than the other dudes on the team. You have to be better than, not to sound like a cliche
Than you were yesterday.
than you were yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Like I hate, everyone says it, but it's like, it's true.
It's true. Yeah.
It's true. And I just looked at the products that were out in the space, and there's been like no innovation. Like if you go back and you look when a lot of these companies, those like injection mold hard case companies started, and you look at their first products, I mean, yeah, they've made some changes here and there, but it's like the latch is a little different.
Yeah. This latch, you have to push a button to open.
Yeah.
Yeah, very
like-
annoying, by the way.
Yeah.
And they're like, look at our button latch. And it's like, it's a fucking latch. Like, you're still making me buy padlocks.
Look
for
at this
fuck's sake.
shitty fucking foam on this thing.
Yeah. And so, and having interacted. So I saw this huge lack of innovation, and it drove me nuts. And so I was like, immediately I sat down and wrote out, like, this is what I would change. This is what I would change. This is what I would do. This is what I would change. And so I that was like a huge part of it. And it was really hard. And like, I would sit down, not to sound like cliche entrepreneur, but I'd go to work in my little real estate office, and like after crying and jerking off in my own tears, I would start like drawing out.
Wait, does that work?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, no, it's slippery. It's salty, and it adds lubrication.
You're used to salt.
Viscous.
Viscous, yeah.
Lack of.
And I would like draw like what I wanted it to look like. And my wife, who is much smarter than I am and just a better human being all around, she was like, you can hire people, like do this professionally. And so
You're like, why are you out of the kitchen?
yeah,
Make me a chicken pot pie.
go make me a sandwich, please. And so I went and like got some seed money and interviewed a variety of, and I had no idea what I was doing. I hired a company, worked with them for 4 months designing the initial case. But what I didn't realize at the time is that, or what they failed to disclose, shall I say, is they were not, I don't know what they were, but they were not mechanical engineers, and I needed a mechanical engineer. Mm-hmm. And so they said, hey, here's a tech deck. Just go give this to a manufacturer, and you're going to go sell product. It's like, great. So I started communicating with a variety of manufacturers, and like, I was really confused because they were like, we can't do anything with this. I was like, what do you mean you can't do anything with this? Come to find out, after going through this whole process, I basically had pretty pictures.
Yeah, I understand that.
And the manufacturer was like, you don't understand. You need another like 6 months and potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars of engineering just to get a blueprint that we can take and then make a product. And that's when I realized, like, oh, no one's doing this because it's a fucking nightmare. Mm-hmm. Like, it is a pain in the ass and expensive and risky because not only is the engineering expensive, but for injection
That's a
mold,
lot of seed money.
yeah, it's a lot of seed money and
CAD files, like,
the
it's a
tooling, right? There's a variety of different ways you can sort of make luggage and stuff. But if you want to do it right, which is what I wanted to fucking do because that's where I come from, you do it right, you got to do injection mold. You just have to. And a lot of people throughout the process, they're like, hey, man, it's way easier if you manufacture it this way. And I'm like, okay, let me look into it. And I looked into it, and I'm like, yeah, but it's not as strong.
You're like, great, let's just 3D print it.
Right,
And then
yeah.
you sneeze on it, and it fucking turns to dust.
So like so if you go buy luggage tomorrow, it doesn't matter from what company, it's 99.9% of luggage companies, despite what they tell you, they all manufacture in the same way. It's called vacuum forming. They take a sheet of plastic, they have a frame, like an aluminum frame of what their suitcase is going to look like. They put it in this machine. They superheat the sheet of plastic. They bubble it up, and they yank it over that frame.
Yeah.
It takes shape.
It's like making a fucking Kydex sheath for something.
Yeah, exactly.
It's literally
Yes,
the same
identical.
fucking shit. Yep.
Injection mold is the opposite. So you have an empty cavity, and you superheat plastic and fire it in there, and it's. But the problem with it is, like, depending on what materials you use, yeah, your designs are great. That you got all the writing. You need very specific engineering with very specific angles. But if the materials are wrong, if something's not right when they pull it out, it gets warped.
We have the same issue with we were doing the kettlebells because they have to be sand cast. It's a whole different process.
Yeah. And so
when I joined the Navy,
yeah.
I worked for fucking Fisher Price Toys running an injection mold like
There
the
you
size
go.
of this fucking room.
Yeah.
And like these stupid little fucking plastic pieces would come off, and I'm like scraping all the
Yep.
fucking edges
Extra
off of
plastic.
shit,
Yeah,
and like
yeah.
doing all this.
So you
Literally
know.
like 12-hour shifts. Like,
You work for Fisher Price?
yeah,
We need to make a shirt on that shit.
yeah.
That's awesome.
But that was like my first venture into hallucinating from lack of sleep because there was like a 12-hour
Shift.
swing shift.
Yeah.
So, and it was like 3 days 1 week, 4 days the next. And like some days it's midnight to noon, and other days it's noon to midnight. So
Yeah.
you're just like you can't get used to that shit. I'm like,
No.
How the fuck can you get in a routine?
Yeah. Yeah.
So- But yeah.
Well, there's a big difference between having an idea and a picture of something to like, because we do this all the time, and I'm obviously a much smaller scale of t-shirts. Like,
Sure.
people are like, oh, I got this idea, ChatGPT. Here's a picture of a print on a t-shirt, and I have to tell them like, hey, this is impossible to produce
Yeah.
the way you want to.
Right.
You have to change this, and this. But you have to have an understanding of the. Well, it's not just the art. It's like you
The
have to-
lines and
Yeah.
well, and how the product is actually put together, and you have to have an understanding of how it's manufactured
Right.
in order to design it to where it's actually producible.
Yeah.
But people don't understand that.
I want
No.
this image. I want this thing on a shirt, and it's 17 fucking colors. You're like,
Cool. That's going
Bro.
to be an $80
or it
shirt.
goes over the seams and all the shit, and like, hey, that's possible, but
it's going to cost
you don't
more.
understand what that takes. We can produce it, but you're not going to like the cost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Very
It's
different.
all, and it's always give and take, right? Like you're constantly like, I want to add this feature, and it's like, well, you're either going to weaken your product this way, or it's going to cost you more that way.
Exactly.
And so it's this constant like play of like what features are worth it, whether
Yeah.
that's like a seam or whatever. So I went through the process. I ended up, and there were so many times. And again, I think anybody who tries to start a business or a company or sell a product or a service or whatever, there's always these off ramps where you're just like, man, I've been doing this like 18 months and I've gotten anywhere. Like, I'm just going to go do something else.
Yeah.
And it happens over and over
100%.
and over and over again. And it was honestly listening to people who had started companies and started business, and they're like, just don't quit.
Yeah.
Don't stop.
Yeah.
And it was that sort of like mantra from selection when I'll never forget when I was graduating from basic training, the drill sergeant who gave me the opportunity to go to selection. I was the guy with the fucking
Guide on.
Yeah. And I was like, I was holding the guide on, and he just turns around and leans in and whispers to me. He says, "Don't fucking quit." And that's never left me. Like, it was like, I don't know what it was, but just like hit me to the core.
It's so simple, but it's
so
fucking
simple.
true.
Right.
The hardest truth.
And you don't realize it until you start seeing guys quit, and you're like, oh, that's what he was fucking talking about. And so that was sort of the thing that I think kept nudging, and also getting married and having kids. I was like, I've got like a fucking obsessed with my kids. Like, I got to make this work. So I just kept going, and finally I was able to find, what I realized was I needed to find an actual mechanical engineer who knew what he was doing. And my second son was born, and I basically at that point was 18 months in, and I had a pretty picture. I had nothing. Other than like an idea in my head that I had not gone to that next level. And so I sat down in the hospital. I'm waiting for my second to be born. And it clicked. I was like, I just need to go find this person. So I literally Googled mechanical engineer injection mold. And then it brought me to some app where you can hire contractors. What the fuck is that? What is it called, Nick?
What's up?
No, not WhatsApp.
Fiverr.
No, it starts with an N. There's some app where you can like, if you're looking for any type of online assistance or contractor, you can go there and find them.
I go to Fiverr.
Okay. I thought you said WhatsApp. Did you say WhatsApp?
No, I said, what's up?
Oh. WhatsApp is not
I'm
it.
negotiating our plans after the podcast.
Okay, yeah, no, that's fine. Anyways, so I find this guy, I hire him on. We go through another 4 months or plus of an engineering, which is expensive. Mm-hmm. And then during that time, I find someone who is willing and can manufacture. And then it's just kind of snowballed. And we're just wrapping up our last sort of battery of tests to make sure we didn't miss anything. And like all the wheels and latches and everything works the way we want it to. And then we're going to, inshallah, we'll launch January of 2027. But it's a fucking miracle, man. And it's been super interesting. So the key thing that I really wanted to do when I designed these was I wanted to make a case where you can walk into a public space and not immediately set off all the alarm bells. Because what I found throughout my career was like anytime you walk into a airport or a train station or out in public,
fucking Pelican case.
You got that Pelican case, everyone knows who you are.
Yeah.
Right? They know what you're carrying. Yep. And so I wanted to build a case that didn't immediately set off the alarm bells, but also looked beautiful and was appealing. And I thought to myself, like, what's like a timeless aesthetic that I could use? And I went back to my roots into ancient Greece because I love ancient Greece. And I started looking around, and that's when I found ancient Greek columns and Roman columns. And I was like, here's this aesthetic design that's been around for thousands of years, and it's universally considered beautiful, right? And it can be feminine, it can be masculine, depending on just like certain things that are shifted, right? And so that's why these sort of have these columns and flutes, is because it's supposed to mirror. And what I'm really trying to do. So in historical art, ancient, or especially in the Western canon, ancient Greece and Rome, you would have artwork with like statues, and you can look over time, and everything influences from. So if you look at like the David in the Renaissance, and you look at like our earliest Greek statues, you can see the influence. And these artists, thousands of years later, are injecting themselves into this artistic conversation. And you would see it literally all the way up into the 20th century. And my head exploded seeing these things, because you would start to look at artwork in the 16th century. And you're like, I know where that motherfucker got that idea. He got it from this Roman piece of sculpture that I studied a year ago.
You know, it's funny that you mentioned that. I was thinking about the columns of the ancient Roman stuff, and then I was noticing the columns on your case, and I noticed that the spacing's different. So a lot of people don't know this, but the columns on the old ancient stuff was like extremely precise.
Yes.
But the problem with mathematics is it conflicts with the visual artistry sometimes, where you can have something that's mathematically correct, but it looks visually looks incorrect. And so all the columns on the old architecture, the end columns are inset by like 12 to 15%, something like that, because visually the spacing looks correct, but mathematically they're incorrect. Yeah. So, but I just noticed that the spacing on your columns there are inset in the same way.
And the reason they're slightly different is because I wanted to create a system where you can mount. One of the issues I found when I was at GERS was you'd have your rifle case and, for lack of a better word, your range case. And then you got a backpack, all this shit. And you're like trying to get across the parking lot.
Lug it through the fucking
and
airport.
It's just a goddamn nightmare. And I was like, how the fuck do we come up with a way of connecting the cases? And I wanted to do it seamlessly. I didn't want straps. I didn't want latches. I wanted to do it in a way where you weren't going to know how it connected, but you could also connect them within seconds. Mm-hmm. And so we spent, months and months and nights, just endless hours engineering how to connect the cases. And one of the ways we did it was these are sort of opposite. So like this rifle case can mount in the center of this, and it perfectly marries up flush because these hills perfectly match into these valleys. That engineering was a goddamn fucking nightmare.
I bet.
But it was like, and I remember at one point I had a contractor who was kind of helping me, and he was my OB1. And I looked at him, I was like, Paul, like, fuck man, like, I think we should just not do this. And thank God he was like, dude, like, no.
Don't quit.
Don't quit. You have to do this. Like, this is sick. And thank God that he said that because we finally figured out how to do it.
It's a dope feature, man.
So is this more Doric, Ionic, or Corinthian? Ooh.
Which one is
Did you just look that up?
No.
I'm super impressed.
This fucking bitch.
Doric. So Doric column is that actually Corinth? How do you know that?
That's one of the fucking few stupid things that I have in my mind.
So Doric are the oldest
I'm
columns.
impressed.
Ionic are the classical.
I told you I was born in Athens, bro.
Yeah.
Come on.
Classic period.
So
And
like
then-
the Parthenon is Doric.
No, it was. It's now. I think it's Ionic.
Well, Ionic has the two
Yeah,
scrolls at
yes,
the top
yeah.
and the bottom, and Corinthian is all the fucking weird, like leaf-looking shit coming
Yeah.
out.
Oh shit.
Dude, you're a sleeper.
Doric,
Look at
Doric were these during the Archaic period. So think 8th century to 6th century BCE. Doric columns they're more plain. They have no base, and the tops are just sort of flat and come in.
Yeah, it's like the square looking.
And then during the the classical period,
I just extended this podcast by like 25 minutes.
Ionic, the
Yeah, thanks,
capitals,
Dick.
which are the heads, they kind of circle like Princess Leia buns.
They look like scrolls at the
Yeah.
top almost.
And then Corinthian, like you said, they're the big, beautiful. And Doric columns are considered more masculine. They're heavy. They're sort of brooding. Ionic are thinner and they're more fluty, and so they're considered more feminine. These are
Fluty.
obviously Doric
Fluty.
columns, all right?
Yeah, dummy.
I thought you'd say that.
So,
Gotcha, bitch.
and then, so Forum, the name of the company, I originally started with, I wanted to call him Aurelius, but I thought it was a little too on the nose, Marcus Aurelius. And I was thinking about Greece, and I was thinking about Rome, and I was like, man, like what's the intersection here? Like the ancient Roman Forum, for those of you who don't know, was a place where Roman citizens, sort of like the leaders of civilization, would come together and have discussions about politics, philosophy, war, the ideas of the day, right? That's where the online forum comes from. And I thought, what better name for a company who's trying to be better than naming it after the place where people would sort of collectively meet.
Free exchange of ideas.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh.
So that's where the forum came from. And
That's
then
awesome.
the logo is a profile of Achilles in the Iliad after he's just defeated Hector. And if you look closely enough, on the tip of his spear is a profile of his of Hector's helmet. And he's sort of masquerading around. What I wanted to do was I wanted to have
gangster, dude.
Right?
I wanted to have Hector's lifeless body, because what happens in the Iliad is he straps Hector to the back of his chariot and then rides around Troy with Hector's dead body. And when I was working with
Fucking
the guy,
gangster, bro.
he was like, you can't have a dead body. Like if you're trying to be like, because I'm trying to create like a really premium product and a premium brand. And he was like, how about we just put like Hector's helmet alluding to the defeat, right? And then you have the chariot and Achilles, right?
I just figured the guy was like, hey, who are you making this for? And you were like, well, I want to make it for Forum.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Boom. You're like, okay, I think we're done.
It's the
here.
FUBU of Spec Ops.
The FUBU.
So
Oh,
now-
man,
If
these
you would have
things are
delivered
dope,
that
too.
1 ounce better, I would have spit my beer out.
Yeah.
So to your, I'm finally getting around to your question. What are you and I doing? One of the core,
These things are fucking beefy, too, by the
dude.
way.
So okay, I'm glad you said. I promise I'm gonna get to. I want to say this so
care. Go
everyone
for
hears
it.
the shit. So I traveled for the first time with these in the airport, which is obviously stressful, right? Because like I'm terrified TSA is gonna be like, oh no, you missed something.
Like, what the fuck is this?
You can't travel with this. So I had a rifle inside of both of them actually, and some pistols. Flew out, came back, and you got to go pick it up from the TSA lady who hands it off to you. And I live in Nashville, and at the time, unbeknownst to me, there was a firearms, it's like SHOT Show, but in Nashville or something, which I didn't know about. And so she had seen like thousands and thousands and thousands of cases come through. And obviously she doesn't know they're mine, right? She knows that they're literally mine. She doesn't know that these are the cases that
your
are designed,
company, yeah.
right? And she's so sweet. I go to pick them up, and she's like,
Are these
are-
Dorian?
yeah.
Doric.
And she said, these are some of the most beautiful cases I've seen. And then explains that, there's this whole thing, there's whatever.
There's an aesthetic to them.
yeah. And then she goes, and also, by the way, they are the most secure cases I have ever, like firearms cases, which is funny because like, obviously I wanted them to be really secure,
Yeah.
but my intention was never set to be like 10x more secure than any other case.
Yeah.
And I asked her why, because I was curious. I was like, why are they more secure? She was like, well, number one, they have like really high-end latch locks that are built into the case, right? They're sunken in. And then number two, she's like, I can't tell you how often guys will like padlock the shit out of their Pelican cases, but we can still like wrench open the sides.
You literally just break the. It's like any breacher knows.
Right.
Maybe I don't need to defeat the goddamn door lock.
I just go to the drywall.
I defeat
punch
the
a hole through it.
It's
It's
the
like,
weakest point of entry.
Yeah,
Right.
but it's the same like you're saying with those fucking little padlock little ears, those little fucking hole. I mean, dude, literally you can rip that fucking thing open if you really want to get in there.
Right.
Cookie saw through the fucking
locks
plastic.
those fucking locks are
bolt
a
cutters.
deterrent. You know, you're like,
When this shit is shut, like she's right. Like you grab all of the handles. That's another thing I wanted to do is I wanted a clean aesthetic, and so all the handles you'll notice they're built into the case.
yeah.
And so you don't have all this shit hanging off of it. I didn't want any. I literally went to my engineers and I said, I don't want. If it doesn't need to be there, get rid of it.
Yeah.
If it doesn't serve a purpose, get fucking rid of it. And if it causes any sort of issues or you're bumping into walls or whatever, get rid. So all the handles are built into it. But again, to your point, like pros and cons, it takes up room inside of the case. Pro, it's clean, it's beautiful, whatever. It's not, you're not going to bump into shit, and it looks better. But if you grab like this handle here and you try to wrench it, like it's not, you can't.
Do you want to? This might be asking too much, but I thought that was when you were.
And then it breaks, and I have to shut off the camera.
When you were showcasing it behind the scenes, and you hooked one to the other. I mean, it almost looked like a magic show where it looked like magnetic.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does look.
Do you want to show on there? Are you okay showing that?
Yeah,
it'd
dude,
be kind of cool to see.
It's fucking dope, man. Like,
yeah, I mean, you wouldn't think it would
Pull
work.
that chair up.
and the weird shit too. When you started talking about, no shit hanging off there, I start reverting back to everything I learned in the fucking teams about building fucking pallets and packing out shit for deployment. And you always had fucking some random dickhead with a fucking rucksack with a pair of boots hanging on the outside of it. And we always used to say, hey, asshole, no fucking hobo rucks. Put all your fucking shit. And literally, I mean, yeah, it's clean as fuck. Yeah.
And then turn it around, roll it around. There you go. Now pull it off there and put it back on.
I don't know how you engineer that because that literally looks like magic.
Gun case and luggage.
Yep. They're like, boom.
That
And it looks sexy.
it does look sexy.
I mean, how many dildos can you fit in there?
Lots.
Enough for a fun weekend.
Yeah, that looks sick, man. I definitely will say I'll buy that shit in a New York second. Well, maybe not New York second, but when they're out.
Dude, yeah, and the price point you were mentioning on it too is like, dude, that's super freaking reasonable for what it is. Because you would expect something like that to be like thousands of dollars.
Yeah, because I could put my wife in the big one, no problem. That's a lot of meat.
You want a quiet weekend?
Just cinch it up.
You could probably fit Nikki in there.
I know,
for
right?
sure.
You want to know how secure they are?
See you on Monday.
Yeah.
And that's, I guess one of the last things I'll say too is like, I wanted to build a product for the guys.
Yeah.
And like and some guy, admittedly, like a lot of guys are like, fucking history's gay and like, what a nerd. And it's not for them.
Whatever,
That's
bro.
fine. I don't care. That's fine. Yeah. But like every decision, every detail that went into this, at the end of the day, my thought was like, how do I make this product for the boys?
Yeah.
And it was never meant to be just like an empty box for the masses. Like this is not, I mean, if you want to buy this and you go skiing and you just want a big suitcase that can protect your gear, great. Like I'm happy to sell you one. But really at the end of the day, like every time I was like, should I have, like even everything is built from, this is another thing about suitcases and luggage. And if you're in this industry, what a lot of companies do, if not all of them nearly, instead of building every detail from the ground up, they'll build like the main body and then everything else about it is just like shit off the shelf.
They just buy shit from other people make.
And I was like, fuck that. I'm going to do this right. Everything's custom. There's only one, there's only one exception, which is the latch locks, which is like it was like another $100,000, something ridiculous to build.
Yeah, but look at that fucking burly ass.
So
thing,
this telescoping handle. This is custom from the ground, and I wanted like a beefy fucking with grip, and I want it to look beautiful. And this is obviously supposed to look like a column,
And it's ribbed.
and it's
cool.
ribbed. Yeah, there you go.
display.
Love it.
And then you've got these buttons on either side that you can press, and then it just goes down. And we had to build it strong enough so that if you pack this thing with 100 pounds of gear and you tilted it, the telescoping handles up.
Yeah.
So that was a big part of the design as well, was figuring out, okay, how do we
Dude.
how do we do
like
that?
the hinges aren't fucking
Hinges
plastic
are
pieces of shit.
316 stainless steel 3mm hinges. I mean, I went to my manufacturer, my engineer. I was like, what is the most robust material we can use? And they were like, the stainless 316 stainless steel. And I was like, all right, that's what we're going to do. And they're like, but you don't get it. Like, that's going to be so much more expensive.
But it's going to be extra.
Yeah.
Shut up!
I'm like, do it. Do it. And then I guess like the last, I also like love the community, wink and nod. One of the things I did, I'm not going to show it because it's too much of a pain in this, but the wheels on this thing, they're skateboard wheels, polyurethane
Oh, I
skateboard
thought you were going
wheels.
to talk about the handle.
And I mean, yeah. And then the handle, thank you. The handle is meant to look like a charging handle.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, it is.
It is a charging.
It
It's
is
an
a charging
Air 15
handle,
charging
yeah.
handle. It's fucking dope.
And thankfully, an engineer that I was working with for a little while was like, you should have some design element or feature that kind of like says hi to your audience. And he's like, so think, and I slept on it, and I was like, well, I think I can make a handle out of I think it's aluminum that looks like a charging handle. And so I gave him that idea, and I sent him a picture of a charging handle, and he pumped this thing out.
He's like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah. He's like, cool, man. Sounds good. So, and then we got our logo on and I love art. Like, I'm obsessed. If you couldn't tell, I've told you guys a million times. Obsessed with art. So I put our logo because I love that on here. And my plan is once we start actually selling some of these things, every time we come out with a new round, I want to make them, number one, try to improve them in some way, shape, or form. But the other thing I want to do too that I think will be awesome is like doing different colors, and then on these, doing like different pieces of artwork. So like for Christmas, I wanted to come out with like a Crusader limited edition. And so we would have like the Crusader crosses on the locks.
Like the Jerusalem cross.
Yeah,
is
yeah,
fucking
and
dope.
have like crimson colored cases with like different colored locks or different colored handles and like all the hardware. So like the hinges different. So I've got a lot of different things in store that I want to do and different ideas. But those are the cases. And then obviously, you know, like I said, inshallah, God willing, we turn over some money, and then I can inject it back in the company and do smaller cases, pistol cases, ammo, different carry-ons. So like obviously you can't carry this on the airplane. But the way these two connect, I want to do that for like a carry-on pretty much. So you can have like a laptop case with like a magazine or a book, whatever.
And not to make it too we're not trying to sell you guys on shit. This is just really dope shit. But, and maybe because this is too involved to like get on the actual show, but maybe on our behind the scenes on the Patreon, when you're opening it up, there's a whole different level of ingenuity on the inside with like the Molly and the whole, like, it's not just an empty case on the inside. So maybe we'll do behind the scenes, and we'll just do a video for the Patreon stuff where we kind of showcase like what the inside looks like.
Yeah.
And that's a whole different level.
Well, you make a really good point too, and not to discount what you're talking about either on the inside, Ryan, but to people who fly and travel all the fucking time, do you ever see like the shit that the fucking flight attendants fly with?
Yeah.
It's like a thing, and it's got another thing like hooked to the outside of it. Like
Always.
It's like almost like bungeed on,
Yeah.
like it's an afterthought of just shit after shit.
They love that case. I've personally, when I was in this,
And they all carry the same shit, and it looks like a bag of dicks.
I asked
and
them.
it's fucking hanging off of it by like straps and
Hooks
I'm like,
and
why
weird-
the fuck hasn't somebody made something? Now that I look at this, I'm like, you could definitely tailor something smaller
100%.
that just has a smaller little case that actually clips on that all those motherfuckers would carry.
And
remember
because what they're doing now looks like complete
bag of shit.
fucking
remember you and
a hobo ruck.
You and I are old enough to remember when luggage didn't have fucking wheels on it.
Yeah.
Which now seems like, why the fuck would you? It's like a car not having wheels. Like, why
Yeah.
the fuck would you not have
Yeah,
wheels on
exactly.
luggage?
You're like, wait a minute.
But it didn't used to have
yeah,
wheels.
remember
until
like those old hard Samsonite
Yeah.
cases? You like picking them up. You're like,
I mean, until like the late '80s or early '90s, There was
carried
luggage
it.
carts. No luggage had wheels on it. That
Yeah,
was a whole
you had
different
those
thing.
stupid carts in the airport that you had to pay fucking,
$1 million
$1 to
yeah.
get, and whatever
That's
the
fine.
fuck.
And now
it
you
was,
don't
but-
see them because it
Everywhere.
makes so much sense that every fucking cart should have wheels on it. This makes sense.
And
that
I
all your luggage
hated-
should go pieced together.
I fucking hated the fact that in our space you would get 2 wheels on your case and you're dragging it behind you and your feet are running into it, or like you're trying to maneuver into
Yeah.
a doorway and
Yeah,
you can't just
exactly.
like why the fuck aren't there 4 wheels on these things? So there's like little things like that too that I thought of. But yeah, and then the wall mount, which we don't have with us, but it's
Yeah, that's
basically
fucking cool as shit. That's
all
a
you
cool
need to
idea
know
too.
is there's a way of securing your rifle case at home so no one can walk out with it. Which is
Well, maybe if we have time, we'll showcase out on the BTS on the
Yeah,
Patreon.
yeah.
I got the
Sure.
video.
yeah.
Dope. Super cool.
All right,
stuff.
guys.
Cool.
Are we fucking ready to call it?
Yeah,
I think
man.
so.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, absolutely solid podcast. Big shout out to our sponsors, Beef Crisp, Emerald Spear, Coronado Brewing. This was a homie handout with Whistle Pig,
Fucking Patrick Anderson at Whistle Pig out of Austin.
Bulkhead,
Yep, Bulkhead.
and soon to be a really big one, which is going to be a huge announcement for us. We're super fired up and super stoked, and it's going to include more content. So
Excited.
there's a lot more in the future for us, and thank God for our second Green Beret,
Yeah, man.
Heyo.
Yeah, Army.
buddy.
Who was the first guy?
Archie, Casey.
Oh,
I mean, he was also Air Force. All
Yeah, he's got a twofer.
Yeah.
right, ladies and gentlemen.
Awesome.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Thanks.
Thanks guys.